Many thanks to the Kolkata Youth Ensemble for that amazing performance. It's time for our first session of the day called Off the Diet Charts. To eat or not to eat, that is the question. In our first session, listen to food blogger and author Indrajit Lahiri, the founder director of IIHM Sanjukta Bose, nutritionist Kavita Devgan, and author journalist Damayanti Datta discuss the perils of eating and not eating. A storyteller, IT entrepreneur, public speaker, food blogger, and author of Food Kahini, Indrajit Lahiri loves to experiment with food. Today, he runs Food Ka, a popular series on YouTube through which he shares memories of his childhood and association with food. Sanjukta Bose, the director and co-founder of the International Institute of Hotel Management, has under her belt several years of experience and expertise in the hospitality industry, of which the culinary aspect is a crucial part. A consulting nutritionist specializing in weight loss, lifestyle modification, and holistic wellness, Kavita Devgan has over 2 decades of experience in the field. She is also a best selling author, having written books like Don't Diet, Ultimate Grandmother Hacks, and Fix It with Food. Damayanti Datta has worn several hats as a researcher, a teacher, a communicator, a correspondent, an editor, and now an independent writer. Sugar, the Silent Killer is her debut book on the sort of public health disaster that can be triggered by this ubiquitous kitchen ingredient. A disaster that includes everything from diabetes to COVID 19.
Hello, check.
Hello. We appreciate your patience. As you can see, a lot goes into organizing a literature festival. We will be starting with our first session of the diet charts very soon, so please bear with us.
Check this. Check. Check. Check, check.
A little bit of arrangement after the orchestra. We had so many musicians and they're wrapping up. We will start just now in a minute. So thank you for your patience. We are about to start just now. Off the diet charts, the first literary session of the Kolkata Literature Festival. A nice chaos actually. It's nice to have a little bit of chaos with musicians and artists and writers. So let us all be patient because they have played some beautiful music and they made this morning very nice. Thank you, Amitabh Budak. Thank you, Kolkata Youth Ensemble. You really made it a beautiful morning. We are ready to start. In case the speakers want to come up amidst this chaos and start. Or should we wait for a couple of more minutes? Come up. Come up slowly on the stage. They'll be all right. From here. Food is very important
hello.
in our lives. It's becoming more and more important. What we do with food, how we cook it, how we eat it, how we preserve it, what should we eat, what we should not eat. I am looking forward to this panel talking about food, which is, I think, the most important thing in our lives today because it concerns not just the taste but also our health. So, should I hand over to the panel? You've been introduced, Damayanti Datta, Kavita Devgan, Sanjukta Bose, Indrajit Lahiri. Thank you for coming and let us start.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sen.
Hello.
So,
Hello.
good afternoon
Hello.
and welcome to the first session of the second day of the Kolkata Literature Festival.
Hello.
It's quite fitting that the clock is nearing the lunch hour because we are all going to talk about food right now. We all come from very different walks of life. I'm a journalist. Kavita is a nutritionist. Sanjukta is the head of a hospitality school, and Indrajit is an IT entrepreneur. But what is common to all of us?
এই শঙ্করদা মাইকটা ঠিক করুন।
Right. So what is common to all of us is the fact that we are all storytellers of food. We talk about food not just because we are foodies, but we talk about food because we are concerned with the way we eat now. Very recently, some of the top scientists of the world came together to say that by 2050, we are going to have a 10 billion strong population. And the planet just doesn't have enough food for all that people unless we change the way we eat now. And India has also come under very heavy criticism. The report came out in the medical journal Lancet that India is the hub of obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. So obviously the way we are eating is all wrong. My book, Sugar, the Silent Killer, is about one such ingredient behind this health disaster. When I say sugar, I don't mean the crystal granules on your kitchen shelf. I mean all sorts of bad carbohydrates which turn into sugar in your body. For instance, white rice, white bread, white sugar, all things processed, convenient, that become sugar in your body. Now, I don't know if you know about it, but India discovered sugar some 5,000 years ago. And ever since, we've had a very close relationship with sugar, almost a cultural addiction. Yet, we never had these epidemics of diseases. Every ritual in our lives, from birth to weddings to death, are paved with sugar. Yet, we have never had diabetes as an epidemic, heart disease as an epidemic, or obesity. Why is that? Have we lost a precious way of healthy eating? Why is it that we don't eat like we used to, as our ancestors did? So as a journalist, I went around temples to take a look and find out how our ancestors used to eat. And I went to, taste some of the foods of the gods. Surprisingly, in some of the greatest temples, in Varanasi at the Annapurna temple, for instance, two of the staples are black sesame seeds with rice and saag for such a mighty goddess. I went to Kalighat here, the temple, and surprisingly, the goddess apparently loves kochu, taro roots. And then there is the mighty Devi Durga, whose crown apparently touches the sky, as she's described in Devi Mahatya. Her favorite food is pantabhat, which is an extremely humble food of common people. So what's going on? And then we have the Buddha, who has taken over the world with his mindful eating and intermittent fasting. So that is the fundamental question that I'm going to ask today, and I'm hoping my colleagues and friends will have all sorts of insight into this disconnect between the way we used to eat once and the way we eat now. So Kavita has a wonderful book. It's one of her favorite and one of mine too. It's about grandmother hacks, the way our ancestors used to eat and some of the kitchen tricks and treats. So Kavita, would you tell us a little bit about some insights from your book on this?
So, thank you, Damayanti, and I'm very glad to be here today in Kolkata, a city which celebrates food. So, this is very apt that we are having the first session here on food and on healthy food at that. So I totally agree with what you are saying, Damayanti, and what you've mentioned in your book about sugar becoming our enemy today. So what I would like to clarify here is sugar per se is not the enemy, and which is what I talk about in my book as well. No food can be our enemy as long as we know how to eat it. And somehow I feel that our, ancestors, I won't even go very long back, I'll probably just go to our grandmothers. They somehow knew it by observation or by common sense, I don't know, because there were no studies or researchers then, but they somehow knew how much to eat of what. And that is the basic principle. Once we can get that pat on, know which food to have more of, the good ones eat more of that, and the bad ones eat less of those, I think the biggest question of what to eat, which this session is all about, and how to eat gets solved there itself. If we recall our traditional thalis, it always had a meetha in it. It's supposed to have a small amount of meetha. But if you remember the quantity of that mithai, I mean, that's how it was supposed to be eaten. Just a small bit to satisfy your taste buds and your soul. Because like Ayurveda also says, you need some madhura in your diet. So sugar is not the enemy. Similarly, carbs. Somebody was just asking me if we should go off carbs completely. Not the enemy. Same goes for fat. The point is, if we can know how much to eat. And for that, I believe we just need to look back a little. It's good to look forward. It's good to look ahead and look at what the research is saying today. But always temper your decisions of eating food based on what your generations have been eating. Like, for example, I have a chapter in this book, Ultimate Grandmother Hacks, which says, eat like your grandmother, not someone else's grandmother, which is the most important crux of what I've been trying to say in not just this book, but in almost every book of mine. All 5 books of mine are based on this principle. And this is not something I learned during my nutrition studies and my master's. This is something I've learned probably from my mother, to whom it is dedicated. Follow common sense, follow logic, follow the principle of moderation, look back, see what your body is used to. And now science has proven it, Damayanti, that our genetics are actually positioned in a way that they can handle the foods that our ancestors have been eating, which is why that whole thing of eat seasonal, eat local comes in. Sarson ka tel will work better for people who've been cooking in that for a long time. Similarly, coconut oil works better for those who've been having it. So where is the debate of what is good for you and what is bad for you? Little bit of ghee on the fulka, I think every grandmom has been insisting on. And now research has proven that it's good for us. And this is just one example. I mean, if you look at all the other examples, the nimbu pani, that early morning people used to have, what does that do? That basically creates the right acid-alkali balance in your gut. And now we all know what Ayurveda has been speaking about for years, that the seat of your health and your immunity is in your gut. Sort out your gut, and you'll be able to sort out everything. I mean, that's the biggest chapter in my last book, The Immunity Diet. I talk about that, and these are lessons that we've learned from the past. So just do not let go of the past, I would say. Keep it in the forefront. Keep experimenting, keep adding all the new good things to your diet, but the mainstay of your diet should be your Indian traditional diet that you are used to, or your something that, like, it's a very cliched sentence, but if your grandmother wouldn't recognize a food, do not eat it. If you look at something and say, would my nani or dadi know what this is? If you think the answer is no, it's not for you as well. Yeah.
I want to ask you something. See, people migrate a lot these days. I mean, I may have been born in Calcutta, but I may work somewhere else in the world. So what do I do with then? how do I follow my family's history because the food ingredients change?
The point is I'm trying to make is the basics need to remain the same. You need to include new ingredients in your diet. So you could get good, the point is eating good fat, right? If you're not able to source ghee and if you're somewhere where you can source avocado, have the avocado. The point is stick to the basic rules. Do not be rigid about the food per se, but stick to the basic rules. Same goes for carbohydrates, same goes for fiber, same goes for everything else.
I'll come back to you again. Sanjukta, I wanted to ask you something. You know, we are talking about food then and now, and you are somebody who's preparing generation next, to make food, to make sustainable food, nutritious food. How do you do that? Do you need a mic?
Yes, just listening to you, both of you have authored books on food and sugar and
Can you hear her? Right.
Hello. So the basic discussion was of the diet chart, and as you said that we are responsible. I'm from a hotel management institute where we prepare chefs, and these chefs will be cooking food in the restaurants in many places, and a lot of cafes are opening, and especially after the pandemic, we have seen that. The hospitality industry has taken up a lot of responsibility about sustainability, whether it's food or whatever we use in this sector. And recently we had a Young Chef Olympiad, you know, everybody is speaking about this, where more than 50 countries participate from all over the world. And as you were asking me about the sustainable food, it's a big thing which we are trying to do, because if our children cook sustainable
What
food.
really is sustainable food? A lot of people wouldn't know that. What do you
Yes,
understand by that?
The food, first of all, healthy food, local food, as you said, local food are very important, because whenever we think of cafes or five-star restaurants, we use lot of ingredients which are imported.
Right.
Now, why not a substitute of the things which are imported, or because if we use the local food, it is not only cheaper, it's healthier, because no additional things are added to bottle it, can it. So if you use, so a lot of importance are given on using the local food and seasonal food also,
Right.
not eating things which are not produced in the season. Like in this particular young chef, we had a competition where he used millet, jowar, and by Indian millets we mean jowar, bajra and ragi, and the international chefs, they use these ingredients to make sauces, to make wraps, to make cutlets, and a lot of things. So once the children, the chefs we produce, who will run the industry, if they become aware of the food which is available, the spices which can be produced locally, the sauces which can be produced locally, not only it becomes cheaper, but it's more healthier, because no extra ingredients are added while importing it. That's very important actually, because they are the ones. But whenever we speak about like we were speaking about grandmother kitchen, and everybody will agree with me, what we cook at home is either we are cooking or the helping hand is cooking. It's all about the local food we eat. As a Bengali, as a Maharashtrian, as a Tamil, what you eat is produced at home. Then that ding dong and the Swiggy comes and the children shifts their eating habit. They will not eat that. Everything is made and the children starts eating outside food. So when the young generation has to be made very conscious about their eating habit, and that's what we are trying to do.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you again.
Yes.
Indrajit, your blogs and YouTube channel is so popular. So you have a very different perspective on food. And what's your insight on the way this disconnect between the way we used to eat once and the way we eat today? Is there a lot of disconnect, do you think?
I honestly don't think so.
Acha.
Practically, what we try to showcase via our blog is the food stories. So we don't go about good food, bad food, ugly food, whatever. We talk about food stories. The way we used to eat was more a home cooked food. And now that the outside food has stepped in. But what is outside food? Let's understand that first. If I take an example of a roll, of a very popular chicken roll in Calcutta, which is probably going to be the next national food of Calcutta. What is it? It's a paratha with some stuffing put in, with some salad and some sauce, or the foreign version of chutney to go with it. So I can talk about it as paratha with chicken or meat or egg or sabzi with some salad. It can be put like that. The problem comes when we do not measure how much to eat and when to eat. There the problem starts. See, if I may put it in a slightly non-official fashion, food or bad food, food per se is a lot towards love. So less of love is bad, we all know that. Boshanto eshe geche. And definitely a lot of love even kills even faster. At my age, we obviously know that. But food is something like that. Too much of sugar, it kills people, and less sugar or no sugar
Can
doesn't
also
really do us any good either. So
Absolutely.
I have a pretty different perspective on this.
You know, I don't know if people understand by good sugar and bad sugar. So I would request all of you to talk a little bit about that, because sugar is essential for the body. Every cell in our body is covered with sugar, and our brain consumes 50% of the sugar that we take, even to think it needs sugar. But the problem begins when we sort of, have different kind of sugar which are not natural. According to some doctors, I met Dr. Devi Shetty, and he was saying that our problem is that we have started eating outside, sugars from outside, not fruits, not vegetables, not any other natural sources of sugar, but other things. So do you think in the past, when we didn't have such health disasters hanging on our head, do you think we were more aware about natural foods, or do you think these other processed foods were just not available?
One, they were not available, so they did live in a better time. The temptations were less. It's difficult to resist temptations, everybody would agree. But having said that, honestly, like when I grew up, the simple, if I can give you one example, the straightforward message was eat the fruit, do not have the juice. It was just understood that you're supposed to eat the fruit. So now today I know why that made sense. With the sugar in the fruit, you're getting the fiber, you're getting a whole lot of other things. So the sugar gets absorbed slowly and there is no harm. It won't harm you in the body. Secondly, I think the refining industry was not probably that developed, so the options that they had were unrefined sugars, which of course, calorie wise they are the same. If you ask me, a jaggery or a sugar or any other source of sugar would give you same amount of calories. But the fact is, the less refined food you have, and that goes for every single food. It goes for grains, like she mentioned, millets. It goes for oils. It goes for sugar as well. It goes for carbs. So fat, everything, the less refined option of it is a better idea. So now, I don't know whether they did it by choice, but I would like to believe that they had the common sense also to stick to foods that were as close to their natural form. And if that's one rule again, we can follow. Look at the food and see how close is it to the way it was supposed to be. How much, some refining is needed, right? You can't survive without that, but as long as it is just mechanical refining, I think it's fine, rather than chemical refining.
Sanjukta, I wanted to ask you something about millets. You mentioned millets. You know, in our part of the country, we had more of muri, flattened and puffed rice, chire muri, and not so much of jawar, bajra and all that. So what would you recommend? Millets are coming back. So
It's true that what we eat is more of rice and wheat products. Millet is always there. It is, you can say sometimes people feel that it's a poor man food. Millet, and it's been encouraged to produce more millet. This is the year of millet. And so we're working on this actually too, so that our chefs can add millet items in the cafes. Millet is a very healthy food, we all know. And if millet is added in the diet, it's has got a lot of nutritional value. And maybe the way it is promoted, even nowadays, we were working with a company called USEC. We are promoting soya also. And you know this, now people are not only vegetarian, now vegan, all those concepts are coming. And as the producer of food in the cafes and restaurant, I always said that we have to have these items in the menu. Yes, people do eat more of sugar, more of rice and wheat-based products. And but yes, millet is there in the, I think north side they do eat millets. And if in the UK, millet is little different from millet we call in India. Actually it's pearl millet and other things. But we feel that it will come back because it's very healthy and very nutritious. Why it can be used in cutlet, and they had used in sauce, you can use in wraps, and it's very healthy. Nutritional value is very high in millets.
I wanted to ask you something, Indrajit. You know about Mishti. We have this entire, life story, Bengalis particularly, where Mishti plays such an important role. It's to do with our culture, with our imagination, our identity, and this excellence in creating all sorts of sweets. But does it sort of clash with, healthy eating today?
Not really.
sorry
It
to
depends on how
interrupt.
much of sweets you eat. You can have one shondesh a day, one small 10-15 rupees shondesh, it won't hurt you.
Indrajita, sorry to interrupt. We just have 10 minutes more. It's just a reminder.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. So, if you have one shondesh a day, that doesn't kill. But gluttony is inside all of us. And if I have 20 shondesh a day and go on for a week, it might have a bad effect. And basically, we are sweet people. So we love our sweetness. So we are the artists in that, and entire India, entire Southeast Asia, and we can fight and probably win the battle against any of the continents. So why not go with it? That's one of the most natural food that comes to us. The first taste that a baby experiences is sweet, and the last food that is served at the funeral is probably the sweets. All of our religious activities, they have got some part of sweet, a small part of sweetness in it. So I won't say sweet is bad. Quantity, we consume that, it varies.
Right. So we'll just finish with one takeaway message from each of us. So Indrajit, what would your one singular takeaway message to everyone on eating clean?
Eat local. That's what I would say. Whatever is locally available, please go with it. You are brought up with that food that is in our systems, that works for us. Fancy food is fine once or twice, but not regularly, please. That's what is my personal belief.
Sanjukta?
My message will be eating healthy food, of course, and see to it that you are happy eating, and that's very important. And eat like Indrajit said, if you are hungry, you eat.
Yeah, so I would like to say do not give up anything, or do not say no to any food, because that's all you're going to think of. I learned that very hard way in my practice. The moment you say no,
Ah.
that's all the person can think of eating or want to eat. So do
Wow.
not say no to any food. Just cut to size things that are not so good for you. No food is bad per se, it's just the quantity of the food that you
Moderation.
decide. I mean, I think that's the consensus coming in the whole talk. That is important. Like, for example, if I'm in Calcutta today, I will definitely eat the sandesh that you suggested I should, the Nolan Gur sandesh. So I'm going to definitely eat it, so do that.
So my last word on this would be that, you know, we got to remember that millions of years ago, when Homo sapiens evolved, the human brain became bigger than other animals. Sugar wasn't abundant. So our brain is wired to push us toward sugar. Whenever you see sugar, get the taste or the smell, your brain, pleasure hotspots come up in your brain, and your brain floods your body with dopamine, the feel-good hormones. So you sort of go towards sugar because sugar is the primary ingredient of life to give you energy. But today we have too much sugar around us. They hide under 300 names in our food chain. So beware of your ancient brain, because we now live in the space age and we have a Stone Age brain. So beware of that. Be conscious whenever you go near, you know, food marts. If you go to Chandni Chowk in Purana Delhi, you know that you will be tempted. All that smell. So avoid those places if you are fighting with your health. That's my take on this. So here we end our session. If there's any question, yes, please. Can't hear you. Why don't you say it loudly? I'll catch it.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah.
So I have a grandson now, and my daughter-in-law refuses to give him any sugar or salt. Apparently, the doctors have said not to give sugar and salt for at least a year. What do you say to that?
Kavita, would you like to address?
Yeah, I know you're right. I think that is what is going around now. All the doctors are going to kill me because on official platform I'm going to... I mean, I don't think that's right. I personally believe every taste needs to be given to the child. Of course, a minuscule amount, but maybe they have their own reasons for it. I don't know personally the reason.
No sugar, no salt.
Yeah, I know. I've been hearing that a lot.
Every time I've tried to give him something and I've been said, no ma, that's not allowed.
I know. I don't want to start a fight between you and your child. But I don't know, somehow when we were born or my son was born, the first taste that was given was of honey, if I remember correctly. And that is in ancient, thinking. It's a custom, but there is probably a science behind it. Now, this is what I've come to believe, that, you know, whatever they were following, most of the things are proving correct today. Some we already know the reasons for, some we still don't know the reasons for, but trust me, that's what I write in the book as well. All of them are going to come out, the science behind it. So I would stick to the original.
So better come out with it fast, you know?
Yeah, I think, yeah, they should. Salt maybe yes, because wo taste buds बढ़ जाते हैं, but going nil salt I don't understand. Less salt I do understand, yes.
Any other question?
I'm so sorry. I think we've
All
run,
right,
out,
we've run
of
out of
time,
time.
for the question answer round. I want to thank all our panelists, and I would also like to ask Sujata Di to come up on stage and give a token of our appreciation to all of you.
I just had one question, Kavita. May I? May I? Nayantara, can I ask one question? So, one question. We'll just, and the question is, I have heard a lot about these different diets. You eat 16 hours later, you fast, and the other thing is, during Christmas and New Year, you drink and eat as much as you want, and January, don't eat, don't drink. Is that of any value?
So very good question, because I think a lot of people would be wanting to ask this and didn't. So I'm so glad you've asked. So we already in February now really would like to know how many people have managed to stick to their January 1st resolution. Has anybody? Okay, so he is a... Okay, so the resolution was he won't be sticking to the resolutions. The fact is, building health is a continuous process. It's not about one day or 1 week or 1 month or even 1 year is what I tell everyone. Every single morsel that you eat or not eat is adding on to your health or depreciating your health. So it has to be a continuous process. So resolutions do not work. You could decide today that today, now you're going to start, not tomorrow. Monday never comes. The same way 1st January never happens. That's the first, the answer to the second question. The first question about the diets, I have a very clear definition of a fad diet. Any diet which asks you to remove any one food group from your diet completely is a fad diet. And the moment you hear that, you need to run away from it, because it's not sustainable, it's not good for you, and it will also not deliver what you're looking for, which is weight loss. Yeah, so this is very important. As far as intermittent fasting, which ma'am mentioned specifically, it's not a weight loss diet. I would like to make that very, very clear. But it is a good way to eat, because it helps cut inflammation in our body, and inflammation and immunity have become like a big buzzwords today. So it's a good way to eat. And traditionally, that's what fasting was. The traditional way of fasting that people used to follow. It's just given a fancy name today, intermittent fasting. So if your body can handle it, and the kind of intermittent fasting, the number of hours your body can handle, just do that. Don't go to extremes, is what I would like to say. Thank you.
So I would like to answer the question briefly with data. In last, say, 15 months, I have come down from 129 kgs to 106 kilos. Eating, I know, you would
And
love
you're
the
not
answer.
coming for the dinner tonight.
Yeah.
For diet reasons.
Eating everything from biryani to my rum. Whatever, what I did is, I controlled the portion size. I controlled the frequency of it having one biryani a month, or maybe one a fortnight, or something, some stuff like that. And with specific gaps in between. I have a jhalmuri in the afternoon. So probably I used to skip meals, which I have almost regularized. Probably she would be advising the same thing, I'm very sure on that part. So this is what I did, probably.
Thank you. Thank you for answering the question.
Please stay tuned for our next session, which is about to begin shortly.
Hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello.
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারি
To be missed. Titled 100 Years of Indian Literature, the Past, Present and Future of Our Fiction, the session shall witness author and veteran publisher David Davidar and journalist, author and the director of the Kolkata Literature Festival, Shujata Sen, discuss the trajectory of Indian literature over the last century. May I please invite our panelists onto the stage.
Welcome to the Kolkata Literature Festival, David.
Thank you.
And
Great to be
welcome
here.
to Kolkata Book Fair. I do hope you'll have some time to go around the book fair after attending a few sessions. Is this your first visit to the Kolkata Book Fair?
No, it's probably the 20th or the 25th, but not in this location.
Okay,
I mean,
so-
I went to the one at Maidan every year. I
Right,
go to it every
right.
year.
So this is now called the Book Fair Ground, Boimala Prangon, and we are very proud that we have a book fair ground all of our own, a book fair ground, and with all these traffics and police in the evening and difficult to get here, just shows that people love books, and that's why they are coming. So, congratulations for this brilliant anthology. It will be
Thank you so
launched
much.
later. It is just a beautifully anthologized collection of stories. So, big congratulations for doing this, David. So, you have written about it in the introduction. What is the rationale behind the anthology and who you have chosen? But it will be nice to hear it from your own, in your own words here. So, what is the rationale behind this anthology? Who have you chosen and how have you chosen them?
Well, a bit of background. I mean, the reason I think this session is entitled 100 Years of Indian Literature is contemporary Indian literature is only slightly over 100 years old. You know, I mean, it was the first wave of Indian writers started writing in the mid to late 19th century, and now we're in the first quarter of the 21st century. So that's the span in which modern Indian literature has been created, and that's always been an interest of mine. Obviously, because literature in India is created in, literally over 1,000 languages. We see only a very small glimpse of it. So what I was always interested in was, trying to do a kind of selection of the best of the literature I read. This is actually a successor volume to a book I published about half a dozen years ago called A Clutch of Indian Masterpieces, which looked at the greats from the 19th century to, yes, that book. And then, you know, it seemed to me that the time was right because to have a successor volume which looked at writers under 40, because it contains within it two cohorts. One is the millennial generation, and the second is Generation Z, which has just come of age. So essentially, you know, this second book, the book that has just been published, has the best writing that I could find of writers under the age of 40, and because they are the future of Indian literature. Obviously, because of a dearth of quality translations, I couldn't sort of, you know, it isn't exactly representation of all the literatures that fiction is created in, but I think it's a fair indication of what the future holds.
So, one thing that I'm very interested in, which you write in your introduction, is about your meeting with the editor of Granta. In my previous job, we have helped launch all the Granta new editions, and I have a very soft corner for Granta and the philosophy and the ethos behind Granta. So what happened in that interview with Granta? Why was it important in your being an anthologist?
Well, you know, the thing is, literature will be created by writers no matter what. You know, writers write. But unless there's a connection between writers and readers, it will tend to remain hidden under a bushel. And that's what magazine editors of literary magazines, publishers, literature festivals do. They tend to make the connection between the writer and the reader. Now that connection could be electric or it could be dull. And what Bill Buford did many years ago, I think he's retired now from magazine editing, was he was a student at Cambridge, and he got hold of a defunct literary magazine called Granta and reinvented it. He was an American, so he had all the kind of brashness and the, you know, the kind of gung-ho attitudes of the Americans, coupled with the kind of rather more staid characteristics of the British. Whatever these, the varying qualities that he brought together made Granta a force to be reckoned with when he was the editor of Granta. What he did was he packaged and showcased literature in ways that had not been seen in a long time, or perhaps never. And so it became very fashionable to read Granta and get acquainted with many voices that you might otherwise have not heard about. So I was keen to meet this man because I was starting out in publishing at that point, and I wanted to know what he looked for in great writing. Now, I think all of us have our own impressions and ideas of what constitutes great writing, and there are certain inalienable sort of characteristics it must possess. I mean, the writer needs to, for example, not be a complete idiot. You know, it needs to have some grasp of style, should have read enough to not be ignorant of some of the basics of what constitutes great writing. All of that is the foundation. On that you build the edifice of your literature, and it could be whatever it is depending on your individual talent. But as an editor, it's easy to discard the rubbish. How do you discern what is of middling importance, what is of timeless importance, what is sort of, you know, new, what is not new, etc., etc. So I wanted to talk to somebody who'd actually done it, because at that point I was in my mid-20s and I wasn't really, you know, experienced enough to discern what made for good writing. And Buford told me a few things. I mean, some of them were kind of very basic, saying, you know, it needs to take your breath away. It needs to be original, electrifying. One sentence needs to make you want to read the next sentence, and so on. Stuff like that. Very basic stuff. But it was useful to know, and it actually shaped my own taste, which is why it was important.
So there are two things that Buford does in Granta which you haven't done in your anthology. One is he has also included in quite a few editions the beginnings of a novel by a writer. You know, so and also he's got some essays also in some of the Granta magazines. You haven't done this in your anthology. You've defined it quite differently. Why? I want you to answer both these questions. Why not essays which are like short stories, and why not the beginnings of a novel or a bigger piece?
It's a very good question. It's basically the kind of boundaries I decided to set for these two anthologies. I wanted it to be short fiction, no more, no less. My company publishes other books that include non-fiction, which include excerpts from novels, and that's a completely acknowledged and important genre, because it shows you a range of literary writing. It gives you a glimpse of a certain literature at a certain point in time. I wanted to narrow it down because, you know, we have such an embarrassment of riches. It would have got unmanageable to have all of these other genres, which is non-fiction and full-length novels, excerpts from novels. So I decided to keep it to short fiction in English and in translation.
But David, this question comes up again and again, and I'm going to ask you again, what is a short story?
Well, in the introduction, I talk about it, and maybe I'll just read a little passage to give you an idea. So there's a writer called George Saunders, a very good short story writer and also a novelist, and he won the Booker a couple of years ago. And he talks about an encounter with Bill Buford, who we just spoke about, and he asked Bill Buford what he liked about short fiction, specifically Saunders' short fiction. And here's what Bill says. Well, I read a line and I like it enough to read the next. And that was it, his entire short story aesthetic, and presumably that of the magazine he worked for. And it's perfect. A story is a linear temporal phenomenon. It proceeds and charms us or doesn't, a line at a time. We have to keep being pulled into a story in order for it to do anything for us. I'll also quote one of our very own great short story writers, Ruskin Bond, who says, stories should flow like a stream of water, preferably a mountain stream. You will, of course, encounter boulders, but you will learn to go over them or around them so that your flow is unimpeded.
Right. Okay. So you have also described the process of doing this anthology, and you call it Sublime Goan Fenning, which I like and which I've had actually, because it's got to be distilled a few times, not the ones that you get in the shops. So what was the process? I mean, certainly one can't expect you to know all the Indian languages and select the best writers, and always they are not available in translation. So what was the process which you felt comfortable about?
Well, you know, there were two ways one could have gone about it. One could have written to people one knew of and said, write an original story for the anthology. But that was not my intention. I mean, you know, a lot of these writers are not well known. I mean, a lot of them are just starting out. So I wanted to go to places where they had published already. So there was already an initial filter, which was the editors of those magazines had decided that they were going to publish these stories, so they were good enough for those editors. So that was the first filter. The second filter was my colleagues, who are all very well read, and some referees that I approached to say, look, tell me which of these stories you think are worthy to, you know, get to the next level. So that was the second filter. And the third filter was my own kind of understanding and appreciation of these stories. So they went through three filters to make it to the book.
And you're happy with the response that you've got to the anthology?
Yeah, the response has been sort of pretty much uniformly good. And, you know, more importantly for me as a publisher, I think, yes, there will be good books that don't sell. But in my experience, most books that are of any worth actually sell pretty decently. It might be that marketing has failed them, so they don't get to the attention of readers. But if readers know about them, they're willing to sort of buy. And this book has worked quite well. So to my mind, it succeeded on many fronts, critically as well as commercially.
That's great. It's great to hear that a book is doing well, and especially an anthology about which people have so many comments to make. This has been included, that's been dropped, is doing well and is accepted. So that's fantastic. You write about cultural arbiters and cultural cringe in the introduction, and you talk about it in other places. Who are these cultural arbiters that you have in mind? Who are these people?
Well, let me start with cultural cringe. You know, for many years, especially at the beginning of my career, and when I worked outside India as well, in certain of the ex-colonies, you know, 2 generations ago, my grandfather's generation had no option but to mold themselves to the tastes of the British because we were a subject race. To get ahead, you had to conform. Unfortunately, what then happened, you had a couple more generations which carry that baggage. So you had to be feted or approved of in London or in New York before you're taken seriously here, in English. I mean, obviously, our regional languages, they had their own kind of reasons for, you know, for being approved of. But in English, it was very difficult in the early years of English language publishing for the general reader for anybody to take you seriously. If you looked at the bestseller list, they were dominated by British writers and American writers. It took us, I mean, all those of us who were working in publishing and who were writing, etc. So if a writer was published in London, that writer was then deemed to be great. Forget the fact that often British editors and American editors didn't know what they were choosing beyond, you know, in terms of authenticity and so on. I think it's like me sitting here and saying, I think this writer from Minnesota is the best thing that you know, part of America has produced. Of course I don't know that. I have certain abilities from my experience in terms of judging style and that kind of thing. But in terms of authenticity, in terms of realism, etc., it's best that the works of fiction are judged closest to their point of origin. This was something that was not happening in India for a long time. Now the situation is completely changed around. Our newspapers, our social media, our bookstores, our bestseller lists are all dominated by books written by Indians, which is fabulous. It's the way it should be. You know, you go to New Zealand and there's a New Zealand writer who's any good, that writer is going to be chosen over, I don't know, a Croatian writer. And that's the way it should be here as well. So I think we're getting out of the cultural cringe thing. There might be still some remnants of it, but not too much. Now, cultural arbiters are, I think, necessary. Gatekeepers are necessary because otherwise, as a reader, how am I going to know what of the literally tens of thousands of books published every year that I'm going to put my money on, devote my attention to, etc., etc. Some of these gatekeepers and cultural arbiters are good. A lot of them are not very good. So they're what they are. I mean, if you're lucky, you have newspapers, blogs, websites, publishing companies, magazines that are good sort of filters or good ways to showcase what the best writing is. But as with anything, you're going to have vested interests, you're going to have semi-literate kind of judges, etc., etc. It's what it is.
I mean, Barry also spoke about, in a way, cultural arbitration, and decisions are made here now, not decisions made outside. And we believe in what's happening here and what we are doing and how we are writing and how we are behaving. So, so also when you look at all these creative writing courses or the English honors courses in different universities, you know, you see a very lovely change in the curriculum where you have Indian writers, you have in Jadavpur University there's a department of comparative literature which started a long time back, and they have writers from all over India. The English honors curriculum is also very different from it was when you only had Beowulf and Chaucer. Nothing against them. I love reading all of that, you know, but the whole curriculum and all of it has changed. But I wanted to come to the question of creative writing courses, and there are so many now, not only in India, but everywhere around the world. In fact, India was late in taking up creative writing courses in the bachelor's degree. Do you think that creative writing courses produce writers?
As with most things, there are good creative writing courses and there are bad creative writing courses. I think most creative writing courses are not very good. You know, I think the best creative writing courses are those which have very, very stringent selection procedures before you can get into them, like Iowa, for example, or the University of East Anglia, which also has a great creative writing program. I think the best creative writing courses have students of a very high standard. That's people who've already done work which is good. And then you have the peer review where they all sit around and criticize each other's work, not in terms of, yeah, you know, this is the way you should write, but this is what worked for me, and this is what didn't work for me, etc., etc. So it's a very kind of interactive, organic process. There is no prescriptive thing going on, because I think if you want to be a writer, especially a creative writer, you need to do a lot of prep before you write a single word. There are no, I mean, you know, the kind of epic writer Dante said, God dictates and I write. I think that kind of pact has sort of disappeared a long time ago. I think you have to work and work and work and work at your writing before you even publish a single word. And that is the problem today in India. You know, because of the current dispensation in many parts of the country where you have semi-literate people sitting in charge, they are actually saying, to hell with culture, to hell with literary heritage, everybody's equal. No, you're not equal in terms of literature and the creation of literature. So it's at a discount at the moment. Hopefully it'll rebound, but which is why you see, that's one of the things, plus the fact that social media and online, anyone can put up anything, and if you have 100 likes on Facebook or on, you know, Twitter or on whatever it is that you, social media site you have a certain validation which has nothing to do with critical appreciation or critical inquiry into the excellence of your work. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, in order to be a writer, you don't need to take a creative writing course. I think you need to read as widely and as deeply as possible to hone your own creative instincts. You have to read the masters. You have to understand what the masters are trying to do before you even attempt a word of creative writing. You don't need a literature degree. You don't need a creative writing course, but you need to be steeped in literature before you're going to be able to create literature. That's what I think.
Thank you. So about translation, you have written about it. Now, Sahitya Akademi started a translation series many, many years ago, before anybody else could get into it. Some of the translations were good, some were not that good, but they did do that translation series. And then Katha came in, then others got in. Now a lot of publishers say that, yeah, we must get into the Hindi belt, or we must get into the Kannada belt because there's great writing, you know. And these have been traditional English publishers. Is it because of the market, or is it because these books are actually selling internationally? Because a Bengali writer who's translated would expect to be sold, yes, to some parts of India, but should also be sold internationally. What is happening to Indian writing in translation? What is the quality of translation available today? What do you see coming in the next few years?
Well, let's start with the quality of translation. As you said, the Sahitya Academy has had a rather, it was a very good effort, but a very patchy effort. Most of the translations were, to be honest, quite appalling. You know, today translation is having its moment in India. Practically every publisher of any consequence has books of translation on their lists. I can tell you unambiguously that most of them are not working, you know, because publishers are often like sheep. Someone sort of, you know, starts, everyone else will follow, and I'll give you a good example of this. In the 1990s, dozens of Indian writers got published in England, especially, because you had Rushdie had won the Booker, Roy had won the Booker, and Kiran Desai had won the Booker. So they said, wow, I mean, India is a land of literary geniuses. We all should have an Indian book on our list. So they paid a ton of money. A few Indian writers got very lucky, and then inevitably most of these books failed because they had not won the Booker or were not of the kind of quality of some of the best Indian writing available. And after that, it became very difficult to get published outside. So that answers your second question. How much of this is going outside? Practically nothing. What does happen today, which didn't happen 20 years ago, is because of Amazon and because of Kindle, if a writer has fans or people are following Indian writing outside, they can download, if rights are made available in other countries, you can download the book onto your iPad, phone, whatever, which didn't exist earlier. But in terms of Indian writing being sort of disseminated abroad, very little of it does.
Okay, coming back to this a case of Indian marvels, tell me about the sensibilities of these writers. I mean, these are unique stories, and they also have a different sensibility to the earlier writers around India, from India. Tell me a little bit about what you thought about these millennials and under 40s and the kind of way they write, the themes they choose, the topic they are interested in.
Sujata,
Well, to start with, I think...
I'm sorry for the interruption. We have about 5 to 10 minutes more.
To start with, I think it's very encouraging to see so many talented writers from all over the country, actually. Once upon a time, the writer in English tended to be found in the big cities, in the 4 or 5 big metros. Now they're from everywhere. You know, a lot of them are from small towns. They're from every part of the country. And what was particularly kind of interesting to me, because I like fiction to be grounded in the political reality of the day. You know, I like, without being didactic or preachy, because then the fiction is not very good, but to give you a deeper understanding of what you see on the on television, read in the newspapers, to give you to sink you deeper into the reality of the country, which is what I think one of the purposes of good fiction is, or one of the characteristics of good fiction. So there are some extremely good stories here, and that's very encouraging to see in young people. And I don't mean this in a patronizing way, but I mean this in the sense of if you are on social media. Now I've got off most of my social media accounts. A lot of that chatter is completely and utterly brainless, you know. But clearly there are young people who are thinking very deeply, because they are really the future of this country. You know, I think today we're passing through a rather terrible time, but I believe this too shall pass, and there need to be people to pick up the reins and, or whatever, to pick up the baton and run with it. And that was one of the things I found in this anthology. Lots and lots of really smart, really talented, really concerned and original voices, of whom we'll hear a lot more in the years to come.
Thank you, David, for including them. And also I salute these brave voices. They're very, very brave. And they're speaking out and saying things which a lot of people will not be able to say in any platform. And they've said it in writing, and you've included that in the anthology. Just one or two questions more, and then I think I'll satisfy Nayantara over there. One question is about, is the short story the equivalent of the OTT, films and OTT? And people don't like to read long novels, so they'd rather read a short story. Actually, it has happened. Bengali publishers have told me. Choto golpo onek beshi taratari bikri hoy. I don't know whether it's, I mean, certainly if publishers here are telling me that, I would have to believe that. What do you think? Is it the OTT?
You know, this is a well-worn perception that the different readerships for short fiction and novels, but in the past it was in the reverse direction. People said, no, you know, you should write novels, short stories don't sell, because people don't, you know, I don't know what the kind of, there was no scientific method there. And to be honest, I'm quite puzzled by it, because I have no idea why that should be so. I read short stories for a certain reason. I read a novel for another reason, because a novel takes up a lot more of my time. There are certain things that I look for in a novel when I read a novel, but they're entirely different modes of creation. It's like saying, why is Usain Bolt not Alberto Salazar? Why can't he run the marathon? He can't. I mean, he runs a certain kind of race. The other guy runs a different kind of race. And they're both equally glorious to somebody who likes to watch runners. So, honestly, I think the only thing that matters is excellence. If you are at the top of your game, if you've written an outstanding book, whether it's a novel or a collection of short stories, it's going to work to a greater or lesser extent. And that's the only yardstick I use. I mean, I publish very little fiction now because I think we're passing through a fairly sterile period where fiction is concerned. You know, once upon a time you had great novelists and short story writers coming out of the years. Today, not as much. So that is the only criterion I follow.
How many hours do you read every day?
I read rather fewer hours a day now, because I actually work very hard on the books I edit, which I didn't used to do earlier, because, you know, at Aleph we boast that we publish the best Indian books in the world, and I want to make sure it's not an idle boast, so I work really, really hard, so I can't read as much as I used to. But I would say I buy 4 or 5 books a week, because I'm a book junkie. I don't read all of them. Hopefully I'll find the time to read all of them at one point.
No, I hope more and more books get sold. I hope the bookstores come back again in full flow. I think that's what we need, because as you go outside India, you'll see bookstores again have big crowds. And that's what we need here. Lots of people reading books, and they will read if they have an anthology like this, which has brilliant stories by under 40s and brilliant new sensibilities. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
It's a great honor to have you here.
It's great to be here.
And we hope we'll get you here more
Yes.
frequently, and maybe next year and the year.
Uh-huh.
after.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, it's time for our next session. What does it take to knit together emotions, ideas, questions, and perspectives into words and ultimately stories for the first time? The next session, called The Novel and the New, will witness authors from across the world, fiction writer Ifat Nawaz, filmmaker and author Bernard Camel, Anupama Mohan, share their thoughts with columnist and fellow author Yashodhara Chakraborty. Dhaka-born and based in Pondicherry, Ifat Nawaz worked as a humanitarian and development worker alongside writing for 10 years for Bangladesh's English newspaper, The Daily Star. The Bangladeshi-American writer's debut work of fiction, Shurjo's Clan, gives readers an evocative exploration of grief, loss, displacement, and identity. Bernard Camel is an Austrian author, designer, film director, and founder of a transdisciplinary art institution. His novella, set in and around Kafkaesque Vienna and called Snow White, is a fast-paced thriller teeming with exciting twists and turns. Anupama Mohan is a poet, academic, and short story writer. Her debut novel, Where Mayflies Live Forever, is a gripping mystery and a story about one woman's self-discovery in the natural world. A columnist, translator, executive, and teacher, Yashodhara Chakraborty is the author of 2 books, the best-selling The Word Keepers and Sky Serpents, the first 2 books in the Word Keepers trilogy. May I please ask our panelists to come onto the stage.
Hello?
Hello? Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we are all working now. Fantastic. Can you just test your mics once?
Yeah, mine.
Good afternoon and welcome to the session on literary novels and first books. It's called The Novel and the New, and I'm delighted to present to you 3 very accomplished first-time authors, and it's been a pleasure to go through their work. Very, very diverse voices, very diverse experiences, and equally diverse topics written with great depth. I will be taking you through Ifat Nawaz and her first book, Shurjo's Clan. It's by Penguin, and it'll be available at the Penguin stall. Anupama Mohan and Where Mayflies Live Forever. Pan Macmillan, again Hall 1, stall 29, where she'll be signing. And I've got Bernard Camel, whose debut novel, again, is available at various bookstore stalls, including, if I'm not mistaken, Oxford Bookstore, also Star Mark, where he has signed copies available. And it's called Snow White. So
I'm going to start by asking the authors to introduce their own books in their own words. And we'll start with Ifat.
So Shurjo's Clan is about second-hand experiences we carry for generations, from our ancestors that are passed down. Inheritances can be many ways. Usually we talk about material inheritances, but we also have inheritances which are subtle. So Shurjo's Clan is about those inheritances, especially ancestors who have been through war and migration, and how that is passed down to the next generation, and how we kind of process how it shapes us, and how we work on letting that go and moving beyond it.
If I may ask, throughout your novel, there is this wonderful, magical, but ultimately saddening, unknown world that you created to get your point across. And I found it very unique and very moving. Could you tell us a little bit about it? How you came to think about it and how it kind of took shape?
Sure, thank you. For me, the unknown world is kind of real in many ways. Growing up in Dhaka, in Bangladesh, I'm born in 1978, about 7-8 years after the liberation war of Bangladesh. And it had this potent energy of those who passed and those who had, were heroes, and it really made our country. And their presence, although they were gone, there was this pran shakti, there was this vital energy that lived around us, and we were taught to really recognize it. And so as a child in the 80s, when I was growing up, it felt like it wasn't just the human bodies, but there were grief-shaped individuals, invisible heroes that lived around us. We were given images, we were given stories as children, which we shouldn't have been reading, but our parents really wanted us to be carrying that, so that they wanted to make sure that their duty was fulfilled, that we knew where we came from. And all of that in a child's mind became magic. And what we felt around was best described as magic. And so when I was writing Shurjo's Clan, the unknown world was the way that I could describe it, because it was very real. At the same time, it was very subtle.
So Bernard, if you could tell us a little bit about your book, which I found to be a thriller, but you tell me that it didn't begin that way. It began as something you started writing. Could you tell us a bit more?
I just started to write every day, some pages, and it was a flow.
Yeah.
A flow. An everyday's flow. And the biggest work has been, after finishing the manuscript, to edit it, to cut out, I think I threw away 2/3 of the book and wrote 1/3 freshly. And but there was no design before that I wanted to be a thriller or whatsoever, because for me writing and reading is a sort of it's not a trance, but it is a sort of meditation, a sort of enhancement of awareness, of observing and recepting world or oneself.
So my question here is, it reads very visually, and I could almost sort of visually imagine scene to scene, shot to shot, if I may say so, although I'm not a filmmaker, you are. And I was wondering if it had something to do with your work as a filmmaker and your style of writing, whether they're kind of related with what you've done.
Was your question about the
It
vision?
read very visually.
The vision,
And,
yes.
yeah.
No, it has had nothing to do with the filmmaker. The filmmaking was another output of the same impulse, I would say. It is another tool or another genre. And yes, I have been writing all my life. And filmmaking is a very complex thing, and even an author's film is a product of a huge group of persons. And writing is something when you are alone with you, your conscience, with God, and the aftermath.
So, as an act of personal commune, I mean, like sort of, Anupama, you've been a poet, and now you have Where Mayflies Live Forever. And when I was talking to you earlier, you described your writing process not so much as a process, but as this flow that would kind of take over your daily existence. So could you tell us a little bit about what it was like writing your first book?
When I first thought about writing a novel, the title was A Quiet Place, because all I wanted was to have a protagonist who had this incredible noise in their head. It was gender specific at that time. And this protagonist was running out of their own home, a secure space, to find some peace. So that was the first impulse that I had when I was writing. And what I wanted to explore philosophically was what it meant for a human being to come to the limit of some kind of threshold. You know, I thought of it as a kind of limit event, which is a term from space theory for an event that changes one's perception of phenomena entirely. So I wanted to push that protagonist to reach a point of crisis, after which perhaps it would have become difficult, if not impossible, to live. And then the story emerged from there. At that point, it could have been a man, it could have been a woman, as it so transpired. Where Mayflies Live Forever is about a woman who undergoes assault. But my publisher chose to hero this aspect of the novel, and in a way I'm very glad, because more and more readers have been getting back to me, telling me that this is a novel really about connecting with oneself. So the process of writing was for me largely a way to find a connection with oneself. And that self was not myself. I was very clear that I would not write autobiographically. The novel is based in Tamil Nadu. I am not a Tamilian. I do not know Tamil very well. So the novel was entirely, in that sense, a fabrication, for which I had to work very hard, and the process involved a great deal of research, which is where my critical life came in. And I wrote the novel as a writer in residence at the Samyukta Research Center in Trivandrum, where I went for a 3-month period during the height of COVID in Kerala. And my entire family was worried for me. I was worried for myself. But I took the plunge, started writing, and there it was 3 months later, a 200-page thing that was challenging me to do more with it.
So, I found when I was reading your book that despite parts of it that were harrowing and difficult to read, there are segments of immense beauty, immense sensorial pleasure. I mean, I could smell the hair oil you were describing, for instance. And was this a conscious choice? And could you tell us why you chose that particular way of writing, where you were alternating between this rich sensory world and this other world which was stark and difficult?
For me, reading a novel is almost always about immersion. If a book is not immersive, if it doesn't let you, if it doesn't grab you and take you inside, so much so that you don't want to let go of the book. How many of us remember reading books like that? If it's, the Harry Potter generation, think of your favorite book. It's a book that grabbed you and didn't let you go. And in my mind, I always wanted to write a book that was sensorially an immersive book. And when I started writing, I always knew that I wanted to write a book that drew attention to language, drew attention to the capacity of words to create pictures. So I was thinking very imagistically and wanted to write self-consciously a book that was about word pictures and not simply a book about ideas or about philosophical or abstract thinking. To the best of my capability, I hope I've created a book that has done both, that has enabled a reader to take an abstract idea and see it fleshed out, but that it has also grounded them in the everyday, daily realities of millions of men and women in our country. And for that, I think for that texturality, a writer has to dig really deep. Earlier, David talked about writers being native, and I think what he meant was to be located specifically,
To be rooted,
memorably.
perhaps.
Yes, and so that you can separate a writer from another by the texture of their writing, by something that is inimitable. You can see it common among great writers, but you can hear a line and you can hopefully say where this comes from, just like you can tell a Hussein from a Picasso, from a different kind of painter. So the goal was to write something uncategorizable in some ways. That was also a thriller, an eco-fiction, a philosophical meditation, and a reflection of a contemporary reality that all too often gets a very schizophrenic approach, which is we are either silenced by social violence or we are desensitized by it, which amounts to the same over a period of time.
So, I mean, very often, we were discussing this earlier in the lounge, that very often books that are, within quotes, about sexual violence or hard-hitting topics, you get mired into the topic. The book kind of just wallows in it and can't pull itself out. And in both your cases, I found the commonality, Bernard's genre is a little different, but the commonality here I felt was that it was, the germ was a difficult idea at the core that people are trying to kind of work their way around or heal, so to speak, or address in some way. And then there are conscious techniques taken to essentially not root itself in the pain, but to also have another way out. So since we're discussing this, how important was plot? I mean, how did you plan your plots out extensively, or was it a vision you had and you said, I'm going to sort of follow, my train of thought and just let it come out as an act of meditation almost, as Bernard was kind of saying. So how did you go about it? Ifat, if you can just, was plot important?
Absolutely important. My first draft, I was talking about it a bit ago, Joshwadhara, that it was heavy. It was another war story, post-war story about trauma and grief. Once and I wrote it with so many emotions, so many subplots, so many characters. I just wanted to tell it all, really. And it was just a jumble of things. I thought I was articulate, but I'm not sure if I was. And it took me about 1.5 years. I completely paused after that, and I knew that I had to simplify a lot to really get to the meat of it, to really understand what was my purpose for telling this story. First of all, I quit writing for a while, also thinking it's not important to write another story about 47 and 71 and the aftermath. There's so much about it. Why is this important? So all those inner journeys had to happen. And then really the thought was that how do I turn it towards light? How do I not carry this forward in a way where it just keeps on being a baggage? My first draft, it was still a magic realism, and the protagonist had 6 arms. Basically, 6 arms held 6 stories, and how goddesses also carry baggage. So I wanted to drop those arms. I changed the main character to Shurjamukhi, which is sunflower, and turning towards light. It was a reminder for myself to make sure the plot remains about getting lighter in the being. And so that's how I had worked on it and formed it.
So Bernard, when we were earlier speaking, you talked about pruning down your initial story, the manuscript, to about maybe 2/3 of its original size. Yeah, you need the mic.
Yes.
So how long did it take you to write your first novel?
I think more than 2 years.
Off and on, and would you sit down every day at your desk and do, typically most authors say they have this routine, there's a particular time when you sit down and you immerse yourself in writing for maybe
Yes,
an hour or so.
I need to keep stress away from me. If I'm not disturbed too much by the world, by geopolitics, by bad fate or sadness of my friends or my family, so when I'm allowed to be myself in peace, then it's enough to lock me in a room and I will start to write. And I do so since ever. This time I wanted to get it published and not to keep all my wonderful sentences by myself. And yeah. And I think it's not so much about the topic, about the plot, about the story. I think it's more about the attitude, the perception, and things like that. Because I feel the same accelerated awareness when I read certain authors. And when I write, I slip into the same accelerated excitement and perception. And I also, in my imagination, enter a room with my beloved authors.
And who would they be? I'd love to know who your list of writers for your desert island disc writers would be.
To be mentioned at first would be Franz Kafka, and then maybe Thomas Mann and Heimito von Doderer. And in the English-spoken literature, it would be William Faulkner. And for instance, I share nothing with William Faulkner. I've never ever been in New Orleans or Louisiana. I forgot where he was born, but I have no clue of the southern states background. But when I read Absalon, I was almost crying just for the beauty of every sentence. And I had to stop because it was unbearable. So I have doses every day or every week when I go on with this book. And yes, I hope he feels this.
I think, Anupama, you also talked about the intensity of the way it takes over, the way certain passages are hard to write, just so difficult to get out of your system. If you could tell us a bit more about it.
I also want to quickly respond to the question on plot. I wanted to say for Mayflies, plot was absolutely crucial because I know a lot of people think that the protagonist is Veni, and she is the protagonist. But to me, as a writer, the protagonist really was the police officer, because the reader gets to see that each chapter really is a witness testimonial. And by the time you finish the novel, you realize that you are reading something that the police officer is hearing. And so I had to capture the
oral thread.
It's a thread.
The thread that you initially do not realize is the thread.
That's right.
It unfolds beautifully.
So I had to capture the orality of the testimonial along with the textures of writing, which is where the question of style comes in, the question of prosody, poetry comes in. People speak in a very different style than people write. How does a writer address in the written form what is often heard in the spoken form? So those were some of my questions. But of course, plot is also significant because plot is not merely the telling of a story in a line, but plot is the arrangement in a sequence of events that are meaningful to certain kinds of interpretations. So it is precisely that arrangement that I didn't want to be entirely free-flowing, and I wanted, as a writer, to have some control over that. And to add a little bit to what Bernhard said, two writers who do this really well, in my opinion, are Dostoevsky and Faulkner. And I had, as I lay dying in my mind as I wrote this book, and recently among contemporary writers, at least for the process that I was writing Mayflies, there's this wonderful Mexican writer called Fernanda Melchor, who was shortlisted for the 2020 International Booker. And her book, Hurricane Season, in some ways was a master lesson on how to approach the question of violence itself. And because you say that there are two aspects of the novel, something that's deeply violent, which does not get described a great deal in the novel, and then something that's incredibly beautiful because it's so transient and ephemeral and it surrounds all of us, which is natural beauty, that gets a lot of description. So in a way, Melchor's worldview was at the back of what I was doing, but of course I was doing it for Tamil Nadu. I was choosing an Indian milieu, and I was doing it with language in a very different way. And it was, from the very beginning, I knew that the book had to be as much about language as it was about what language describes.
I think as a reader, what I was struck by was it's as much about, if not more, about beauty than it is about the uglinesses of life, which is so important when you're especially writing about painful things. It's amazing. Bernard, you wanted to respond to...
Yes, I wanted to tie in and agree about the plot, yes, but I would like to sharpen my argument that the plot is the materialization of the spirit, and the spirit comes to you unwillingly. So it is the matter, the plot is the matter, like the stone for the sculpturer, but the idea, the identity of the work does not depend on the matter.
So the core spirit of the book emerges first to you, and
Yes,
then therefore the plot, and therefore the rest of it. I mean, that's what I was trying to understand, because different lenses on it. There's so many different ways to look at it. We have a fair bit of time, and I'm going to hog my speakers for a little bit longer before I open it up out to the audience for questions. But one of the things that's common for all of you when I read your books is that your chapters are bite-sized. The chapters per se are not very long. So that all of them are fast reads. I was reading, so I observed that perhaps even a few decades ago, that was not necessarily the case. Chapters tended to be a lot longer. And earlier on in the lounge, I got asked a very interesting question about what's happening to the literary novel. And one of my observations as a reader, I'd like you to comment on it, is that as the novel continues to ask difficult questions, new novelists are playing with the fact that we may have shorter attention span and are going with bite-sized chapters. I mean, is this true, consciously true? Is this just the way things evolved? Was this, a decision? Ifat, would you like to comment?
I'm not on Twitter, I am, but I'm really bad at it. So I'm not sure if that short form came from the social media influence or the way we want to sort of give things very quickly. But for maybe I can just comment on it that maybe a lot has been told already and we don't want to repeat perhaps. We are assuming that our readers already come from, emotions that were already told by writers before us and authors before us. And so they are aware readers, and therefore not everything has to be explained from zero. And so it's, writing from a different space. And I think simplifying always helps, and for me that was the reason. I wanted to have emotions, have potency of it, and I know that if it prolonged too much, for too long, then it would just drop. So I wanted to keep it up, and sometimes shorter chapters help me keep that format.
Anupama, yeah.
So my entire novel is rather short, and I think it's fairly unbearable as it is. Whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, the reader will say. But I don't subscribe to the view that attention spans have wavered or lessened. I think they may have diversified. My students read inexorably. They're always reading something. I can't always control what they're reading, but they're reading. And if it's on the mobile phone, then they're reading something on a PDF. So I'm not an alarmist on this count. And at least in my novel, chapter lengths vary. As you know, the Veni chapters are quite long. The testimonials, by the very nature of the genre, are short. And I think a good writer manages to play with attention span as if it was elastic, which it is. To move it around a little bit, to keep it dynamic and fairly orbital. And that was always my goal when I was writing, to play around with the amount of time each character requires of the reader, and then to expand it and explode it in the longer descriptive cave sections, as it were. And it takes a while. I think it takes about 50% of the novel before the reader realizes that there is a play going on here, both with reading but also with immersion. A different kind of, had I written a different kind of novel, I would have written a longer novel. So I'm not sure length is a guaranteed predictor of either attention span or the ability to convey something in great detail. I think we can all think of short stories or short novels that packed such a punch that you were left reeling for a long time. And I have struggled with Zola over pages and pages of a description of a small mole on the face, which could have been wrapped up into two paragraphs or something at best, right? So length not necessarily, but I think the ability to play with length is a vital talent for a writer, I think.
It's really interesting to get a craft perspective on the novel, because typically I think a lot of, the reader's lens is often, I like this, I don't like this, oh, I loved that, I couldn't get through to this bit. But when we kind of sit here and we have the privilege of learning about the craft behind it, the thought behind it, it's really quite amazing. All of you have so many different identities. Bernhard, as many of you might know, is creative in multiple ways. He's a director, he's obviously now a writer, he's a filmmaker, he's got a beautiful light to his name. It's called The Reactor. Do look it up. How would you describe your typical creative day? Do you go from project to project? Is it impulse to impulse? Is it more by design? How do you toggle between your different identities?
These different identities helps me to be fresh when I leave one and slip into the next. So I usually serve several days on one project and then slip into the next project. But this was not so when I wrote the book. It is since I not only started to write the book, but finished it, and I knew I must finish it. I had no choice not to finish it. Since this moment, I realized that I put away all other things. So I'm also breeding horses, and I think I haven't sit on a horseback for 3 years now, or just 1 or 2 times, and I try to delegate other jobs to other persons of my trust. Sometimes it works out very well, sometimes not.
So you found that writing was essentially quite different from your other projects, and you had to kind of do it in one shot. You immersed yourself. Was it like, did you not work on other projects while you did it? Because I think as an academic,
No.
Anupama.
No. When I shoot a film, I too cannot interrupt this process. It's also 2 years written, but in between I have time to slip on the weekend, or so I have never holidays or weekends or evenings. I'm always online in my efforts to improve in percepting world. And but the fact that I have several identities makes it easier to me to work all the time, but not getting tired for it. Well, when I step into another work.
So one project to another, and sort of each one
Yeah.
energizes you for the next.
Yes.
And Anupama, I was thinking, academia and writing, they're both so intense, and you do both. So how do you work around it, or do you have like a way?
It's not a problem for me. You know, they feed each other, my critical and creative selves. But when I write as a creative writer, I have to write with intensity, you know, in a certain kind of way. Earlier, I think David mentioned, you have to be steeped in literature. You have to be reading a great deal. So actually have long fallow periods where I only read and think, and I write in a rush, in a welter, and it's kind of an assault, not only on my senses, but on everything around me. And so that is not a luxury that an academic has. And I think the only reason it happened is because the pandemic created this kind of a crisis situation. One felt mortal on an everyday basis. And I felt like if I didn't write now, I possibly would never write. I've already had this question, although I'm in my early 40s. Someone has already asked me, why so late? And I said, late creativity is a thing, and I couldn't believe it because I listened to Giuseppe Verdi as well, and Verdi was my emblem for late creativity. His first work started in the 60s, you know, but I think most people think of John Keats and Schubert and so on as very young prodigies. And I do think youth is a very important time for impressions. But for me, I think overall life has been fallow in terms of how I've taken on impressions, but my writing process also has long periods of fallow with nothing to show for it, and then bursts of intense writing and hopefully good writing, and then again periods of fallow. But when I say fallow, I only mean I'm not writing. It doesn't mean I'm not reading or thinking. So,
Yeah, I totally understand. But I mean, sometimes it's just cooking at the back of your head, and for extended periods. I mean, as someone I'm older than you, I'm 50 something, so there's hope for me yet. But Ifat, I'm going to come to you. You were saying that your novel would not have read the way it does today had it not been for your stint at Sri Aurobindo Ashram. And I wanted to kind of know a little bit more, and I wanted the audience to hear a bit about why it was so.
Sure. So, in 2018, when the year I was turning 40, speaking of starting late, I had moved I was working for refugee crises, a few of them, and finally decided to resign from my crazy jobs and take some time off. And I was doing a lot of Vipassana meditation before that, 10 days of silence here and there. And there was a spiritual calling, and I landed up in Pondicherry not knowing anything, nothing to do with Sri Aurobindo at all. But there were lots of questions on my mind and lots of sort of inner turmoil. And at that time, being there by the Bay of Bengal and being in the ashram community, actually more in the samadhi, really helped me calm myself in ways I needed to. And so before that, my identity was about the fire I was born with and how to get that fire out and really be this passionate, person who were, from a country of heroes or family of that and so forth. That was what I was carrying. And then until I came, then I wrote my first draft, which came from that fire and the passion and the anger and trying to prove myself. And where I come from. And then being there quietly for longer, learning about atavism, what we carry and how do we move forward. I understood that it was just the connection of the spirituality and this book was very close. And I find that each book is basically a vital cage. You enter it, it's the writer's cage, you go into it, you read it, and you come out with what you want. I didn't want to create a cage that had very hard, bindings. So being at Sri Aurobindo Ashram, which is very spacious and for the mind and the soul, it helped me move or break some of those identity that I was carrying, characteristics I was carrying. So that's really what I meant by that, and figuring out. And for me, altruism, humanitarian crises, all these things happened because I thought I had to give beyond and work for non-profits and so forth to be a good person. But then I realized that there were a lot that I needed to work on, a lot of self-healing that had to happen while this book was being written. I want to give also a shout out to David Davidar. I had met him 10 years ago in Bangladesh, and I was an aspiring writer back then. And I remember he was telling me that write only what you have experienced. Write from your own experience. Write about, you ran a marathon, write about that, and I was really thinking about what that might be. And I think it took me a long time to understand that this was an experience that I could write about, but in a way that was fictional and magical. So yeah, there were, people on the way that definitely helped.
Joshudharadi, we've run out of time.
Yeah, I think we're kind of out of time. I was about to just see that. Because I just realized belatedly that my watch has stopped. Thank you for being a wonderfully keen and interested audience. I'd like to thank my panelists yet again, Bernard, Anupama, Ifat. The books are available, as I said, in hall number 1, Penguin, Pan Macmillan. You know your way around the Boimala. And for Bernard's copies, you need to go to Oxford Bookstore and Starmark for a start, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
We'd just like to take a moment for Shujata Di to hand over a token of her appreciation to all our panelists. right. It's time for our new session, and I'm particularly looking forward to this one. It's called A New History of India. It has Rudrangshu Mukherjee in conversation with David Davidar. Rudrangshu Mukherjee is a distinguished historian who is currently the Chancellor of Ashoka University. His illustrious academic career includes his teaching stint with the University of Calcutta and visiting appointments at Princeton University, the University of Manchester, and the University of California. He has written several books, notable among which are Nehru and Bose, Parallel Lives, Spectre of Violence, the 1857 Kanpur massacres, and the Oxford India Short Introduction to Jawaharlal Nehru. He has also published numerous essays in journals of national and international repute. David Davidar is an award-winning publisher, novelist, and anthologist. He was a founding member of Penguin India and later the company's CEO and publisher. In 2011, he co-founded Aleph Book Company, a literary publishing firm that won the Publisher of the Year award in 2021. He has written several best-selling and award-winning books, such as The House of Blue Mangoes, The Solitude of Emperors, and of course, A Case of Indian Marvels. So, I would like to welcome Rudrangshuda and David on stage to talk about Rudrangshu Mukherjee's new book, A New History of India.
We are delighted to have Professor Rudrangshu Mukherjee and David Davidar here. It's also an occasion to appreciate, celebrate the launch of their new books. A New History of India by Professor Rudrangshu Mukherjee is going to be a major landmark, is already a major landmark in the writing of Indian history. And we are so delighted that we are able to launch it here in Kolkata Literature Festival. Also, Case of Indian Marvels, David Davidar's anthology is comparatively new, recent, published just the end of last year, and we're delighted to launch both these books, both very, very important publications, and it's important for us to celebrate this moment.
Okay, I'd like to start by giving everyone a very brief introduction to the book that we're launching today. It also gives me great personal pleasure to be on stage with my friend Rudrangshu and to be part of the launch of this book. What I would like to say at the outset is that this is one of the finest books I've published in my career as a publisher that spans nearly 40 years and over 3,000 books. The reason why you can count, there's a reason why you can count the great single volume or 2-volume histories of India on the fingers of one hand, and it's a simple one. They're just so very difficult to do. Any author who attempts such a book must have an extraordinary grasp of the gigantic span of time that constitutes all of Indian history and prehistory, which is why few historians bother to take on such a project. To not only take it on, but also to make it a book that will be read with pleasure and profit decades from now, is an achievement of the very highest order. So let me just say that I deem it a great privilege to have been able to publish a new history of India by Rudrangshu Mukherjee, Shobita Punja, and Toby Sinclair. I hope a lot of you will get the book, but before we begin our discussion, let me just give you an extremely brief introduction to the riches contained within the book. To start with, the book covers 4.5 billion years of Indian history, starting from its geological origins and ending up in the present. Along the way, it delves into a multitude of epochs, personalities, and turning points of Indian history, including the Harappan civilization, Vedic society, the age of Mahavira and the Buddha, Ashoka and the Mauryas, the Gupta period, the Delhi Sultanate, major kingdoms in the east, west, and south, the Mughal Empire, European incursions into the subcontinent, the British Raj, the freedom struggle led by Gandhi, Nehru, Bose, Tagore, and Patel, and others, partition, independence, and key developments in the life of the modern Indian Republic. Deepening the narrative are essays on archaeology, caste, religion, art, philosophy, language, culture, the economy, and salient features of our society. And that's not all. Every page has photos or maps in full color that illustrate key aspects of history. Given all this, I have no doubt whatsoever that the book will be hailed as a work of monumental importance and excellence. Rudrangshu has written 20 or so books, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is the book that is the one that defines him as a historian and writer. Many congratulations, Rudrangshu.
Thanks, David.
I'd like to start our conversation with a really basic question. What is good history and what is bad history? Or to phrase it differently, what is genuine history and what is inauthentic or fake history?
The answer is at one level, the answer is very simple. Good/authentic history is always anchored in facts or on facts. You can't escape that. That's how history is defined. But to slightly layer that answer, a mere narration or a mere chronicle of facts does not constitute history. Those facts have to be, they are the kernel, the core, but they are fleshed out by an interpretation. That's where the subjective element of the historian becomes absolutely critical and crucial. But no interpretation should be completely divorced from that kernel of facts. They must grow out of those facts. That's what gives that subjective interpretation an objective base, as it were. But I would like to add another layer to it, which is often ignored or underestimated, particularly in the writing of the histories of India. Good history, authentic history, also has to be well written. History needs to be communicated. History at one level is surely an academic discipline, a discourse in which historians take part, argue, debate, etc., etc. But that's not the only purpose of history, or that's not the only level at which history operates or should operate. History is also a public discipline because the past belongs to everybody, not just to historians. So you have to write in a way write in a manner which appeals to intelligent, educated people, makes it accessible to them, so that they can also be curious about the past and also debate about the past. And form their own views about the past. That also is very important. So I would say all three taken together make for good history.
Well, in that answer, that very comprehensive answer, you pretty much answered my next question. If the first question was about the writing of history, my next question was, why is it important for intelligent, aware readers to absorb good works of history?
Well, again, to begin at the most simple level, I think there is an element of interest and curiosity about the past. How did our forefathers live? What did they do? What did they think about? So on. So I think, you know, everybody has a curiosity about that. But more than that, I think the past leaves behind certain traces and clues of how we can better understand and better function in the present, which also means that how we can fashion the future. So I don't think the past, present, and the future are watertight compartments. They are in fact a flow. You know, what is it? Burnt Norton, T.S. Eliot begins with that line, time present, is there in time past and time future, something like that. So to capture that flow, there is a need to know about one's past.
Given how capacious Indian history is, can there ever be a definitive and unassailable version of India's past?
A very emphatic no. A very, very emphatic no. I actually, not just about Indian history, I actually don't believe there can be a definitive history of anything, because that would make the discipline of history a dead discipline. Again, I want to emphasize that history is not a dead discipline. It is a very alive discipline, because historians are debating their versions of the past, and also more and more evidence of the past is surfacing or are being retrieved by archaeologists, now by geneticists who are studying the DNA of skeletons that are thousands and thousands of years old. There's the application of radiocarbon, so there's a whole interface of science and history that did not exist, say, 40, 50 years ago, has opened up new dimensions, new vistas of historical analysis. New ways of reading texts have come about, to use a very fashionable term 20 years ago, the linguistic turn that history took. How do we read even familiar documents, familiar texts which have been used before? How can we read them against the grain? How can we locate the absences within the text and what those absences actually tell us? So even absences are becoming eloquent.
Okay, this is a rather more pointed question. You are an Indian historian, living in India, working in India, and this is set against the backdrop of the current Indian reality. Could you cast some light on why authoritarian regimes are so afraid of good and brilliant history and historians?
Well, that's a general phenomenon. Authoritarian regimes are concerned about history. They want to put forward their own view of history to justify their own totalitarianism. I mean, the best example of this is Joseph Stalin, who constructed his own version of the history of Russia. One reason for this is that history and historians are argumentative, and totalitarian, authoritarian regimes do not like arguments, and they do not like different or various versions of events, which includes past events as well. This is what worries them, that if people start thinking on their own, they will start thinking about the present regime as well, and that may not be very comfortable for us.
Tell me, from your wide reading and from the fact that you have engaged so vigorously with history, has there ever been a case where authoritarian regimes, which, as you say, you point out Stalin, but there are others who are also engaged, busily engaged in trying to construct alternative histories or histories that are concocted to suit their own purposes. Is it ever the case that these histories will outlive or survive these people who are trying to, have these histories written or write them?
Well, they have survived. I mean, I can't say whether they will survive. I mean, I'm not a reader of the future, but some of them have survived. I mean, as great a historian as Eric Hobsbawm, for whom I have a lot of time and I have some admiration as well, actually believed that Stalin's short history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was pedagogically a magnificent achievement. We know actually that the whole thing is concocted. So it has survived. I mean, I'm sure there are members of communist parties who still read it as their shorter version of the Bible.
All right. Tell us why history has become such a battleground in 21st century India.
Why history
has become such a battleground in 21st century India?
Well, it's not just 21st century India. I've come to that question, but it is not 21st century, just 21st century India. The whole of the Indian national movement grew out of a battleground, the contested territory of history. That's where the battle for history started. How can we reclaim our own past, which British historians, British writers, British intellectuals, administrators have relegated to the level of barbarism or even the absence of history, complete absence of history. James Mill famously declared that all of Indian history was nothing more than a small chapter of the history of Britain. So India had no history previous to the arrival of the British in India. And Indian nationalists began their career by trying to retrieve their own past. So they were actually having a contest with what has come to be called the imperialist version of India's past and the nationalist version of India's past. So coming to the 21st century, there is a rival nationalist version that has emerged. So the argument being put forward is what we read as the nationalist version of India's past is nothing more than a construction that has been made by the Congress Party to justify its own ruling of India from 1947 to 2014. I mean, there has been this claim publicly that India actually attained freedom in 2014 when Mr. Modi came to power. I mean, that's the background of this. So all of this was Congress tutelage. We passed from British tutelage to Congress tutelage. Now we can have a history that is free of both the British bias, British prejudices, and the Congress bias and the Congress prejudices as well. So this is what is making it a contested territory. There are two versions of Indian nationalism that are fighting each other. But fortunately, there are historians, and I would like to count myself among them, who believe that there is a history of India outside the domain of the nationalist prism.
Okay, and you would say I mean, because this to me is a slightly qualified statement. Because, you know, if you were to sort of say objectively that history should be treated on its own merits as opposed to having a veneer or an underlay of nationalism, because that isn't history, that is some kind of fantasy, right? Wouldn't you say that?
Why should it be fantasy?
Well, you said it has to be based on facts.
Yeah.
Is it only interpretation that is going on here, or are facts also being falsified?
No, facts that have been neglected
Okay.
or have not been given what the other contestant thinks their due emphasis or
Okay.
importance are now being brought into play.
Okay, so you don't actually mind that this has arisen, and in the view of, well, historians, you believe that there can be more than one version in existence,
Oh, certainly.
and
And
the
I-
reader takes whatever he or she feels.
I firmly believe let there be more than one version. To quote somebody I don't particularly admire, let 100 flowers bloom.
Yeah.
And
All
I
right.
don't even mind the weeds.
Right, right. Fair enough. Okay. Moving on from what might be slightly contentious, tell us why you feel, because you teach history as well, why are there so few good books of history for the general reader?
Well, you know, again, this is particularly true about India. I mean, if you look at some of the truly great historians, and I can only speak about the English language historians, some of the truly great historians of the 20th century have actually written general histories. I mentioned Eric Hobsbawm, for example, Christopher Hill. The great textbook on 17th century England is written by Christopher Hill. I mean, people are sixth formers in English schools, state and public schools, are still reading that book. And we are reading it here too, wherever 17th century England is taught. Similarly, I mean, if you are interested in Spain, for example, of the 16th, 17th century, you will fall back on John Eliot's Imperial Spain, which was published as a paperback in the Fontana History of Europe. I mean, these are some of the great names of 20th century history, and they all wrote for a general public, and it is from them. I knew some of them personally, and I know their work very, very well. It is from them that I have imbibed this idea that history is a public discipline, not just an academic discipline.
So I have a corollary to that question. And the question simply is, why do scholars of history and trained historians disdain popular history, even if it's historically sound, when it's written by people who are not trained historians?
The bizarre assumption is that popular history necessarily dumbs down, which I don't buy. I think you can write accessible but very good history, and accessible makes it popular. Popular in the sense that it will be read by more people. And so if you write in a style, write in a manner, which I said very, very early on, which makes the book or the article accessible to more readers, you are not necessarily dumbing it down. You are presenting the argument with all its complexities, all its layers, but your mode of writing is such that any intelligent person who reads and understands the particular language that you're using, in my case English, follows the argument that you're making. And not only follows it, that again I would come back to what I began with, not only follows it, rather enjoys it. You're writing it also in an elegant way. I mean, one of the greatest historians of India, and I have no compunctions about making this statement in public, I mean, is Irfan Habib, who completely turned around the way that we studied Mughal history when he wrote that masterpiece, The Agrarian System of Mughal India. It was published in 1963, but it's a damn difficult book to read. I mean, you really have to be committed to reading Mughal history to sit down and read that book. I often say that, I know this sounds terrible, but I often say it's easier to chew sawdust than to read Irfan Habib's Agrarian System of Mughal India. I think Irfan did a great disservice to himself. I mean, he could have written the book in a more attractive way.
So tell me, I mean, coming to A New History of India that you co-authored with Chopitan Punja and Toby Sinclair, what were the challenges you faced in putting together such an ambitious study of Indian history?
The first challenge was an individual called David Davidar, from whom the idea originated. Okay, so he put forward this challenge. He put forward this challenge, and he also put forward this confidence. He said that, you know, the three of you waste your time having lunches and talking about books, but the three of you should sit down and write a book like this. And you have the necessary resources and skills to put such a book together. So, what were these necessary skills that were required? David summarized what this book is trying to do. Let me just elaborate on this. When you look at the book, and I hope more of you will not just look at the book, read it as well, buy it and read it for purely selfish reasons for both of us sitting on the stage. The book actually has three related components to it. Three components constitute the book. One is a narrative of the flow of historical time and historical events in India from geological time to 2020. Second is there are very detailed annotations to maps and illustrations that form an integral part of the book. There are history books with pictures, but most of them will have, say, a picture of Humayun's tomb, which will just say, Humayun's tomb built such and such year, completed such and such year. That's about it. But the distinctive part of this book is that monuments or whatever the picture is about has very detailed illustrations, and what is the significance of, if it's a monument, what is the significance of this monument? What is this monument telling us about the time in which this monument was built? So that's a second text, second layer of narrative that is emerging, which is fused with the first layer of the narrative. The annotations, very detailed annotations, they are fused together. And then of course the pictures themselves, even if you forget the annotation, the pictures themselves tell a story. So that's the third level. And this is how the three authors worked as well together. I've already been asked by friends, how did it work? How did it go? How did the three of you write a book together? This is precisely how it went. I mean, one of us wrote the main narrative, another person, a trained art historian, annotated the photographs, the illustrations, and a third person who has traveled to parts of India which I cannot even pinpoint on the map, provided pictures from his photographic archives which run into 50, 60,000 slides. And then we sat down and tried to fuse the three elements together to make this book. How far we have been successful? David thinks we have been very, very successful, but you know, that's for time to tell.
How did you decide on what to put in and what to leave out? Because you could write 100,000 histories of India and not scratch the surface of this very old and complex country.
I mean, that's a tough one, David. And it's not just a tough one for just writing this book. any exercise in the writing of history includes exclusion. I'm deliberately phrasing it like that. So when we write history, we are excluding something, and sometimes very consciously, sometimes not even consciously. We are excluding because we don't know. The past is unknowable in its entirety. So things get left out. And, you know, Lytton Strachey once famously said, the imp in him, I always say, and he said that ignorance is the first requisite of the historian. If you try and include everything, I dare say no publisher will look at the book.
The book spans 4.5 billion years of Indian history. If we narrow this enormous span down to just the last 5,000 years or so, from the Harappan civilization onwards, are there any standout trends that you were able to pin down that helped to make India the unique society it is today?
Yes, I would say that the first thing that stands out even when I was reading our own book, is the number of diverse and very varied elements that have gone into the making of what we consider to be India's history and India's culture. So I would say plurality. I mean, the elements are too many to even try and enumerate them. Indian culture, Indian civilization, I would like to say Indian cultures and Indian civilization is somewhat like a churning pot, or to change the simile completely, somewhat like a sponge, which has taken in various elements and taken in such a way as to make it its own completely. I mean, so that's one that stands out. The other is, I know I won't make myself popular by saying this, is how enduring inequalities are in India. They stretch back to 1100, 1200 BCE, and they persist even today. The same kinds of inequalities. Inequalities of caste, inequalities of social standing, inequalities of gender, inequalities of income. I mean, you know, successive empires, even the Indian Republic with its many different political colors, I don't think they've even been able to touch the tip of the iceberg of inequality.
David, I think it's time to wrap up and take some audience questions.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to skip over the next few questions and ask you two last questions. The first is, who's the ideal reader of this book?
Who is the ideal reader of this book? Any individual who has a curiosity about the past and is willing to read this book and take his or her own curiosity forward. Uses this book as a kind of a stepping stone to start his or her own journey to understand India's past.
Okay. The last question then, given your deep dive into history, not just with this book but throughout your career, do you think the past offers some clues as to what our future holds? In other words, what do you think this country is going to look like, say, in 2047?
I can't say what it's going to look like. As I said, I can't read the future, but I can only tell you that what I would like it to look like. 2047 India, I hope, is an India that is free of bigotry and hatred. And I hope at least some of the inequalities that we have just spoken about are not only eradicated, even if they can't be eradicated, at least that they have been diminished. Their salience has been eradicated in Indian society. That's what I would like 2047 to be.
All right. So questions, I don't know how that's going to work, but somebody will no doubt find the people who want to ask questions and give them microphones.
Hello.
আমি হ্যালো হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আমি একজন অত্যন্ত সাধারণ ভারতীয় নাগরিক হিসেবে একটা প্রশ্ন করছি। একাধিক মহাসাগর পরিবৃত নগাধিরাজ হিমালয় দ্বারা রক্ষিত ভারতের মানুষের বিশেষ কোনো ধর্মপরিচয় ছিল না। আচ্ছা, একাধিক মহাসাগর পরিবৃত নগাধিরাজ হিমালয় পর্বত রক্ষিত ভারতের মানুষের বিশেষ ধর্মপরিচয় কোনোদিন ছিল না। ছিল একটাই পরিচয়, সে মানুষ। ভারতের প্রাগার্য যুগের মানুষরা সিন্ধু নদকে হিন্দু নদ বলতো, কারণ তাদের উচ্চারণে জিভের জড়তা ছিল। অথচ এখন সুবিধেবাদী বিচ্ছিন্নতাবাদীরা সেটাকে একটা বিশেষ একটা ধর্মের নামে দাগিয়ে দিচ্ছে। এটা কি সঠিক হচ্ছে? ইতিহাস কি বলে?
May I reply to that in Bengali? উত্তরটা আপনি দিয়ে দিয়েছিলেন। ইতিহাস কি বলে সেটা তো আপনি বললেন এবং একদম সঠিক বলেছেন। আপনার বক্তব্যের সঙ্গে আমার বিন্দুমাত্র কোনো দ্বিমত নেই এবং এই যে বিভেদ করার চেষ্টা, বিভেদ সৃষ্টি করার চেষ্টা ধর্মের নামে, আমি মনে করি এটা ভারতবর্ষের ঐতিহ্যে, সাংস্কৃতিক ঐতিহ্যের সম্পূর্ণ বিপরীত একটা ধারা। যেই জন্যে আমি আমার সংলাপে, ডেভিড দাবিদারের সঙ্গে সংলাপে প্লুরালিটির ওপর এত জোর দিয়েছিলাম। আশা করি আপনি যে মত ব্যক্ত করলেন সেই মত আরও অনেকে ব্যক্ত করবেন এবং সেই মত অনেকে আরও বিশ্বাস করেন। ভারতবর্ষের সভ্যতা, ভারতবর্ষের সংস্কৃতি, সেটাই একমাত্র আশা।
এবার আমার একটা অত্যন্ত বিনীত প্রশ্ন, বা যাই হোক আপনার কাছে, আপনি এত সুন্দর বাংলা বলেন, অথচ আপনি এত সুন্দর বাংলা বলছেন, অথচ বাংলার রাজধানীর ঐতিহ্যমণ্ডিত বুক ফেয়ারে বসে আপনি আগাগোড়া ইংলিশে কেন বললেন? আমরা তো সবাই এখানে বাঙালি, বিদেশি ভাষার আশ্রয় কেন নেবো আমরা? আমাদের যে ভাষায় রবীন্দ্রনাথ আছেন সেই রবীন্দ্রনাথের ভাষা। সারা পৃথিবীতে শতাব্দীতে একজনই রবীন্দ্রনাথ হন।
আপনি একটু অতিরঞ্জিত করলেন আপনার বক্তব্যটা। সবাই এখানে বাঙালি নয়। আমি তো সামনেই তিনজনকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। আমার বন্ধু সঞ্জয় বারু রয়েছেন, বাংলা জানেন না। ডেভিড দাবিদার এখানে রয়েছেন, বাংলা জানেন না। রচনা এখান থেকে উঠে চলে গেলেন, আমার অনেক দিনের পুরনো বান্ধবী, বাংলা জানেন না। এই একটা কারণেই ইংরেজিতে বলা। এটা যদি একটা সম্পূর্ণই বাঙালি আড্ডার জায়গা হতো তাহলে আমি বাংলাতেই বলতাম। আমার এ ব্যাপারে কোনো বিশেষ দাবি নেই যে আমি খালি ইংরেজিতেই বলবো। যে ভাষায় আমি কথা বলতে পারি সেই ভাষাতেই আমি কথা বলবো। কাজে আপনি বাংলায় আমায় প্রশ্ন করলেন, আমি বাংলাতেই উত্তর দিলাম। যদি তেলেগু জানতাম, কেউ যদি আমায়, সঞ্জয় বারু যদি আমায় তেলেগুতে প্রশ্ন করতো তাহলে আমি তেলেগুতে উত্তর দিতাম, কিন্তু আমি তেলেগু জানি না। কাজে সঞ্জয় যদি কোনো প্রশ্ন করে, সঞ্জয় আমায় ইংরেজিতেই করবে, কেন সঞ্জয় জানে আমি তেলেগু জানি না।
কলকাতা লিটারেচার ফেস্টিভ্যালে বাংলা, ইংরেজি সব ধরনের সেশন হয়। কেন কি এখানে অনেকে আসেন যারা বাংলা হয়তো জানেন না, হয়তো তেলেগু জানেন, সেজন্য আমরা এটা এমনভাবে পরিচালনা করি যাতে সব ধরনের বই, সব ধরনের চিন্তা, সব কিছু যাতে রিপ্রেজেন্টেড হয়। আর একটা কোয়েশ্চেন, অনলি ওয়ান মোর কোয়েশ্চেন।
জ্ঞানের কোনো ভাষা নেই।
Hello. Hello. I have.
There's a question here as well. Let's take two. Okay.
two-
No, he actually was. You will come. We'll come back to you. He actually put his hand. Keep the mic with you. Don't give it away. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mahabharata has permeated our culture for millenniums.
Can't hear you. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Mahabharata has permeated our culture for millenniums. So I want to ask you, he's getting feedback. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm asking. My question is about Mahabharata, which has permeated our culture for millenniums. In your historical opinion, is Mahabharata is based on any historical facts, or is completely figment of imaginations? Like the painted grey wares, people try to connect it. So I like to know your opinion whether there is any historical grounds based on that.
The best answer I can give to this is that the jury is out. We cannot give a definite answer to this. So I cannot anchor my answer to go back to the phrases that I used. I cannot anchor my answer on a strong base of facts.
Hello. You talked about inequality, but if you go by the statistics, you know that we have the least number of poor people at the moment in India, like everywhere else in the
Can
world.
you hold your mic? Yeah.
Okay. You talked about inequality. Of course, there's a lot of inequality, but if you look at the statistics, we have the least number of people in India who are now poor in the history. You know, we never had so less number of poor people. Number one. Number two, every society has hierarchy. We always saw hierarchy in every society, even in so-called Marxist society we saw extreme form of hierarchy, and that was called leadership. And every other society has hierarchy. I'm not talking about few Scandinavian countries. So without hierarchy and that also leads to inequality in certain ways. But do you think it can be devoid, any society can be devoid of hierarchy and hence inequality? So I had two questions. One is that the poverty and inequality and also hierarchy in the society.
Yeah, both they are related in a way. My answer to that is I would like to have a society in which there is no hierarchy and no inequalities. However minimal the poverty is, I do not completely accept the statistics that you are citing, but we won't go into an argument about that. I'll take your version of the statistics. Why should there be any poverty? And second, why should there be any hierarchy?
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to share my anguish with you and ask you as an intellectual, what is the practical solution for communalism and the growth of communalism? Because while I was coming today just now, the Uber driver got into an argument with me and he was so full of hatred. So much that I could, with my logical and with my whatever I know about history, I could not convince him.
If I had a prescription for the solution of hatred in India, I can promise you I wouldn't be sitting on a dais having a chat about history. I'd be out there making history. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudrangshu. That is a very illuminating talk, and I hope all of you will go out and get the book. It'll be worth your while.
Thanks, David.
Thank you so much, Rudhanshuda and David. Shujata Di will hand over a token of our appreciation. Hi, can we have the music off, please? All right, we're ready for our next session. It's called The Idea of India. What is India? And how has the idea of India evolved over the years? To explore these questions and to understand the shifts in paradigms, our next session, called The Idea of India, will have political commentator Dr. Sanjay Baru and political scientist Shumantro Bose in conversation with the veteran journalist Monideepa Banerjee. We shall begin the session shortly.
We'll start the next session in a few minutes, in fact, maybe a minute or so. The Idea of India. Dr. Shumantro Bose, Dr. Sanjay Baru, in conversation with Monideepa Banerjee. We'll start. All our writers are here We'll start in a couple of minutes.
We're ready to begin our session on the idea of India with Dr. Sanjay Baru, Shumantra Bose, and Monideepa Banerjee.
Okay, I believe the introductions have already been made, but I will briefly recall and recap. Dr. Sanjay Baru, I think most famous for The Accidental Prime Minister, the book he wrote on Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, but since then has been doing some stellar writing on the state of the Indian economy. And Dr. Shumantra Bose, who is of Kolkata and is now director of the Netaji Research Bureau, and of course a professor who has taught across the world, right? Politics and history. And it's wonderful to have them with me, Monideepa Banerjee. I am a journalist, and if I'm lucky, you will remember that I used to be with NDTV till last year. But since then, I have moved on. Can you all hear me? Shunte pacchen shobai? Huh? Yeah? Yeah, all of you can hear? Ar jara pichone achen, I wish you all would come in front, because it's always nice to see who all are listening to us. But anyway, today we are talking about the idea of India at 75, but I would like to start with a question to all of you over here. How many of you have seen the film Pathaan, the blockbuster of the season? Hey, that's just 2 people. I can't believe it. Can we have a show of hands? A total show of hands? What about you? on the dais? No, not yet. Okay, they haven't seen it. And how many of you remember a film called Jugnu? Not Dharmendra and Hema Malini, but Dilip Kumar and Noor Jahan. Any of you remember that? Well, I remember it. I have seen it, and that will give away my age, but Jugnu was the blockbuster of 1947. And it starred Dilip Kumar and Noor Jahan, and back then it grossed 50 lakh rupees in the year of our independence. It released in May of 1947 and made that much money, which in today's terms I believe is 350 odd crore. Of course, we know Pathan, even if you haven't seen it, you must have read, has grossed 711 crore already and counting. Now, I have brought up these films because bookended between Jugnu in 1947 and Pathan in 2023, India turned 75 years old last year. And the idea of India, which is also 75, is still growing and evolving. I mean, it's still a dynamic thing that is growing and evolving. One more question before I start asking them the question. How many of you know about the book called The Idea of India? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm so happy to see that. And how many of you know who wrote it? 1, 2, 3. Sir, I'm sure you remember who wrote it. Professor Sunil Khilnani. This was back in, oh, you do too, great, 1997. And that was the title of his book, The Idea of India. And Professor Khilnani teaches now at Ashoka University and used to teach in King's College in London. I didn't know about the book till recently. I have bought it and I'm reading it and I haven't finished it. But I'm told authoritatively that somewhere in the book there is a line that is paraphrased from Tagore. And it's a line we have all heard, that India is a state of mind. Last question. How many of you agree with that line? India is a state of mind. Well, good. There are some who agree, some who are not sure what to make of it. But let me now dive straight into the question that I would like to start with. India, a state of mind. Right, and if we go with that, I mean, we have crossed the pandemic, a huge health crisis, but if India is a state of mind, and one of you can decide who wants to answer first. If India is a state of mind, what is the state of our mental health today? Are we a country, still held together by invisible and strong threads? Or are we a country that, again paraphrasing Tagore, a country divided by narrow domestic walls of religion, political polarization, and terrible economic disparities? Dr. Baru, let's go for economic disparities first. The state of our mental health.
Well, first of all, the Constitution of India begins with the line, India, that is Bharat, is a union of states. Can you hear me? I said the Constitution of India begins with the line, India, that is Bharat, is a union of minds. Is a union of states. Each state is itself a union of several sub-cultures. And I think the point to recognize about our country is that we have remained a successful union despite all these pressures. I mean, you mentioned some of the problems that we face, whether it's religious division or economic division or caste division. There are any number of fault lines along which this society has been divided, along which contentious issues have been, dealt with. But the fact is that we have remained together. And I think it's a great achievement of the Indian mind that despite all the pressures on it, it remains a union. And I think it's important to recognize today that it is a union. I think that the attempt to suggest that it is a homogeneous entity is a false path to take. If we, in the earlier session, Rudrangshu said, and I speak Telugu, he speaks Bengali, somebody speaks Hindi, and yet we are all able to communicate with each other. And not just in the English language or not just in Hindi. I think at a very basic level, the people of this country have been able to communicate and therefore remain together in many situations of crisis, whether those crises were economic, like in 91, or health, like in the COVID, or a war. Each of these situations we have dealt with as a country, and I think that is our strength. So unity in diversity remains the foundational principle of this country.
That's terrifically optimistic and a wonderful note to begin on. Dr. Bose, would you agree with him all the way, or are you worried about the fragility of the state of the union?
Seems to be working. Akon? That's loud and clear, I think. Well, I certainly agree with Dr. Baru just said about India being a free and voluntary union rather than a top-down entity. I would just add in response to your question, Monideepa, that to me, and I suspect to a good number of others, even in the times we live in, India is a civilization first, and only then a state in the modern sense of the term. Of course, calling India a civilization first and only then a state could get us into treacherous waters too, because it opens there's a risk of opening a can of worms about what constitutes the essence of that civilization. However, I think the point still stands. I think a lot of trouble comes not just in the present, post-2014 era, but since our independence in 1947, because of state centrism. That is why, for all its risks, I prefer the civilizational framework to the state-centric framework. Because whenever there has been a fetish made of the state, its territorial integrity, its supremacy, problems have inevitably followed. And this started during Pandit Nehru's premiership, exacerbated further during his daughter's premiership, and it continues to dog us today. So I would warn against state centrism and the state-centric approach. Let us put other things first. A state is something that is inherently human-made. It cannot be the essence of anything. I think we should look for our essence elsewhere.
Okay. You will have to tell us more about where we should be looking for it. But I just want to go into, a bit of a real thing, and that is the economy. And first of all, I sort of want to ask you that post-pandemic, you have a whole book now of wonderful essays. Dr. Baru has... Where did I leave your book? I've left your book over there. Dr. Baru has brought out a book of essays on, the post-pandemic state of the economy. And in that, you speak a lot about the uncertainty that has been thrust upon us. He sort of says that the pandemic and the impact on the economy is like the World War II's impact on Europe's economy, but just a little bit worse, because after the World War II, you said that things started looking up. There was reconstruction and rebuilding, and there was optimism that things would get better. We can't say that in the post-pandemic situation just yet. You also talk about how the government of India or any government struck by the pandemic to sort of revive its economy should unleash the animal spirit. That is also very important to bring the economy back on track. We've just had the budget. Do you think that's happening? Do you see that happening? Is the government moving in the right direction? And what kind of rate of growth can we see now after the pandemic?
Well, I mean, let me put things in a perspective. From 1950 to 1980, for 30 years, this economy grew at the rate of 3.5% per annum. From 1980 to 2000, we grew at 5.5%. From 2000 to 2015, we grew at 7.5%. So the entire story of a rising India was built on these three numbers of 3.5, 5.5, 7.5. And we expected to grow at that pace between 7 to 8%. If you see all the documents written in the last 10, 15 years, the expectation is that what economists call the potential growth rate for India is 7 to 8%. But in the last 7, 8 years, we have been very much below the potential. The average growth rate has certainly not been 7.5, it's below. In fact, in the last 3 years, thanks to COVID, it went down to an average of 3%. Now, from that perspective, I think in the last budget, Nirmala Sitharaman had this sentence, which she said that government is now going to spend more money in order to help or enthuse the private sector. That is, the phrase she used was to kick in private investment. 1 year down the road, that has not happened. We do not see any increase in private investment. As a consequence, once again in this budget, she has done the correct thing in my view of continuing to increase government spending and public investment, capital expenditure, once again in the hope that private investment will come in. We have to wait and watch. I mean, what drove the high growth of the period which I call the golden years of growth, which was really from 2003 to 2010, those 7 years when we had close to 9%. The last year of Vajpayee and the first term of Manmohan Singh, we had an average of 8.8% or so. What drove that growth was high level of private investment. There were problems as a consequence, etc. I don't want to go into that. I think what we need today is to revive, and that's the phrase, which is actually a Keynesian phrase, what are called animal spirits of private enterprise, which is the willingness of businessmen to take risk. The term animal spirits essentially refers to the willingness of an individual to take risk. And the point that I make in that book which you refer to, which is an analysis of the post-COVID economy, is that the uncertainty created by COVID, which was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic crisis, really shook household confidence. A lot of households started saving more, spending less, partly because of the fear that they were losing jobs or young people not getting enough jobs. So a rise in unemployment, etc., middle class spending had gone down. And then comes the Russia-Ukraine war, which pushes up oil prices. So taken together, we are now in a phase where people are more cautious. True. As a consequence, the government is trying to inject more demand into the system, but it cannot sustain itself given the fiscal pressures. So at some point, people have to feel more confident about the future, which in my judgment, they are not yet feeling.
How do you think Netaji would have felt about the way our economy is unfolding? I know this is a completely speculative question and answer, but I do recall that back in 1938, it was Netaji who had proposed and set up the National Planning Committee and had actually requested Jawaharlal Nehru to head it. And Jawaharlal Nehru agreed to do so, and we then had what came to be called Planning Commission, and now of course it's called the Niti Aayog. Are you, as a watcher of the Indian economy and political economy, what do you think, and what do you think Netaji may have thought of the state of the economy?
Well, I can't get into Netaji's mind at this moment, but you're absolutely right that he had very clear-cut ideas about the economic reconstruction of India from 200 years of the ravages of colonial rule and exploitation. So in November 1938, during his first term as the president of the Indian National Congress, he established the National Planning Committee, or NPC. Gandhiji was not, very pleased with the initiative because his worldview was different. And Bose's worldview was, state-led industrialization. That should be the pivot of the strategy, and harnessing the potential of modern science and technology from across the world. So a very modernist, and for its times, a very, conventionally progressive view of how India should be economically run and reconstructed. And he actually invited Pandit Nehru to take the chairmanship of this committee, and he wrote a letter to Pandit Nehru saying that I hope you will agree, you must, if it is to be a success, if this idea is to be a success. Pandit Nehru gladly accepted, and there's a famous photograph of Bose giving the opening address to a gathering of the most eminent experts, scientists and economists of the time, while Pandit Nehru sits, diligently taking notes. So, Netaji was very much a person of his times, and at that time, a forward-looking leader would almost naturally believe in the virtues of state-led industrialization, a planned economy, and so on. However, we are talking 1938 is 85 years ago, and I think a test of leadership is for views to evolve over time.
True.
Because times change, circumstances change, the nation's needs and imperatives also change. So I would like to believe that Netaji would have moved with the times and not been rigid or dogmatic, as so many have been, on both sides. We've had dogmatic Marxists, refusing to budge an inch, and on the other side, we've had free market capitalists clinging to their own dogmas and shibboleths. So I would like to believe that Netaji would have evolved and would have not been a prisoner of rigidity and dogma.
I hope we can say the same about our current leaders 80 years from now. I'm going to ask a couple of quick questions for quick answers. One is that you mentioned that 2003 to 2015 was one of the decades of the highest growth. But just yesterday or the day before, the Prime Minister in Parliament called those 10 years of the UPA, almost all of it, a lost decade. Could I have a quick reaction to what you make of that statement?
That's factually incorrect. First of all, the golden years of growth were 2003 to 2010, 7 years. I call them the golden years in my latest book on the Indian economy because you had almost close to 9% growth, 8.8. So really high rates of growth. And the consequence of that was the sharpest decline in poverty, a sharp increase in employment, a rise in foreign exchange reserves, increase in India's share of world trade. All indicators showed an improvement during those 7 years. The problem begins after the, partly because of the financial crisis of 2009. The impact was with a delay. India started feeling that, and then of course we had our own problems at home with Pranab Mukherjee becoming finance minister, brought in retrospective taxation. Unfortunately, I'm speaking in Kolkata, but I think Mr. Mukherjee, the economy paid a big price for his being finance minister. And the slowdown began, and a lot of problems began. So the Prime Minister Modi's statement that it was a lost decade was factually incorrect. I think the real problem is that between 2000 and 2012 and 2018, we see a deceleration of growth. Growth is slowing down. But still we are around 6, 1 year 7%, 1 year 6%, which is not too bad. Then comes the pandemic.
Correct.
And we have not recovered.
Absolutely not.
And nothing that has been done in the last 3 years has helped us go back. We are still, whatever the official numbers may be, the average growth rate has been 3%. So, unless we see a dramatic improvement in the next 2 years, or not even 2 years, 1 more year before the next election, I think the overall decadal record of Prime Minister Modi, the average, would work out to be, in my judgment, not more than about 5 to 6%, as compared to the overall decadal average of Manmohan Singh, which, despite the slowdown, is 7.5%.
Okay. Now, are we going to see a dramatic change? And let me ask you, because, he is a specialist in everything economy. I don't know if you are, I'm not, and I'm not sure how many people out in the audience are, keeping a very close eye on the state of the economy, as perhaps Dr. Baru would like us to. But what I'm sure everybody is aware of today, because it's been unfolding in the last few days, is the Hindenburg report. Once something like that comes out, as an ordinary lay person who, I don't know if you have investments in the market, but as an ordinary person, do you feel we are going to, make a dramatic economic comeback, or will there be a price to pay for things like, the whole controversy over Mr. Gautam Adani's stocks and shares?
I think the specialist in economics should go first.
No. I don't want the specialist view. I want the layman's view, because I want to know what you think.
Okay, well, I'm a professor of politics and not economics. But of course, I've been talking to various people about this particular issue. Friends of mine who are, involved with the world of finance capital in various ways have told me that, one has to be a little cautious of these short sellers because they have their own motives.
Yes.
And also the timing of the report and so on. However, there also appears to be a consensus that the remarkable meltdown of the Adani stocks shows, cannot be caused simply by a malicious report, and that there is something there which has, genuinely spooked investors. The people who know more about this particular area than I do have told me that yes, quote-unquote malicious, report could lead to a sharp fall for a day or two, but after that there would be a significant recovery. But that does not seem to be the case. And also, as I see it, the Prime Minister, from his rather defensive performance in Parliament, particularly this week, seems to have been personally rattled by this episode. So, of course, one wants to believe the Governor of the Reserve Bank of India that there will not be any contagion, that there will not be any knock-on effects for the economy at large. I'm sure we all certainly hope so, but I think, common sense tells us that there could be contagion to some extent, and it's quite a significant meltdown, and this nexus of the government and this particular business group does seem to be something that could cause us broader economic headaches.
The expert.
Can I come in on this? Because
yes, please, of course. You're the expert.
No, not because I'm an expert, but I have a personal stake, which is to sell one of my recent books called India's Power Elite, Caste, Class and Cultural Revolution, which was published by Penguin last year. And I have a whole chapter in that book on the nexus between business and politics. And I go into some detail on the historical evolution of this nexus, what we call crony capitalism. I think I entirely agree with what Dr. Bose has said, and I'm not going to repeat what he has said. But let me make, in addition, 2 points. Point number 1 is that in the past, when businessmen were very close to politicians, they were never in your face. Ambanis, for example, were very, very close to Mrs. Gandhi, but it was not in your face. Also, the media was, more traditional media. Now we have social media. I think Mr. Adani's friendship, Mr. Modi, has become in your face, right? All those photographs of him in the plane. So there is a public perception of cronyism, which is stronger. I remember the exchange between J.R.D. Tata and G.D. Birla when J.R.D. Tata launched the Swatantra Party and said that this is the political party for business. And G.D. Birla told him, "You're wasting your time. Let us stick to the Congress. It's a better party for business than Swatantra." Okay. And he proved right? So this nexus is there. But right now, the Adani-Modi nexus is there in your face. And therefore, I think a lot of the perceptions have been created by the fact that people see this nexus. And also Gujarati. All those factors work in India. Ambanis were Gujarati, but Indira Gandhi was not. The second factor, which I think is an important factor, is that all the popular businessmen, whether it's Tata Group, Ambanis, Bajaj, Birlas, all of them have large numbers of shareholders across the country, and therefore have won the trust of the market over several years.
Correct.
Dhirubhai Ambani's entire strategy was to create a middle-class shareholding, right? He had shareholders meetings in auditoriums and cricket stadiums, right? Mr. Adani's strategy has been to limit his shareholding to a few institutional investors and to all kinds of anonymous sources. He has no shareholder base. So the middle class says, "Well, I know Ambanis, they have benefited me. I know the Birlas, they have benefited me. Bajaj, Hamara Bajaj, right? But Adani, I have no association with him because there is no sari that I buy from an Adani company, no scooter that I buy from an Adani company, no refrigerator, no product in a middle class family. He is building roads and making power projects, and everybody knows that these are all ways of making money. Politicians have both their hands into every road, every power project, every infrastructure project. Every political party has all their fingers in it.
You have just undone all the optimism you started with. I'm very worried about, the idea of India, after what you've just said. Shuzazi, how are we doing for time? I have come away without a watch. We are good? Because I want to come to the other aspect of, the idea of India, which wasn't there back in 1975 in written words, but it was certainly there, I believe, in spirit. And that is the idea of secularism. Is it taking a beating? And, I'm sorry I don't have Dr. Baru's book, but Dr. Bose has this very interesting book that I chanced upon, 2018 book on a comparison between religion and secularism in India and Turkey. And I think we would do well to remember that the people in Turkey today are a devastated lot. I think the death toll in the earthquake has gone up to some 15,000 or so, and the horror stories coming out of there are just completely heartbreaking, and we should remember them even at an occasion like this, I believe. But the book is a different story, and the whole idea of secularism in India and Turkey, a very, very interesting way of looking at secularism. And in the book, I understand there is mention of a 1928 committee set up by the Congress, 1928 committee set up by the Congress, Motilal Nehru chairing it, Netaji a member of it, a committee to look into the tenet or the position that secularism would have in the India of the future. What was it all about? Can you tell us a little about it?
Right. So in 1928, the annual session of the Indian National Congress was held here in Calcutta at the Park Circus Maidan, and Subhash Chandra Bose was its main organizer. The president of the Congress that year was Pandit Motilal Nehru, and a high-level committee was set up to formulate the fundamental principles of the Constitution of Free India. The fundamental principles of the Constitution of Free India. This is 1928. As Congress President, Motilal Nehru chaired this committee of 8 members, and Subhash Chandra Bose was one of the members of the committee. One of the recommendations, findings or injunctions, however you call it, perhaps injunctions is the best word, was that the future, free Republic of India shall have no state religion and will not, moreover, directly or indirectly endow any religion, give any religion any preferential status over any other, and so on and so forth. And this commitment was reiterated 3 years later during the Karachi session of the Indian National Congress, which was held during the civil disobedience movement and a lot of British repression, that the future free India would be neutral on between religions. So it is actually a completely false claim that the Indian notion of quote-unquote secularism is inspired by the West or seeks to be imitative of the West. It is indigenously rooted, and it is indigenously rooted above all in the ethic of tolerance, equality, and coexistence, which has been part of our Indian tradition for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. The everyday ethic of tolerance, mutual respect, equality of communities, and coexistence. This is also a pragmatic necessity, because in a very diverse country and a multi-religious society like ours, without this ethic being upheld by the state, being enshrined constitutionally, you cannot have a functioning state or a functioning society. So this ethic of tolerance, mutual respect, equality, and coexistence is a pragmatic necessity. It is also deeply embedded in the Indian tradition. That is where the Indian notion of secularism comes from, not from any Western source. And if you look at the 3 top figures of the Indian independence movement, Gandhi, Nehru, and Bose, yes, they were somewhat different personalities, each of them. Yes, they had their differences. For example, Nehru and Bose were very much on the same page when it came to their modernist view of economics. Gandhiji was not. He had a different worldview, and he was entitled to that. But despite their differences, Gandhi, Nehru, Bose were part of the same camp. They converged on upholding this ethic of tolerance, mutual respect, equality as non-negotiable, and coexistence of all Indians, not just as a pragmatic necessity, but as also something that is deeply part of our tradition. Now, nowadays, because you use the S word, secularism, it's almost, gone out of vogue. Certainly politicians, but even scholars, my tribe of people, they rarely use the word, secularism. I am a proud secularist. There are, in my book, I say that there are flaws and faults in what I call the really existing secular state. The really existing Indian secular state that came into being after 1947, okay? This is taken from really existing secularism, socialism, of course, as opposed to idealized socialism or, the vision versus the reality. Yes, there are many things to be criticized in the post-1947 really existing Indian secular state, but the ethic is something that is most valuable and that is absolutely indispensable for our functioning and our future as a nation. It must be rescued.
Dr. Baru, in your time at the Prime Minister's office, what did you see that put secularism as center stage in policy making? Was that there was secularism something that was considered at making of every policy, or what? I just remember one thing, and I may be wrong in the dates, but the Sachar committee was set up by Dr. Singh, and the report came out in the tenure of Dr. Singh. And for those who may not recall, the Sachar committee was asked to look into the condition of the minority Muslim community in India and other minority communities. Didn't present a very happy picture when the report was finally submitted. So, Dr. Baru, did you see anything in your time at the Prime Minister's office that sort of underscored the fact that secularism was indeed at the heart of Indian polity?
Let me say two things. First and foremost, we have to recognize that as a nation, we are an ancient civilization, but we are a new nation. We came into being in 1947, 75 years. Many other countries that came into being around that time have had their problems. Yugoslavia doesn't even exist. North and South Korea remain divided. So if you look at the world, the countries that came into being at the end of the Second World War have had different trajectories. So I think apart from the ideology of secularism, there is a very real reason why the Indian state believed in secularism as a unifying principle of the Indian state. I used to be a member of the National Security Advisory Board when Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee was there. And I can tell you in those board meetings with retired generals, army chiefs, head of intelligence, head of RNAW, a lot of security guys, they would always say that there are multiple fault lines in India. There are linguistic fault lines, religious fault lines, economic fault lines, and keeping the nation together remains a challenge for the Indian state. And therefore, secularism should not be viewed purely as an ideology, but as a necessary condition of the survival of the Indian state.
Absolutely.
I don't have time to explain that statement. But the second point I would make is, you refer to the Sachar committee. What is often not realized is that a large number of the poor in India live in the two states of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Basically, between Delhi and Kolkata, you have the highest incidence of poverty. And if you look at the record of development of the last 25, 30 years, it's peninsular India that has done very well. States, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, etc. have done relatively well, and a lot of people from the north are going south today. And a large number of the poor in UP and Bihar come from the Muslim community. So there is a problem of poverty and lack of access to education. So the Sachar committee drew the attention of the government that you have to do something to educate and empower the poor. And the BJP constantly refers to one sentence in a speech that Manmohan Singh gave at the National Development Council and says, so he said that Muslims should get first preference. That was not the sentence. The sentence said scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, women and the minorities should get a preference in the allocation of resources. That was the full sentence. And I think the minorities there come in because of this data, that the largest number of the poor in this country come from these two states, and most of them are from the minorities.
I'm glad to know that the issue is recognized in terms of policy making, and Dr. Manmohan Singh's full sentence is something we should all remember. And I have multiple other questions for my two guests, but I think we should perhaps open up to the floor in a bit. But coming to the next series of questions that I have for them, I'm going to go back to Dr. Baru and ask you about, you mentioned your book, India's Power Elite. And I think, and I was telling Dr. Bose about it actually, that it was so interesting that the kind of people who are not the politicians perhaps, but the bureaucrats, the people who are actually, sort of who are dotting the I's and marking out the T's, the P's and Q's in our policies are the power elite who are, probably touching lives across the country, sitting out there in Delhi. Their quality, Dr. Baru says, has changed in this particular book, and it was fascinating to hear him talk about it. And if you would tell us, what is the big difference that you are seeing from pre-2014 and post-2014, and why is it significant?
It's not pre-2014, it's really comparing the last 20-30 years to the first 20-30 years. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, the civil services were the preferred profession of the best and the brightest. You came from the best schools, the best colleges, and you went into the civil services, right? Because there were few other options for the talented. But as we enter the 80s and 90s with the rise of the private sector, financial sector, medical profession, other professions rising, the best and the brightest increasingly go into these other professions. And the civil services have not been attracting the same quality of talent. And there is now enough data on that if you look at the quality. And I think that has impacted with a lag. These are all chaps who got into the civil services in the 90s or early 2000s, who are now at important positions. And you see a decline in quality. It's a fact that the quality of our, whether it's the diplomacy or the police or even the armed forces leadership, no longer as good as it was 30 years back, 40 years back. Because first of all your best are going into the private sector, but the best of the best are going abroad. I have a whole chapter on the secession of the successful, where I document, the rise in, and just this morning, if you look at this morning's Telegraph, you have a chart on the number of Indians who opted for foreign citizenship, going up sharply.
That's
so
right.
They're all leaving.
I don't know if you agree with this view, but I, while he was speaking, also felt, maybe it's not such a bad thing. It's the rise of the subaltern, where we being too, the elite has to go out of power. What do you feel about this? Do you agree with him that it's a lack of quality that is marking our power elite today?
Social mobility is a good thing. It's something that Netaji, for example, would have very much welcomed, because he knew how unequal our society is.
True.
I think the problem arises when social mobility becomes harnessed to certain kinds of politics of a toxic nature.
Caste.
Well, not just caste. That is a more complicated subject. But I'm speaking actually more of the dominant form of politics today, which is a very toxic form of politics. Social mobility in itself is a great thing. It's exactly what's needed.
True.
But we have a situation where a very toxic form of politics has appropriated the rhetoric of equality in a twisted way, and also the rhetoric of social justice, and is articulating the aspirations of the non-elite classes of society. Now, maybe this is all a huge con. It probably is, but it has been working and repeatedly since 2014. Maybe it will work again next year in 2024. So, to to sum up, social mobility is wonderful, but its marriage with toxic politics is not.
Toxic politics and willy-nilly, Dr. Baru, your book, in a way played into it in terms of a book and then a film. And of course, I'm referring to The Accidental Prime Minister. I can't let you go without talking about it. What did you feel once the book hit the bookstores and painted you into a certain position? And then again, just before 2019 parliamentary elections, you had the film out, which was not flattering to Dr. Manmohan Singh at all. Did you find yourself in a spot?
Did you read the book?
No, I haven't.
You haven't read.
I know what you're going to say. 80%.
Because you have to read the book. I mean, there's no point in talking about it if you don't read it, because it is flattering. It is. I met him before the book came out and told him a famous principle of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong was once asked, who is a good communist? And his reply was, anyone with 70% good is good, because nobody is 100% good. And I thought that was a very liberal definition of a good person, that we expect 100% good qualities in a person. Mao was willing to live with 70% and said everybody has some bad qualities, so 30%. So I met Dr. Singh and told him, I'm writing this book, it is 70% positive and 30% negative, and that is the Mao principle, which is overall good. And he just smiled and left it at that. So he didn't even ask, what are the 30% you're writing about? So the book came out. And I think that's a fact. Now, the stupidity of the way in which the politics worked at that time was that one interpretation of the 30% became popular. Now, I can go into how it happened, why it happened, who was responsible, but the 30% was converted into 90%.
Oh gosh.
While the 70% is often not recognized. That's why whenever I am asked this question, my first response
Have
is
you
say,
read it?
have you read the book? Because
Well.
those who have read the book, and the best reviews of my book have been
True,
written
true.
by two gentlemen for whom I have the highest regard. One is Gurcharan Das, a very famous writer who wrote an excellent review in the Outlook magazine. You can Google and read that. And the second by B.G. Varghese, the late B.G. Varghese, the editor of Hindustan Times and Indian Express and Times of India, who wrote a review in the Tribune newspaper. Gentlemen both of whom were great admirers of Manmohan Singh, who thought actually this is the best that could be said of him. And I still hold today that I don't think you can have a more powerful defense of his 10 years, with all its faults. And the faults are there. I mean, they lost the election, so it's not as if there were no faults. And to say that, 30% is negative doesn't deny the 70%.
Absolutely not. But I will do a little poll here before we start winding up, and that is, how many of you have seen Accidental Prime Minister, the film? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, anyone? 5, 6, not bad. It's really gotten around, Dr. Baru. In which case, I must ask you one last question on this issue, and that
We
is...
just have 5 minutes left, Monitha ma'am.
And that is, if you were to write a book on the current Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and I love your Accidental Prime Minister, title for the book that you've already written, what would you call a book on Prime Minister Modi, written from the proximity that you enjoyed with Dr. Manmohan Singh?
Well, first of all, I had nothing to do with the film. I wrote the book and sold the rights, and so I had nothing to do with the film. I take full responsibility for the book. I do not take any responsibility for the film. And I think that's what most authors have always said. As for this Prime Minister, I will need time to evaluate him. I evaluated Manmohan Singh 5 years after I left him.
Okay.
I left him in 2008. I was there only in the first term. And I wrote my book in 2013. You need a little time.
Okay.
This man is still there. And,
We'll give you
let's
time.
take a final assessment of his 10 years before one can decide whether the title should be reversed. That was called the accidental Prime Minister. Maybe in this case we say Prime Minister, the accident.
Okay, we'll wait for that book, Dr. Baru. Both titles terrific, but I cannot end this session without asking one question I've been dying to ask Dr. Sumantra Bose here, and I'm sure we'll get an unprejudiced view. Is Netaji the best Prime Minister India never had?
Let's leave Netaji in peace as the fearless and legendary anti-colonial fighter he was, and for which he is venerated by the Indian people. I do consider it a pity that he did not get to participate in the reconstruction and development of India after independence, precisely because he was such a visionary leader with very clear-cut, concrete ideas, whether it's on women's emancipation, whether it's on the form economic reconstruction should take on scientific lines, or on the absolute separation of religion and politics, which he was insistent on and practiced as a revolutionary leader, especially in the Azad Hind movement, the climactic movement of 1943 to 1945. He was absolutely insistent that national identity must transcend all religious identities. It must not be based on or derived from any religious identity. That was anathema to him, completely unacceptable. But he also had a very robust view of what constituted quote-unquote secularism, although he did not use that word as such, that Indian nationalism should not be grounded in a creed of interfaith solidarity or in a narrative of religious syncretism, Sarva Dharma Sambhava, or, Sufi Bhakti stuff. The national identity should be above all religious identities. And in the time that we live in, I think that is a very precious legacy that we need to highlight and, if possible, resurrect. Because otherwise, there could be dark times, even darker than the one now, ahead for the Indian nation.
Perhaps we can take some comfort from the fact that Netaji is somebody everybody wants to emulate today across all political lines. And with that, thank you, gentlemen. That was the most amazing discussion I have had on a subject that was never given to me except the idea of India. And I hope you leave this hall today after listening to these gentlemen with the firm belief that the idea of India is in good hands, safe hands, but something that we must all work together to keep alive and kicking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moni Deepa, for conducting a wonderful session, as you always do. Thank you, Professor Bose. Thank you, Dr. Baru. Of course, two important publications to note. One is Dr. Sanjay Baru's Indian Economy After COVID, very, very important publication. And the other one is Dr. Sumantra Bose's translation of Krishnati's writings of Krishnati on Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Both books available in the book fair. Very, very important books.
This is the book that Sujata has kindly referred to. Most of you know of my mother, Krishna Bose, and this is a compilation of her best writings on Netaji, his life, politics, and struggle. And as she said, it's available in the book fair, published 6 months ago to coincide with the 75th anniversary of independence.
A small token of our appreciation for our panelists. So we're ready for our next panel, and I'm sure this is something everyone here has been looking forward to. It's called Cinema Cinema. From movie theaters to OTT, what looms large on the new horizons for the world and the art of cinema? Join us for our next session, Cinema Cinema, as veteran actors Rahul Bose, Arindam Sheel and Moon Sen discuss Bollywood, Tollywood, and the shift of the entertainment industry to OTT with filmmaker Sangeeta Datta. Rahul Bose is an actor, director, screenwriter, social activist and rugby player who was a member of the Indian rugby team for a decade from 1998. His first film, English August, set off his acting career and his critically acclaimed roles in movies like Split Wide Open, Mr. and Mrs. Iyer, Before the Rains, Kal Purush, The Japanese Wife, and Midnight's Children, among others. His career in sports has been just as illustrious. During his time in the rugby team, he played 17 internationals, participated in the World Cup qualifiers held in India, and registered victories against Guam and the Philippines in 2007, which he considers to be among his biggest achievements. Arindam Sheel is a notable actor and film director. Some of his acclaimed movies are Durga Shohai, Ashche Abar Shabor, Bomkesh Gotro, and Mitin Mashi. He founded his production company, Nothing Beyond Cinema, in 2009 and has been a line producer and executive producer for several box office hits like Kahani, Detective Bomkesh Bakshi, and Gunde. Moon Sen is an actress who has worked in many film industries like Bengali, Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, and Marathi. Some of her notable films include Amarkantak, Majnu, Pyar Ki Jeet, Wo Fir Aayegi, 100 Days, Buno Hash, and Bhobishoter Bhoot. A daughter of the yesteryear veteran Suchitra Sen, she won the 2014 Lok Sabha election from the Bakura constituency. A filmmaker, writer, musician, and film historian, Sangeeta Datta divides her time between Kolkata and London. She has collaborated with the late veteran writer-director Rituparno Ghosh on several films like Chokher Bali, Raincoat, Antor Mahal, and The Last Layer. Her close association with Rituparno Ghosh introduced her to the highs and lows of his life, which she adroitly portrayed in her 2018 documentary on him called Bird of Dusk. Her other publications include World Directors Shyam Benegal and Tagore, The World as His Nest. Her film Life Goes On received critical acclaim. She runs SD Films and the cross-art platform BetHuck. Welcome to our panelists.
Okay, so are we done? Are we ready to start? If the photographers can please take your seats now. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And it's a great pleasure welcoming you to this session at the Kolkata Literary Festival, Cinema Cinema. Today is the second day of a wonderfully curated program. So first of all, thanks to Sujata Sen for suggesting this panel and putting it up. And thanks and welcome to our speakers here on stage, Arindam Sheel, Moon Sen, Rahul Bose, who's come all the way from Bombay for this, and many other things in the city. So we are talking today about cinema, celebrating cinema. I'd really like to start with some discussion or some ideas exchanged about this transaction between regional cinema and the big daddy cinema in Hindi, the Hindi cinema in Bombay.
So historically, if we look back to the 1950s or even the late 40s, there was a wonderful transaction between Bengali talent and the Hindi film industry. And we've had all the big names, Bimal Roy, his writers, his musicians, his acting talent, Suchitra Sen, a lot of other Bengali talent who went and really led and pioneered and broke new ground in the Hindi film industry. And over the decades, we've had this exchange and traveling between regional cinema talent and the Hindi film industry. What's interesting now, we have representatives here. Munmun Sen, I'd like to start with you first. Oh, okay, you want to speak last. You have so much to say. And let's celebrate that you come from this wonderful family of 3-generation female talent. I haven't asked you about a question. So now the question comes to you. আমি জিজ্ঞেস করছি, yeah, it's working.
শুনতে পারছো তোমরা পেছনে?
সবাই শুনছে।
হ্যাঁ? What's he saying wrong?
Can you hear her or not? Okay.
আমার আওয়াজ শুনতে পারছো? Okay, চলো।
তো আমার প্রশ্ন, my question to Munmun, of course, is that she hails from this wonderful family of 3 generations of wonderful female talent, and that's absolutely something to celebrate at every moment, every day. When you started your career and you started films in Bombay, when you started working in Bombay, you've worked in many other regional industries as well. But what was your experience like in the 70s?
Was it the 70s? I have no idea. I'm on the brink of dementia. But I did start my career, Kolkata, with Bhaskar Ghosh in a film called Robi Shom. ছোট্ট একটা রোল জোর করে আমাকে নামিয়েছিল, যেরকম আজকে জোর করে নিয়ে এসেছে। আই এম সিটিং বিটুইন 2 intellectuals যারা সব জানে ফিল্ম ইন্ডাস্ট্রির বিষয়ে, আমি কিছু জানি না। I've only worked for 25 years. So কলকাতায় শুরু করলাম, বম্বেতে গেলাম বাই অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট, কলকাতাতেও বাই অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট, বম্বেতে বাই অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট, and then because I didn't know the equation কি এইটা করা উচিত ওইটা করা উচিত to become a big star, যে আমাকে বলতো কাজ করতে, I used to work with them. So South Indiaতে 15 দিন ছুটি, I'd go off to work in South India, and it was as simple, as commercial as that. I did look at the script, and অনেক প্রবলেমসও হয়েছে। একজন ডিরেক্টর আমাকে গাড়িতে বসিয়ে রেখেছিল for about 4 hours. Okay, ডাকো। I said, না আমি যাব না। Why? Because আমাকে বলেছিল যে she has to take off her clothes, ওদের ভাষায়, and run on the beach. So I বললাম, no, I'm not going to take off my clothes. It's not in the script. 4 ঘন্টা পরে বোঝা গেল he wanted me to wear a frilly costume যেটা হাওয়াতে উড়বে যতক্ষণ আমি নাচানাচি করি। So apart from having these small little things go wrong, little events, I was just telling Rahul that আমার একজন প্রিয় ডিরেক্টর কে বিশ্বনাথ, Tamil, Telugu films কাজ করেছি তার সাথে, he's really very famous. He's just passed away 4 দিন আগে, and he got me a Nandi award. আমাদের প্রফেশনালসের মধ্যে একটুখানি জেলাসি থাকে, একটু হিংসা থাকে। সো রাহুল আমাকে বলল, what is that Nandi award? আমি বললাম, it's a state award, very proudly. So I wanted to be an actress who worked in films all over India because I thought I was an Indian actress. I want to work in Indian films. There's no demarcation between this and that for me. And I was very happy, and even today when I'm not working, I'm very happy to have been an Indian actress. ঠিক বলেছি?
খুব ভালো বলেছো। We'll take your questions later. We'll take your questions later. We'll move to the other speakers and then take your questions, okay? I can't hear you from there, sir. Okay.
Sir, you will excuse me because there are one or two people, not the home guards or security, who will not understand English. I know you have the essence of what I'm saying, sir.
So my next question is for Arindam. And Arindam, of course, rules the regional, the Bengali film industry here. He's a very prominent name. And he's been in the industry for many years. He's worked in films and he's worked on television serials. He's also worked with web serials. And we're going to move towards this discussion and this debate between OTT, web series, and cinema. I think it's a very opportune time because all over last week, or maybe a little more than that, we've all been celebrating the success of big cinema. So there's been Pathaan, there's been discussion about crores and crores till it stops making any meaning to you, the crores and the trillions that a film has generated. But it's also a celebration of big cinema. It's that experience of going back to the big screen to watch a film collectively with many other people, to see the responses of people as the heroes come and walk on stage and the big action happens and the music happens. So for you, Arindam, what are your big memories of Bengali cinema, like the big screen? What inspired you, in fact, to start making films?
This is a kind of a question that I've answered quite a few times, many times told, perhaps. What made me interested? Right from my childhood, I was into books. I was watching films. My father used to sit down with me and show me Shimabadho and explain bit by bit about every scene, sequence. He never thought I would get into films. I never thought I would get into films. I had always wanted to get into academics. After my post-graduation, I had applied for my PhD abroad, and which I of course got through, but by then, the acting bug bit me. নিশ্চয় ঠিক বলেছে আচ্ছা প্রচার মাধ্যমের বন্ধুদের একটু কথা বলতে পারি আমি আপনার সাথে একটু কথা বলতে পারি প্লিজ দেখুন ওনারা সবাই এখানে এসেছেন একটু দেখতে চান আপনিও আপনার কাজ করবেন ওনাদেরকেও তো দেখতে দিতে হবে ঠিক আছে এটা নিয়ে তর্ক করে লাভ নেই না আপনি তুলে চলে যান থ্যাংক ইউ না ঠিক আছে শান্ত
আচ্ছা অর্গানাইজারসরা
ছোট জিনিসে অশান্তি করে কি লাভ বলুন হ্যাঁ তুলে নিন আপনিও তুলুন না এখানে সাইডে এসে তুলুন থ্যাংক ইউ তো yes and that's how first the acting bug bit me and I was into acting. I started off in television serial, then had been on the theaters on the stage, and when I was acting on the stage, I never did take up any work in film or television because I wanted to become that actor, that inhibitionless, because I felt that stage gives you so much that no other form of acting would teach you. That was the best place where I actually learned how to act. Because I am not a trained actor, I am not a trained director, I am nothing, I am not trained, I am self-trained. So from there onwards I moved on to, while continuing my acting, I was a line producer, I was doing producing, and thereafter it was in 2012 that we decided that I would get into direction. All this while, my whole experience of acting in production, in fact I've done production with Rahul, we've done a film together, Bunohash, yes, with Mundi I've acted. This has been a wonderful while and a lot of experiences that happened. that ultimately helped me when I became a director. And right now, I feel that my director self supremely, it's the best thing that's happening, and I'm enjoying this role play of a director more than anything. Coming to the topic, if I may get into this, is that I firstly thank the Kolkata Book Fair and the Kolkata Literary Film Festival, this whole arena of creating this ambience to talk and discuss. It's very important, as I keep saying, to open dialogues, to discuss. Intellectual discourses have given away, they are eroding. And this, what else better than a place like this to discuss about cinema with this wonderful crowd in front of us. We are talking about OTT and cinema. The subject is cinema, Tollywood, Bollywood, OTT. After the pandemic, or during the pandemic, the OTT had a 67% almost raise in the amount of subscription during the pandemic. Netflix, Amazon, and its likes, they oversubscribed and they completed their budget within the first 3 months. It was a furor. Everybody was watching, and the demand for content creation grew. Yes? And then, of course, after the pandemic, the subscription level came down. That is also a fact. But what best happened, I think that's the only best thing has happened out of pandemic, is a new form of content creation came out, and which created a huge demand, and that's OTT platform. People started saying galo 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 galo, cinema galo, cinema galo, cinema ka sab kuch gaya. Right from reviewers to journalists to various sections of the society. But I am a human being who's always been optimistic and who always keeps saying, till the time humanity lives, cinema will live. There is no second thing about it. The best thing that's happening right now here is that a new form of content creation has come out, which is incredible, which is creating avenues of new content creation. Things like, contents like that never used to be brought into cinema is now getting into OTT. Right now, Scorsese is thinking of doing an Irishman. Right now, whether in Apple TV or various platforms, even Tom Hanks too, our very own Anurag Kashyap or anybody for that matter, they are redefining content. That is exactly what is happening in cinema as well as on OTT. That's why I'm saying cinema is evolving and re-evolving. Once again, and the right thing happened out here is a phenomena called Pathaan happened. That was very important for Indian cinema. That the whole cinema-going crowd has once again started visiting. All of a sudden, this excuse came up. South Indian films are ruling the roost and Hindi films have gone into euthanasia. Once again, Pathaan proved it wrong. What is actually happening is, films like RRR, KGF or Pathaan are redefining the big screen or Kantara. We will talk into this in more details. I would want Rahul to speak on this before I further keep speaking. But the fact is, I will want to keep it here that the big screen is getting redefined. Yeah. Now we have to think about what cinema we have to do for the big screen. And there's been a plethora of opportunity that has happened in the OTT platform, which is a great, great boon. And to keep it short and crisp, we are riding a wave in the entertainment industry all across the world, and we have to do that honestly.
Cheers to that. And with that, I'll come to Rahul, who's also worked in some very significant web series. You've also won an award for your part in Bulbul a few years ago. And right now, also, you're straddling both worlds. So tell us about your relationship to these two platforms, the big cinema and the web series, where an actor really gets to get under the skin of a character for a longer time. Does that make it more interesting or more tedious?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It is always a pleasure to come to Kolkata. Before I start, এখানে একটু জায়গা আছে 10-15 এখানে empty seats আছে যদি কেউ এখানে আসতে চান please I can see at least 15 empty seats here যদি কেউ আসতে চান তো you can definitely come and sit there. Before I answer this question, I just had two observations to make. মুনমুন জিজ্ঞেস করছিল কি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন কিনা পেছনে যদি আমার গলা আপনি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন না তো আপনি ভাগ্যিস, don't worry, you miss nothing. And also I would love to run on a beach with scanty clothes, but that's a different matter. For money.
You didn't have my figure.
I still don't. I never will. I think what Arindam was talking about in terms of the relationship between OTT and cinema, a lot of people have been talking about it from that lens. But I think we need to see it from the other side. What has cinema done for the viewer? Is doing for the viewer, what is television doing for the viewer, and what is OTT doing for the viewer. In the main, cinema is a collective experience. You walk into a cinema hall, you almost never walk in alone. You get into a darkened space and you're watching a good or a bad film, and whether you like it or not, you're sharing a certain experience with 600, 400, 300 other people. If it's a bad film, you're all watching your mobile phones. If it's a good film, you're all being enthralled by it. And you can sense the pulse. There's a collective pulse that's happening when a movie goes on. Television is more intimate. Television, whether you're 3 friends watching a cricket match, whether you are a family watching your favorite soap opera, it's more intimate than the collective experience of a cinema hall. But it is still, to a certain extent, giving you a great freedom that cinema doesn't, which is go and get something to eat, in the ad break, talk to somebody, text while you're watching. It's just a very, very expanded experience with a few intimate people. And what is OTT? OTT is personal. OTT is solitary. Now, this wisdom that's spreading is that the reason why content is getting better, because on OTT you're watching Narcos, and you're watching The Undoing, and you're watching The Last of Us, and you're saying to your Indian content, this is not good enough as all of that. True. But for a sliver of the audience. And it's that same person, because it's a solitary medium, you can quietly watch all the nonsense that you could never admit to your children or to your parents that you want to watch. So what's happening is that there could be a vast mountain of garbage you're watching. The very people who are saying, oh, OTT, you must watch sensible stuff, are quietly watching everything else, and the rest of them are too. So if you're looking at it from the viewer's point of view, it is absolutely impossible to predict that OTT will bring about a rise in the standards of what's being written and what's being seen. It could equally spell a fall, because a lot of people watch trash on OTT which they would never admit to. So my point is this: all three media exist for the same purpose. You cannot tell me that I can't watch Tom Cruise Mission Impossible 4 on my phone, because I did. I did. I didn't go to the theater. It wasn't half bad. And you cannot tell me that I can't watch Mr. and Mrs. Iyer on the screen, because you can. It's only a question of what is available to you, and that is not a function of art, culture, taste, or the viewer. It's a function of economics. What goes on the big screen is a function of economics. What comes on the small screen on the television is a function of economics. What stays on television for 40 years is a function of economics. And finally, what comes onto your mobile phone is also a function of economics. So that none of us have control over. So the idea that there will be segmented things that you will do and there will be a reverse osmosis of good taste from OTT to the movies is absolutely, the opposite could be equally true. If you have reverse osmosis for the amount of garbage that's on OTT, it would spell, you would change your narrative immediately. So the only point I was trying to make was that we need to look at these three media from the point of view of the viewer, and the viewer doesn't care. ये cinema hall में देखना है, ये TV पे देखना है, ये. The viewer will decide. Depending on the mood that day, depending on the parking situation outside the cinema hall, I might not go. Depending on the money it costs, depending on the time of day, I might not go. On the other hand, I might go, or I will go, for something that you wouldn't have predicted I would go for. So I don't think we need to bother about that. Those are economic considerations as to what's going to be given to us. What we should be concerned about is am I making what I want to make? And what is the best of these which platform is the best for me to show people it? And without doubt, if it does well, Pathaan will go into television, and it will go at some point of time into streaming platforms. So that's not, that's taken for granted. But am I making something which, if I make, my next film is going to be, I'm directing, is for OTT. I'm very happy for people to see it on this. This, by the way, has some pretty good sound and very good picture, So I'm very happy for that. That is the thing that we can, as creators, sort of control. The rest of it, we need to keep thinking about the viewer and get real about who the viewer is and what that experience is.
Yeah. I like the way you say that there is an unpredictability. Obviously, there's no pattern. There's a lot of analysis. There's a lot of market analysis as well about these experiences, but there is no predictability. But coming to you again as an actor, when you're doing work on web series, when you're doing work on longer narratives, and you're staying with a character for longer, what's that experience like?
The same. I put as much work into a commercial that I did with another actor for a computer brand. I take it with as much seriousness, because finally you're going to have to be convinced. I have to convince you. So whether I'm doing this or whether I'm doing that, I have to put in the work. Okay, I don't have to go into the backstory of the character if I'm doing an advertising commercial, but I can't take it lightly, because it will bother me if you say you were crap in that ad film, but you're a good actor, So my prep for OTT, for long format, short format, I'm about to start a film with Ram Kamal, and we were talking today about the character, and I do what I always do. Tell me about the character from the day he was born, the food he eats, the siblings he has, the music he listens to, his sexual orientation, where did he grow up, which school did he go to. I want to feel and live and breathe the character, so you can. So you will say, even though you did this much, I could feel this much behind. So the process as an actor doesn't change at all, Of course, I'm exaggerating that the same process is for an ad film, but the stakes are the same. The stakes are the same. You can't be bad in anything you do, or certainly you can't do anything less than give off your best. And the ones who are really successful today are the ones who have talent, but are constantly giving off their best. They are slogging it out every day and making sure they hit that minimum which they can live with. So genuinely, and I'm not trying to be facetious, my prep is actually the same for tomorrow a television serial, or as I'm doing something, or just done 3 things for OTT, or for a film. I'm doing this film with so-and-so filmmaker. I must up my game. You could be surrounded by crappy actors. Then what are you going to do? Right? So I think, you just have to, at least for me, the goalposts never shift.
Great. You're also a director and you work so much with younger people. So what's the sense that you get from younger people about shifting audience, viewing habits, shifting consumer patterns?
Sangeeta, everything you say about this country, the reverse is equally true. Everything. So if I say something right now, somebody's going to pick it up and say, what nonsense? The reverse is true. So, there's no question. You're never going to win this battle. But having said that, yes, I've met some young actors. First of all, let me say, Arindam was saying, I think he briefly touched on it. What a brilliant time it is that the OTT world has come about. I have seen 20-year-olds in Bombay, when you ask them, what is your profession? Actor. How bloody amazing. You ask, I'm an actor. I'm a full-time actor. I don't need to do anything else. I don't need to have a fallback option, which I certainly didn't have. I don't know whether you had that too, apart from being a great sprinter on sand, But having said that, I've also met some young people, some young talent that, number one, not very talented, and number two, supremely entitled, as if, they just have to show up. So that, they both exist. It's the same mix of conscientious, hardworking, mediocre, supremely talented, lazy, all kinds of people. The kids are very much how we were. I don't think the ratio has increased, oh my God, they're all so lazy, or oh my God, they're amazing. It's pretty much the same. And I've had long conversations with them on the set, in between shots, in between setups and things. And the curiosities, as well as the certainties and smugness, are in equal measure.
So we are also talking about this world of technology, how technology has given us access to so much more material, so much more viewing material from across the world than we could have ever imagined. We grew up on Film Society experiences, we grew up as Film Society members. Watching a film was done with a lot of veneration and love. Putting things together also, accessing, bringing films from the Pune Film Archives, all of that was an exercise. You would know, you were there in Pune. So things were not so easy at that time. And watching a film therefore came about, the sense of looking at a text or viewing a text or having some sense of reverence. So when you go to a big hall today and there are people munching food and they're on the phone, and it annoys you because viewing habits are like you're sitting in your drawing room, but it's not exactly your drawing room. You're sitting in a hall with many other people, and that really puts me off very badly. So what do you feel about the viewing habits of people who are going to, because you're working across the media?
These are strange times, as I kept on saying, and I'm repeating once again, that things are getting reviewed, evolving. So that experience of drawing room viewing and cinema viewing have got into it, courtesy the Inoxes and the PVRs. And you could almost lie down, almost sleep, and watch a film. So that is also, I take it this way that instead of criticizing every bit, I think let's accept the various forms and formats that are coming up. Taking a cue from what Rahul was saying, which is very true, is that we have actually two formats of viewing. And the first being, when we watch cinema, the big experience, it's a psychological approach of group escapism. We all escape when we watch a film together. We all go into a land of that story, that event, that place, that time. And that's what cinema does to you. It takes you from one time zone to another. So you go there. That's group escapism. But there's another habit of solitary escapism also, which is your television viewing, which is your OTT viewing. These are all in its format. So depending on your right kind of mood, whether I will watch an OTT or whether I will go to the cinema, that also is getting defined. And what is happening is that we are getting a load of opportunities to choose. Cinema is never a threat by the OTT, as much as cinema was never a threat from television, and it has been proven. Ritik Ghatok, when television was evolving, had said, television a few years from now is going to be watched by the masses, by the thousands. And then I will kick cinema and go for television. Little did he realize that television would be absolutely ruled by Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu and Ghar Ghar Ki Kahani stuffs. Ritik Ghatok thought that that would have been his avenue of talking about his cinema, his world, with a huge audience, which perhaps failed in television. When Bangla television was evolving, that was the time, Mundi also will say, there was a time, there was an incredible lull of Bengali cinema. When the kind of films that were being made were by, as I keep saying, produced by Aluwalas and Patalwalas, and that kind of cinema used to be done. Cinema with no aesthetics. That was the time television was evolving, Bangla television. But look out, the kind of telefilms that used to be made at those times are made by the directors who are now ruling the Bengali film industry now. Now those telefilms used to come late night, not during the evening. Evening was always ruled by the television serials. And those television serials from Ek Akasher Niche to Ekhane Akash Nil now has come down to Barite, Duto Bou, E Chakur Kore Rekeche, Shoshur Shashurike, and all those things that Indian television was actually mentoring throughout has come into Bangla television also. So Bangla television has got its own segregated viewership. You'll have to appreciate that. If it didn't have a demand, it wouldn't have survived. In this huge country, there are the literary, the aesthetic, the intellectual segmentation of the society is incredible. So it has to be, content creation also has to cater to all kinds. So television is catering to a certain kind and doing huge amount of business, and there's nothing wrong in it. In the field of cinema, as I keep saying, cinema is redefining itself, and the huge screen experience matters. When you go to an INOX or a PVR, the amount of money that you would spend is, for a couple going over, is no less than a couple of thousand rupees perhaps. So maybe in a larger aspect you are looking for a kind of entertainment, the big screen experience. The big screen experience can be in various forms. It cannot only just be Mardhar and VFX Soshevajis. The big screen experience can be a form of Ben-Hur also. But the big screen experience is getting redefined. And a certain kind of content is getting focused in OTT platform. It started with Game of Thrones, and it's continuing with Criminal Justice. It's happening with the Nordic series. We have not seen them. We have not watched them. Have you noticed one thing, which is a wonderful thing that I would say? Anything that is created in any part of the world today, whether it is at Norway or Iceland or at Syria or at Australia or at Kolkata, people from all around the world, we can get to watch it together on the same time. That has happened with content creation, which is just incredible. And so what is happening? When you are creating a Bangla content for a certain kind of budget, you have to keep in mind, I'm just back from the hills after 3 weeks in Sikkim. I was shooting my first web series, which is Gangtok Ek Gondogol for Z5. Now, while we are shooting within a certain budget, I know my audience at the flick of that thing that they have in the hand can switch over to Netflix to watch another program if I am not smart enough in my making. My audience will not say, oh my God, iska to kam budget mila tha. They will never do that. They will never give that consideration. That tough and that cutthroat is cinema and content creation, whether it's OTT, whether it's any format. All of us have to keep on prove ourselves and do better than anything. Yes, a plethora of actors have come up. That's another huge thing. And you know, but all of them will have to be fighting their guts out to prove that they're better than others. It's always the survival of fittest. That is also a great thing.
We've run
So
out of
more
time.
stories, greater stories, and more talent, and it's all very exciting actually, this big plethora of media which has opened up. We have 5 minutes, I'm told, so can I very quickly take 2 questions? And please stick to our topic of OTT and cinema. Shujoy, can we have a mic there? A mic here for Shujoy, please. Not working. Do we have another mic there?
Hello. So I have a question for Moonmoon. You spoke the least. Wanted to hear you more. Just wanted to ask a quick question to you. I was hearing both Rahul and Arindam giving a wonderful insight into the industry. You said you worked for 25 years, and you worked across regional cinema. I have 2 small questions for you. How do you look at the onslaught? I would use the word onslaught because COVID, the pandemic, whatever it is, has redefined and re-engineered the entertainment medium. That's true, but it has also taken away a lot. So that's what I said, onslaught. How do you look at the entire virtual world of OTT, A? B is, I have a question which is out of my own curiosity. We are in the book fair. You worked in many literary adaptations in Bangla. I'm not aware of the Hindi films where you've done literary adaptations also, but I wanted to particularly know if there's a favorite literary adaptation that you've done in Bangla that still excites you. Just these 2 questions. Thank you.
You know, more than the adaptations, It is the directors I worked with.
Okay.
Rishikesh Mukherjee. There was Vishwanathan, K. Vishwanathan.
Right.
There was Tapan Sinha. And for me, there is no difference between OTP, as these two learned gentlemen have been discussing for
Right.
half an hour, not giving me a chance to talk. No difference between anything OTP, which I still don't know what it means, or film. For about 40 years, I have been romanced by cinema.
Wonderful.
I have led a journey which has taken me into another world of laughter, tears, lots of money, which you're jealous of, and sometimes no money, being cheated, or had the occasion to throw my last installment at the producer's face. But it has been a wonderful journey which has not stopped. It is there, cinema is there in books, it's there in music, you just have to link it and enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And time for one more
Let's
question.
give it out
One
to
more
this
question.
representative of cinema
Can we have
of
a mic
years.
here?
May I say 2 words, please?
Sure.
You let me speak, they won't. I come from a world in cinema where we got to work on time, but we had to wait. And I said, what are we waiting for? Dr. Rahim, a very famous Urdu scriptwriter, would come late to our sets and write the Rahim Asumraza. Thank you so much. You're the only one who knows what I'm talking about. But he would come very late to the sets and he would write his dialogues in Urdu from a girl from Bengal who didn't know Bengali too well, or Hindi, and I would have to improvise on that. So a lot of dubbing took place. These people are brilliant, no dubbing, okay? They come, they write their scripts 5 months ahead. But I have seen my mother doing her makeup. Nobody was allowed into the makeup room. It was a different world she entered, a different world where she existed by herself, for herself. I have photographs of that. So they evoke what she was going through. But my time in the films was so different from what these 2 young gentlemen have been through or are going through. My mother said she waited for 5 hours, sometimes, for Fali Mistry, Jal Mistry, 2 very famous cameramen in those days, to come from another set to hers before going to another one, just to light her up. And she would have to stand because of the height and the color of the texture of her complexion. So there were tiny little things which I grew up knowing about, which I thought was very important, and I laughed my way through the whole journey. But what a journey, and it's not over.
May I ask my question?
No, so that brings us to the end of this session. I'm sorry, I'm told that we're running out of time. Sorry about that. But thank you to all of you for being a wonderful audience. And thank you to our panelists, Munshen, Mundi, Rahul, Arindam.
Very unfortunately, we've come to the end of this session. We could have gone on for a long time, cinema and OTT, and of course, the 3 people speaking about this with real experience and with a large fan following, and all excelling. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Munmun. Thank you, Arindamda. Thank you so much. We are just delighted. Thank you, Sangeeta. And very sadly, we're bringing this session to a close with just a ceremony.
আমাদের পরবর্তী সেশন খুব শিগগিরই শুরু হতে চলেছে। রসে বসে আর বসে নেই, বাংলা সাহিত্যে হাস্যরসের আকাল পড়েছে। বাঙালি কি হঠাৎ খুব সিরিয়াস হয়ে পড়েছে? হাহা হিহি ও অন্যান্যতে আর বিশ্বাসী নয়? তবে কি রামগরুড়ের ছানাদের বংশবৃদ্ধি ঘটল? নাকি বাংলা ভাষায় এখন রম্যের আকাল? রম্যের আকাশে কালো মেঘ। ভালো রম্য বিকোচ্ছে না, না বাঙালি আর হাসতে চাইছে না? এই প্রশ্নের একরকম উত্তর খোঁজা চলবে এই পর্বে। সঙ্গে আছেন আমাদের সাথে সঞ্জীব চট্টোপাধ্যায়, উল্লাস মল্লিক, বিশ্বনাথ বসু এবং সৈকত মুখোপাধ্যায়। May I please invite our panelists on stage?
আমাদের এখনকার সেশন এই বাংলা অধিবেশন রসে বসে আর বসে নেই। রসে বসে আর বসে নেই মানে বাংলা সাহিত্যের রস কি হারিয়ে যাচ্ছে? যেটা ইতিমধ্যেই শুনলেন, রসেও সাহিত্যের প্রবাদ প্রতিম ব্যক্তিত্ব সঞ্জীব চট্টোপাধ্যায় আমাদের মধ্যে রয়েছেন উল্লাস মল্লিক, আর বিশিষ্ট হাস্য কৌতুক অভিনেতা শুধু নন, যিনি সাহিত্যেও সমান পারদর্শী বিশ্বনাথ বসু। আমি উল্লাস এবং বিশ্বনাথ এবং সৈকত মুখোপাধ্যায়, যিনি অনুষ্ঠান সঞ্চালনা করবেন এবং একই সঙ্গে তিনি একজন সরস সাহিত্যিকও বটে। আমি এই সবাইকে মঞ্চে আসতে অনুরোধ করছি। উল্লাস বিশ্বনাথের দেখা দেখি প্রণাম করলো কেন বুঝলাম না। উল্লাস, বিশ্বনাথ এবং সৈকত, আর অনুষ্ঠান সঞ্চালনা করবেন সৈকত, রয়েছেন সঞ্জীব চট্টোপাধ্যায়। শুরু হচ্ছে আজকের সঙ্গীতের আগের যে সেশন, গানের, বাংলা সাহিত্যের রসে বসে আর বসে নেই। অনুষ্ঠান সঞ্চালনা করবেন সৈকত মুখোপাধ্যায়। আমি মাইক্রোফোন সৈকতকে দিচ্ছি।
ধন্যবাদ ত্রিদীপদা। আমরা কিছুটা সময় পেছিয়ে গেছি ইতিমধ্যেই, ফলে সরাসরি অনুষ্ঠানের মধ্যে ঢুকে যাচ্ছি। এবং এটাও ঠিক যে যারা এই অনুষ্ঠানের প্যানেলিস্ট আছেন তাদের বসিয়ে রেখে আর শুধুমুধু সঞ্চালকের কথায় সময় নষ্ট করার কোনো মানে হয় না। যদিও যারা আছেন তারা এতটাই গুণী মানুষ যে তাদের পরিচয় নতুন করে দেওয়ার কিছু নেই, তবু ফর্মালিটিস সেক ধরে নিন যে আমি একটু তাদের পরিচয়টা দিয়ে দিই। ঠিক আমার বাঁ পাশে বসে রয়েছেন উল্লাস মল্লিক, বিখ্যাত সাহিত্যিক। উল্লাস মল্লিকের লেখা এসো আমার সঙ্গে, বন্ধকনামা, ধারাস্নান,
হ্যালো 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 সোজা তাকাও, সোজা তাকাও। কতটা সামনে? এই অবধি? রেডি? আরে এই তো আমি এখানে, ও আচ্ছা।
এর ভেতরে কি গো, এর ভেতরে হচ্ছে এই তো।
আরে এখানে ভিড়ের ধাক্কায় আমি দাঁড়াতে পারছি না, ওই জন্য সাইডে চলে এলাম। ব্যাস হয়ে গেল, ঠিক আছে। ওকে ম্যাম।
গেট বন্ধ নাকি? কেন দেবে আমাকে? ওই জন্যই ওটা সে এক জায়গায়
ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে যে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা, শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা, শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা। ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা। বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা, শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার। ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা, শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের বুকের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি চলো হারিয়ে যা
Police personnel are there at their duty 24/7 just beside you to help you find out your locker. জলপাইগুড়ি থেকে এসেছেন স্বর্ণদীপ জলপাইগুড়ি থেকে এসেছেন স্বর্ণদীপ ভৌমিক। আপনি অবিলম্বে 5 নম্বর গেটের বিপরীতে অ্যানাউন্সমেন্ট রুমের সামনে আসবেন। আপনার বাড়ির লোক আপনার জন্য অপেক্ষা করছে। স্বর্ণদীপ ভৌমিক, আপনি জলপাইগুড়ি থেকে এসেছেন। স্বর্ণদীপ ভৌমিক।
শিবাঙ্গীকে জাস্ট একবার বলে দে কখন কোনটা কোন ক্যামেরা শিবাঙ্গীকে বলে বলে কি হবে শিবাঙ্গীকে একবার বলে দে কখন কোন ক্যামেরায় লুক দেবে
হ্যাঁ
আচ্ছা এটা কে দেবে আমি না কিশোরদা সেটা বলে দাও হাত লাগাস না বাইরে যা হাত স্পেসটাকে বড় কর
আজকে একটা জিনিসের দুঃখ কাটল
We are live at the 46th International Kolkata Book Fair right now. Today is Friday and the book fair had started on the 31st of January. It's been 11 days that the book fair has been running. Let us take a moment to appreciate the footfall that is gathered on the weekends. The book fair ends on Sunday, so make sure you come and visit the book fair. Let us take a moment. I would like to request my video journalist Kishore De to pan his camera so that we can appreciate the footfall that is gathered at the book fair. The book fair is not only a place for book lovers, it is also a place of culture, gathering, loving for music, loving for shows, loving for family members. People have gathered here with their family members, people have gathered here with their friends, people have gathered here with their grandparents. We have a beautiful Kolkata Literature Fest going on from the 9th to the 10th and from the 9th to the 11th of February. Authors gather here, they talk about their books, they talk about their book launches. Make sure you come here and catch the Calcutta Literary Fest live. But the book fair here has some international representation this time, like always. We have Spain, that is the central focus here. We have Bangladesh, we have Thailand, we have Japan, we have US. So make sure you check out these foreign representations. Spain has some beautiful illustrations this time. There's translation from Spain writing into Bengali. Can you think of that? When we talk of translation, we often think of translation as something that takes away from the original language, but it is also immensely giving. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, make sure you check out the translation work and the illustration work that Spanish writers have specially worked upon this time. But enough of talk. Did you know that your favorite books this time are easily available at the click of your fingertips? What do I mean by that? Digital payments. We have UPI, we have payment by card, of course. So you do not have to take the trouble of carrying cash every time with you. Earlier, we used to pay with our cards. UPI would not have been available, but this time it is available. I would like my video journalist to pan his camera to check out the crowd that is gathered at the food stalls. If you thought that the book fair only catered to book lovers and not to the food enthusiasts, you are deeply mistaken. So what kind of food do we have here? We have, let's check out the food stalls. We have street guys. So this is basically chaat that is being sold here. We have some chops. We have tea for the tea lovers here. Sir, may we ask you a few questions? Okay, sir, no problem. Okay, sir, thank you, sir. Hello, may we ask you a few questions, ma'am? Sorry. Sir, may we ask you a few questions? We can see that you've gathered here to enjoy the food. So, may we ask you what it is that you're having?
Fish fry.
Fish fry. Right. So, what else have you had at the book fair? Is this your first time here?
First time, only this is a fish fry, and then I'll take the tea.
And who are you with here today? With your family, or are you alone?
No, alone. We are 3 friends.
3 friends. So, like I said, people are gathering here with their friends, with their family members. Let us check out different people from the crowd now. Let us ask them why they have gathered here. Is it only for the books? Is it for the music? Is it for the shows? Let us ask them. Dada, আপনি এখানে কি একা আসছেন না কারোর সাথে?
না, বন্ধুদের সাথে এসেছি।
বন্ধুদের সাথে এসেছেন। আপনি কতক্ষণ আগে এসেছেন?
তাও হয়ে গেছে 1 ঘন্টা মতন।
1 ঘন্টা মতো। আপনি কোন কোন স্টলস ঘুরেছেন?
এই দেশি ঘুরলাম আপাতত।
একমাত্র দেশ 1 ঘন্টা ধরে? আপনার কি কি বই ভালো লেগেছে ওখানে?
এখনো সেরকম দেখিনি আমি বইটাই। মানে অন্যরা এসেছিল, না এমন কিছু নেই এখন।
আপনার কি কলকাতা বুক ফেয়ারে এটা প্রথমবার?
প্রথমবার।
So some people have gathered here for the first time at the Calcutta Book Fair. Some people have been visitors here for quite a few years. Some people have gathered with their friends. 2 people that we interviewed here have gathered with their friends. Some people have been taking the time of an hour to browse through the book-stalls. So we clearly know that the book-stalls cater to the taste of the book lovers. Otherwise, why would someone spend the better part of an hour browsing through books? We see here somebody taking selfies. Let us ask them how they have been enjoying the fair. Ma'am, may we ask you a few questions? Ma'am, we see here that you're taking a few selfies. Is this your, মানে এটা কি আপনার প্রথমবার বুক ফেয়ারে?
না এর আগেও এসেছি, ছোট থেকে আসছি।
এর আগে অনেকবার?
হ্যাঁ।
আপনি এখন অবধি এখানে কি কি দেখেছেন?
আমি এখনো পর্যন্ত এখানে দেখেছি বলতে খাবার খেয়েছি, ফুড স্টলস দেখেছি, বুক স্টলস দেখেছি। অবভিয়াসলি বুক স্টলস তো থাকবে কারণ এটা বই মেলা, তাই।
থ্যাংক ইউ। এক্সকিউজ মি স্যার, আপনি এখানে কি প্রথমবার এসেছেন বুক ফেয়ারে?
এর আগেও এসেছি।
এর আগেও এসেছেন। আপনি আপনার ফ্যামিলির সাথে এসেছেন। তো আপনি কি অফিস থেকে আসছেন এখন নাকি প্ল্যান করে আসা?
না, আজকে প্ল্যানিং ছিল, ছুটি নেওয়া হয়েছে আজকে।
ছুটি নেওয়া হয়েছিল শুধুমাত্র বুক ফেয়ারের জন্য?
অন্য একটা পারপাস ছিল যার ফলে সব।
তো আপনি এখন বুক ফেয়ারে কতক্ষণ ধরে ঘুরছেন?
আমি এসেছি মোটামুটি তাও 5টা 5:30 হবে। 5টা
5:30 থেকে এতক্ষণ ধরে আপনি ঘুরছেন। আপনি কোন কোন স্টল দেখলেন?
মোটামুটি এরকম। হ্যাঁ, ওই টাইমেই আর কি 5টা নাগাদ ঢুকেছি।
কিছু কি ভালো এখান থেকে ভালো মন্দ খাওয়া দাওয়া হয়েছে?
খাওয়া দাওয়া হয়নি এখনো, হবে।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আপনার নামটা জানতে পারি?
লোপামুদ্রা গাঙ্গুলি।
তুমি এখানে তোমার মা বাবার সাথে প্রত্যেকবার আসো নাকি ফার্স্ট টাইম?
ফার্স্ট টাইম না,
আসো। কত বছর ধরে এখানে আসছো জিজ্ঞেস করতে পারি?
2-3 বছর হয়ে গেল।
তোমার বয়স কত?
12+।
কি কি বই কিনেছো? তোমার মাম্মার হাতে আর বাবার হাতে প্যাকেজ দেখতে পাচ্ছি, তুমি কি তোমার জন্য কিছু নিয়েছো?
হ্যাঁ,
কি নিয়েছো?
বাটুল সমগ্র আরো অনেক কিছু আছে, ভূতের বইও আছে।
ভূতের বই? আচ্ছা, লেখককে কি পড়তে ভালোবাসে ভূতে? কাকে পড়তে ভালো?
হরিনারায়ণ চট্টোপাধ্যায় আর হচ্ছে তপন বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, এদের গল্পগুলো নিয়ে নেওয়া হচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, বাংলা বই পড়তে ভালোবাসো, খুব ভালো। কোন স্কুল তোমার?
আমার ইন্দিরা গান্ধী মেমোরিয়াল।
গ্রাফিক নভেলস কি দেখছো তুমি? কমিক্স, গ্রাফিক নভেলস? ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ। Okay, I'll ask my video journalist to pan his camera at the SBI Yono Center. This is what I have been talking about. Digital payments are easily accessible here. So there is a banking facility available here. If you run out of cash and you need cash, you can easily access cash from here. You can see that announcements are taking over everywhere. We do not just have stalls for books, we have stalls for Meghbala, that is broadband service. We have stalls for jewelry, we have stalls for university. This is a fair that caters to all good services available that a person needs to have a lifetime of a good opportunity. Internet, education, university, so you know what I'm talking about. Let us ask a few more questions, how they have gathered here, what is the mode of transport that they've used. দাদা, আপনাকে কিছু প্রশ্ন করছি, আপনি এখানে কিভাবে এলেন? অটো, বাস?
না, আমার গাড়ি আছে, টু হুইলার আছে।
টু হুইলার আছে? বাইক?
হ্যাঁ।
বাইক, রাইট। কতক্ষণ লাগলো? আপনি কোত্থেকে আসছেন?
বাঘাযতীন।
বাঘাযতীন থেকে কতক্ষণ লাগলো প্রায়?
35 মিনিট।
আপনার কি এটা প্রথমবার বুক ফেয়ার?
না না, প্রত্যেকবারই আসি আমি এখানে।
আপনি এখানে কার সাথে এসেছেন আজকে?
বোনের সাথে এসেছি আমার।
আপনি কি কোনো বুকস ভেবে রেখেছেন যেটা আপনি কিনবেন? গ্রাফিক নভেলস, মাঙ্গাস, কিছু কি?
কিছু মাথায় নেই, এখন দেখি কোনো পছন্দ হয় তারপরে কিনবো আমি সেটা।
আচ্ছা, তো বইয়ের শখ সেরকম রাখেন না?
হ্যাঁ রাখি, খুব একটা পড়া হয় না, সময়ের অভাব যেহেতু এখন হয়ে গেছে, খুব ব্যস্ত জীবন এখন।
ধন্যবাদ দাদা। ম্যাম,
হ্যালো,
এখানে আজ কার সাথে এসেছেন?
আমি একাই এসেছি।
একাই এসেছেন? আরে বাহ, দারুণ ব্যাপার। ম্যাম, আপনি যেখানে একা এসেছেন, আপনি এখন এতক্ষণ ঘুরে কি পছন্দ হয়েছে আপনার?
এই সবে ঢুকলাম, আমার রাস্তা একটু মানে রাস্তায় জ্যামের জন্য আটকে গেছে।
কিভাবে এলেন আপনি ম্যাম?
আমি নিজের গাড়িতেই এসেছি, কিন্তু মা ফ্লাইওভারটা প্রচণ্ড জ্যাম, প্লাস এইখানে এসে আমি প্রায় 20 মিনিট আটকে।
ম্যাম, জ্যামটা কি তাহলে বুক ফেয়ারের জন্য হচ্ছে? মানে এই সময়?
বুক ফেয়ারের জন্য, এই আগের সিগন্যালে যে দাঁড়িয়েছে এটা বুক ফেয়ারের জন্য।
মেট্রো কানেক্টিভিটিও আছে, তো আপনি গাড়ি?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমি মেট্রোর এইখান থেকে, আমি গড়িয়ার থেকে এসেছি। গড়িয়ার থেকে যখন এসেছি, আমার এখানে গড়িয়া টু এই কানেক্টিভটা নেই, এই করুণাময়ী, তাহলে আমি মেট্রোটাই আসতাম।
আচ্ছা, বুঝতে পেরেছি। তো আপনি এখানে মানে এখনো অবধি কি কি বই কিছু ভেবেছেন?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি এখনের যে বই, শোনা যাচ্ছে না, এখনের বই সম্বন্ধে আমার আইডিয়াটা কম, আর এখন বই কেনাটা কম হয়, তার কারণ আমাদের এই মোবাইলে প্রচুর পেয়ে যাই। হ্যাঁ, আজকে আমি এসেছি, আমার এখানে একটা ফটোগ্রাফি চর্চার একটা স্টল আছে, ফটোগ্রাফি স্টল আছে, সেখানে আমার কিছু ফটো এক্সিবিশন হচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, তো আপনি কি আর্টিস্ট? আচ্ছা, তো কোন স্টলে আপনার? বুঝতে পেরেছি।
ফটোগ্রাফি, ওটার স্টল নাম্বার হলো 531।
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম, এটা জেনে খুব ভালো লাগলো। আপনার কি কি পেন্টিংস এক্সিবিট হচ্ছে?
আমার এখানে কোন কোন ছবিগুলো, আমি অনেকগুলো ছবি পাঠিয়েছিলাম, কিন্তু কোন কোন ছবিগুলো হয়েছে জানি না, তার মধ্যে একটা দুটো সোল্ড হয়ে গেছে, একটা দুটো ছবি শুনলাম বিক্রি হয়ে গেছে।
Thank you, ma'am. So now we are going to see some drone footage that is going to help you understand how well the book fair does every single year, and especially on weekends. Let us ask a few more questions. This time,
মেলা প্রাঙ্গণে নির্দিষ্ট ক্ষেত্রে আয়োজন করা হয়েছে আপনারা আশেপাশে খুঁজলেই সেগুলি
We are going to check some footage that helps us understand how the police manages the book fair. Because obviously there's a lot of footfall here. So we cannot. We are going to see a special report on how the police have managed the book fair, because all of this footfall gathering here and operating and navigating the book fair in an organized manner would not have been possible if we did not have good management from the Kolkata police's side. Let us look at the footage.
মেলা প্রাঙ্গণে কোথাও কোনো গুরুত্বপূর্ণ দ্রব্য পড়ে থাকতে দেখলে অবশ্যই সেটিকে
to stay and not fade away. The West Bengal Police Force has always stood firmly by every individual. The city, known for its festivities, be it the Grand Durga Puja celebration, the literary festival, to the International Kolkata Book Fair, graced by renowned delegates, are among the few celebrations having the maximum footfall. And this year has been no different. Under the strict vigilance and immense dedication and cooperation of the West Bengal Police, the legacy of the International Kolkata Book Fair has continued.
বই মেলাকে খুবই গুরুত্ব দিয়ে অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট করা হচ্ছে। আমাদের ভিতরে ক্রাউড সার্কুলেশন হোক বা বই মেলা বাইরে ক্রাউড সার্কুলেশন, তার সাথে সাথে সেফটি সিকিউরিটি, সিসিটিভি ইনস্টলেশনস আছে, এর মধ্যে পুলিশ ডিপ্লয়মেন্ট আছে, পুরো পার্মানেন্ট একটা পুলিশ কন্ট্রোল রুম করা হচ্ছে।
The 46th International Kolkata Book Fair continues to amaze the residents as the footfall reaches thousands and lakhs. Despite the heavy crowding, the residents assure their confidence on the West Bengal Police to make them feel safe and protected in their surroundings.
We have a lot of teams here. There are plainclothes teams, there are female police teams which are manning the security gates, then there's a team which is manning the control room. This time displayed various arms as well as bomb disposal kits are there, then drone is there. Also conducting awareness regarding traffic security, women's security, child security. So this additional feature is there from the part of police this year.
দেখুন, একটা জিনিস সবচেয়ে ক্লিয়ার আছে, এটা পুজো হোক, কোনো মেলা হোক বা কোনোই অকেশন পুরো কলকাতা জুড়ে আমরাও এটা খুব ভালো করে এনজয় করি, ওটা জায়গায় জায়গায় যায়। রিজন কিন্তু একটাই, কলকাতা পুলিশ কিন্তু দাঁড়িয়ে আছে।
Known for their service and respectful demeanor, West Bengal Police has always tried to stand out. This year, again, West Bengal Police has arranged for a team of security force comprising women named the Black Cat or the winner team, responsible for women and children's safety. Their determination and efforts towards their duty is witnessed as they patrol all day, helping people in need.
We are in front of the selfie zone at the Calcutta Book Fair. We will see a lot of people gathered here that have been clicking pictures. Let us catch hold of a few people that will tell us how they have been feeling. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Are you here for the first time?
No.
Have you taken a few selfies at the book fair?
No.
I can see that you have a packet in your hand. What book have you bought?
Yes, it's Arjun Niranjan's recent book, Loshagu Goshagu.
What is the book about? Just in brief.
It's just a comic book.
A comic book. So you like reading comic stuff. How long have you been reading? Are you aware of P.G. Wodehouse then? Are you aware of P.G. Wodehouse?
No.
Right. So I would recommend you to check out P.G. Wodehouse because he has been doing well since you did mention that you like comic books. So how have you checked out the food here? How did you buy this book? Did you use digital payments for buying this? Did you use cash? Cash, right. Are you aware that there's a banking facility here that helps you withdraw cash?
Oh, don't know.
So Book Fair has that facility. I will catch you around later. Thank you for your time.
গতকাল নবম কলকাতা সাহিত্য উৎসবে আনুষ্ঠানিক সমাপন হয়েছে আজ এবং আগামীকাল।
We are going to see a street play that has been going on and make sure that you make the best of your time here watching the street play. We are going to watch a mime show that is going on, so make sure you make the best of your time watching that mime show.
এত ভিড় যে আমি পেছনে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না ওটা সবসময় একটা জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে যখন সে ওইদিকে ঘর
পশ্চিম বাংলাতে আমাকে মার্জনা করবে আজকের তারিখে দাঁড়িয়ে পশ্চিম খবর নেন যাত্রা এবং চাল মাচার যাত্রা আপনারা জানেন না চাল মাচা কাকে বলে যাত্রা যখন বিগ বাজেটে থাকে
So now we are going to ask a few people how they have been doing since the big fair is almost about to end now. Let us find out. Sir, excuse me, sir. So the book fair is almost about to end on Sunday, and I see you here on the weekends right before it's about to end. How are you feeling now?
Good, feeling good.
Have you been to the book fair before?
Sorry?
আপনি কি আগে বুক ফেয়ারে এসেছেন?
হ্যাঁ আগে এসেছি।
তো একদম মানে এই উইকেন্ডে আসার প্ল্যানটা কি অনেক আগে থেকে ছিল নাকি নতুন করে
সাডেন ঠিক হয়েছে।
সাডেনলি অফিস গোয়িং লোকেদের জন্য এটা কতটা ফিজিবল? আই এম অ্যাজিউমিং দ্যাট মানে আপনাকে ছুটি নিয়ে আসতে হয়েছে।
সেরকম অসুবিধা নেই, এটা তো একটা ফেস্টিভ্যাল।
আপনি এটার জন্য টাইম বানিয়ে এসেছেন।
ওকে ওকে
থ্যাংক ইউ। ম্যাম, আপনার জন্য কিছু প্রশ্ন আছে। আপনি এখানে আজকে শেষ দিনে আপনার ফ্যামিলির সাথে এসেছেন, অলমোস্ট শেষ হতে চলেছে, রবিবার দিন শেষ হবে। তো এই শেষ দিনের আসার রাশটা আপনি কিরকম এক্সপিরিয়েন্স করছেন? কারণ এই সময় অনেক ভিড়, তাও জেনেও আপনি এখানে এসেছেন।
শেষ মুহূর্তে আসার সময়টাই আগে থেকে আসার সময় পাইনি, শেষ মুহূর্তে এসেই দেখতে চেয়েছিলাম যে মানুষে মানে কতটা আনন্দ করছে যে শেষ হতে চলেছে বইমেলা, তার সত্ত্বেও মানুষ এত মানে কষ্ট করে সময় বার করে এসছে। তা আমরাও সেই সময়টা বার করে এসছি লাস্টে মানুষের ভিড়টা দেখার জন্যই যে কতটা ভিড় হয়।
তোমাকে কিছু প্রশ্ন করব, তুমি এবার কি বই কিনলে? এখনো বই কেনেনি। তোমার নাম কি?
আমার নাম ঐশিমা কাল।
তুমি কোন ক্লাসে পড়ো?
1B ক্লাস 2।
তোমার কি বই পড়তে ভাল লাগে?
হ্যাঁ।
তুমি কিরকম ধরনের বই পড়তে পছন্দ করো?
স্টোরি বুক।
স্টোরি বুকসে কি পড়তে ভাল লাগে?
স্টোরিজ।
কিরকম টাইপের স্টোরি ভাল লাগে? ভূতের গল্প, হাসির গল্প, কমিক বুকস, টিনটিন, কি পড়তে ভাল লাগে?
অনেক কিছু।
অনেক কিছু। So like we can see here now, people have been enjoying with their families. People have taken the time out, as we heard the gentleman right here say that this is a festival like any other festival. He has taken the time out. He has taken the time out to enjoy the festival. We are going to take a moment to now check out the drone footage again to appreciate the footfall and to understand and assess where the crowd has gathered the most. Is it at the food stalls? Is it at the SBO Center? Is it at the theatre center? Where has the footfall gathered the most this time at the book fair?
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি,
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন
We are going to look at Akash Khurana's journey now. He has been present at the Kolkata Literature Festival and we are going to see how wonderful his journey has been so far.
With his looks and put you at ease with his disarming smile. Traveling effortlessly between the world of parallel cinema and commercial Bollywood, he has been a part of this industry for over 4 decades now. Book Fair Diaries caught up with the inimitable Akash Khurana.
Back in time, apart from the conventional mainstream cinema, there was probably, so the OTT content that I spoke of is probably an echo of the times that these films were made. And I worked with Manikda here, Mrunalda, of course, and Shyam Benegal. But there were very few filmmakers who got that opportunity. And today, because of a saving in raw stock and experimentation, a film can be made for free. To single out, so there are reasons for a film being a favorite. One is Kalyug, first film. Trikal, my first repeat film with Shyam Benegal and an ensemble cast that was, we've done theatre, but to have that kind of a sort of dynamic in film makes it special. So both these films are special. It's tough to single out, really. I've enjoyed most parts, and I've actually chosen the part for, even if I had a scene, I would still do it if it was an impactful scene. So most films that I've done have their special place. Manikda, man of few words, and he's worked with the legends that, he just said one thing to me, and he said, you can judge an actor by the way he holds a teacup. That changed my life, Dada. Because I stuck all my life to the naturalist school of acting. I'm not going to overdo anything because that is the truth with which I came into the art. And Manikda saying that, as a sip of tea. And he said, very casually, even while eating something, that box, the dry lunch that we had, and while he was there, actually, Akash, you can tell the kind of actor you are by the way you hold a teacup. Boss! And he knew that I would get it, and I got it. And that actually, I could have gone the melodramatic route. I just stayed with it because it's such a pure moment in memory. And that's the impact the great people have on people.
But not only as an actor, when he picked up the pen, he produced brilliant scripts. Ashiki and Bazikar are just two of them.
I've done actually over 20 screenplays for films and television. I've written over 200 episodes. So I struck gold with the first 2 commercial films I wrote. Ashiki did a Golden Jubilee. I had done a telefilm before that, and I'm a writer by default. I was doing a telefilm and I was writing my own scenes and said, why don't I write the whole film? I got a credit for that. Then the same team said, write Ashiki. And that's another story, it's in the book. And then came Bazigar and changed arguably the career trajectory of Shah Rukh Khan. And he's still in the news. So probably that. So I wouldn't say the best work becomes your worst enemy. Not that kind of a cliche. Also, no one knows anything in the business. So it's just... Other films also worked, but none as big as these two.
For the uninitiated, that was the original Bazigar of Kalyug. This is Arindam Basu, signing off for Book Fair Diaries.
The Book Fair is a place of nostalgia. This is probably one of the only few places where you will see people of all age groups gather here. We have really young children. We have really young children here. We have really old people here. People who have come as grandparents, people who have come as parents. And the book fair is only live for 2 more days now. It ends on Sunday, So make sure you come here between 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. It is a place of nostalgia for people who are not actively buying books as well. People are here to enjoy the music, people are here to enjoy the crowd. People are here to enjoy the music, people are here to enjoy the crowd. And make sure you make time for book fair this year because it is an essence and nostalgia. With camera person Satyajit De, this is Shivangi Mukherjee signing off from Book Fair Diaries.
পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
বই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
বই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা
বই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
বই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি,
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি,
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা
বই রাখছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
বই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা।
বই রাখছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
বই রাখছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
বই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা
বই রাখছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা।
তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা। কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক
কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই
কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বইমেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
Is Arnab here by any chance? Kinara. Arnab, are you around? We're just going to tune our instruments now. Unfortunately, we don't have time to play the full prepared performance because I think there is another show, I've been informed, in the next 10 minutes, which is unfortunate. But if you want us to play more, we'll continue after this. But we only felt apt after 3 months of preparing for this concert last year, thanks to Alfonso from the Spanish Embassy. A big round of applause for him because he's really been given us full liberty to interpret Albanese music in our way. And after After a year, he's finally shown up. So, cheers, man. Thanks a lot. And after spending so much time, we only thought it'd be apt if we played one piece that was inspired by Albanese. So this is a piece that we've composed for the legacy of Albanese. So if you remember the first piece that we played, Asturias, it was built on a repeating motif. And we are going to use that as the basis of our composition. Dinesh Da, this will be our last piece, so we can go to the light cues for that. Thank you.
তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা কলকাতা বই মেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথে চলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক
কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বইমেলা
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা কলকাতা বইমেলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা
যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি,
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
বই ডাকছে বই, যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই, যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন
এটা ছাড়া সামনে চেয়ার রয়েছে।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি। চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে, খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার। বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
বই সবার সাথী, বই সবার মনে, এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে।
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার।
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার।
কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা। কলকাতা বই মেলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা, বইয়ের সাথে সাথে পথ চলা।
হ্যালো, ওই 2 নম্বরটা ফ্যান্টম দাও।
এই আপনারা মাঝ রাস্তা দাঁড়াবেন।
দুই। বিআই দিচ্ছি তো। এমনি দেখো দেখো দেখো। কঙ্গোটা কঙ্গোটা। নম্বর 3 অমিত এখন টাইম নেই 2 আর 3 অল্প অল্প করে দিয়ে ছেড়ে দাও এখন টাইম নেই বুঝছো হালকা হালকা দিয়ে রাখো বানাটা একটু ঠিক করো বায়াটা মিউট করো তো বায়াটা মিউট করো দেখো বায়াটা দেখো হ্যাঁ বায়াটা অন করো বায়াটা দেখো বায়াটা ঠিক আছে ওখানে 2 আর 3 যা আছে মনিটর ওর মধ্যে করো ম্যানেজ করবে হ্যাঁ দিয়াই আছে দুটো দুটো একটা একটা করে হ্যাঁ কোনটা আছে তারপরে গিটারে দুটো লাইন ডিআই ফ্যান্টম দেবে হ্যাঁ তারপর আছে কিবোর্ড আছে আবার দুটো লাইন হ্যাঁ কিবোর্ডটা 4 নম্বরে দাও 4 4 আর লেভেল দাও আমি আর একটা লাইন দেখো তাড়াতাড়ি করো 10 কেন আরে ভাই একটা একটা সিঙ্গেল করে কিবোর্ড আছে মনিটর বাড়াও 4 নম্বর 4 ভাই নিচে 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 পুরো 8 নম্বর লাইনটা বাড়াও তো আরো বাড়বে ঠিক আছে তারপরে দেখো ইয়ে দেখো গিটার গিটার দেখো দুটো লাইন
শুরু হচ্ছে আমাদের আজকের শেষ অনুষ্ঠান বাবুল সুপ্রিয় আপনাদের একটা হাততালি পেলে আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে সুধাংশু দে বাবুল সুপ্রিয়কে বরণ করে নেবেন আমাদের
মনিটা 4 নম্বর
একটা জোরে হাততালি
তোমরা কিবোর্ড দাও তোমরা কিবোর্ড দাও কিবোর্ড হ্যাঁ 14 নম্বর লাইনটা বাদ যাবে। 15-16 ইপি জায়গা আছে, ট্রাক ট্রাক।
আপনাদের সব হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো, কোথায় আসছে? হ্যালো,
অমিত, দাদা নর্মাল ইনার ভয়েসটা আর এটা দিয়ে দাও একবারে।
আপনাদের সবাইকে নমস্কার। দেরি হওয়ার জন্য আমাকে মাফ করবেন। বইমেলাতে বই সাজিয়ে রাখা হয়, তার মধ্যে এত যন্ত্রপাতি, এত তার লাগলে একটু বেতার হয়ে যায়। তো এখনও রেডি নয়। এটা হেডফোনটা একটু ঠিক করো বাবা, অন্য লোকের আওয়াজ মনে হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, পুরো বুম করছে এটা। এটা যেটা লাগালো আমার পাঞ্জাবের ভিতর দিয়ে দেখলেন, ওটা কিন্তু আমার ব্যাটারি না, আমার ব্যাটারি ফুল চার্জ আছে আপনাদেরকে গান শোনার জন্য। এটা আমার কানে যে হেডফোনটা লেগেছে সেটার ব্যাটারি। হ্যাঁ, আর কথা বলছি, এটা শ্যুট দাও বাবা, দুঃখের কথা বলছি, শ্যুট দাও, এতদিন ধরে যাচ্ছে। আচ্ছা, আমার আওয়াজটাই মনিটরে দিতে হবে। মিউজিশিয়ানদেরও, এনারা এদেরকে আপনারা জিটিভিতে দেখেন, জিটিভিটা এরাই চালায়, ওরা শুটিং করে, বাকি সময়টা সেক্টর 5-এ অফিস আছে জিটিভির, ওখানে বসে। তো ওদের দোষ নেই, খুব কম সময় পেয়েছে সব সাজানোর জন্যে। যেটা হ্যাঁ, শ্যুটটাই দাও, দিতে দাও। সবাই অরিজিনাল মিউজিশিয়ান টিভিতে দেখেন বলে অনেক সময় টিভিতে যখন ট্র্যাক বাজে, আমি এই জন্য কথা বলছি যে এখনও সাউন্ডটা ব্যালেন্স হয়নি। কথা বললে ওরা ওটা হ্যালো মাইক চেক 1 2 3 4 করে দিচ্ছে। আর চিন্তা করবেন না, যতক্ষণ পুলিশ না ধরে ততক্ষণ আমি গান গাইতে পারবো। সেটা 1 ঘন্টা 10 মিনিটও হতে পারে। পুলিশ ধরলে ছেড়ে দেবো, আর কিছু করার নেই। তো এনারা নর্মালি টিভিতে যখন বাজান তখন ট্র্যাক বাজে, তো এনাদেরকে অনেক সময় অনেক মিউজিশিয়ানকে দেখবেন অভিনয় করতে হচ্ছে, কিন্তু আজকে এরা কেউই অভিনেতা নয়, সবাই অরিজিনাল মিউজিশিয়ান। তুমি বাজাও, এই দেখুন অরিজিনাল মিউজিশিয়ান, ওর জন্য জোরদার হাততালি দিন, জোরদার সবাই মিলে। দেখুন, ফ্রিতে গান শুনলে আপনারা তালি দিতে কার্পণ্য করবেন, এটা হতে পারে না। হ্যাঁ, ফিল ফ্রি টু ক্ল্যাপ ফর আস। পরের আর্টিস্ট বাজাও, ঠিক করে বাজাও। তুমি নকল মিউজিশিয়ান না, কী করে বুঝবে? সুরটা দাও, সুরটা দাও। আমি তো ভয়েসটা যাতে দেয় সেই ব্যালেন্সটাই তো করছি। এইখানে ভয়েসটা দাও, এখানে ভয়েসটা দাও। কিছু শুনতে পাচ্ছি না মিউজিশিয়ান, একটু ধৈর্য ধরুন প্লিজ। ব্যাট করতে নেবে আগে পিচটা একটু ঠুকে নিতে হয়, নাহলে বল মুশকিল হয়। আমার ভয়েসটা ওরা পাচ্ছে না, আমি কি বলছি শুনতে পাচ্ছি না। দেখো, ওকে বাজাতে বলছি, ও বুঝতে পারছে না। একটু বাজাও, মিউজিশিয়ানের মতো বাজাও। এটা তো অ্যাক্টিং মনে হচ্ছে। ব্যাস, ভেরি গুড। হ্যাঁ, এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের বাবুয়া লোড নিয়ে বাজাও। ভেরি গুড। ব্যাস 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 ব্যাস, তুমি সুরটা দিতে থাকো না। এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের রিন্টু। ও এমনিতে সারা বছরে ওর ডেট পাওয়া যায়, কার্তিক পুজোর দিন পাওয়া যায় না, কারণ চুলটা ওইটার সঙ্গে খুব মেলে।
সেদিন ওকে ওর জন্য আমাকে আমার যে সিকিউরিটি অফিসার তাকে ধার দিতে হয়, নাহলে ওকে ধরে লোকে বাড়ির মধ্যে ফেলে দেয়, যেখানে ফেলে সেখানে ওর পুজো হয়। এটা হচ্ছে গৌতম দাস। উনি আপনারা তো নাও চিনতে পারেন, কারণ টিভির প্রোগ্রাম হলে উনি সানগ্লাস পরেন, আজকে নর্মাল পরে এসছেন। গিটারিস্ট রেডি, শুনতে পাচ্ছে ওরা সব, সবাই শুনে যাচ্ছে। আমাদের রিন্টু হচ্ছে গিটারিস্ট, এর পরের নাম হচ্ছে পিন্টু। সোমনাথ, তোমার নাম বলো? হ্যাঁ, সানি। ভেরি গুড, রাত্রিবেলা সানি হলে ভাল লাগে। আচ্ছা, এটা হচ্ছে চিন্টু, এটা হচ্ছে রিন্টু। দুজন টু কি করে হয়? তুমি চিন্টু, রিন 3, ঠিক আছে? ভেরি গুড, সব টেস্ট হয়ে গেছে। আমার কানের সাউন্ড একটু শার্প হয়ে গেছে, ঠিক করো, চিন্তা করবেন না, গানটা আমি ঠিক করে গাইবো। হ্যাঁ, এই অঞ্চল থেকে কোনো হাততালি বাজবে না, তার কারণ এখানে আমার বাবা, কাকা, আমার ওয়াইফ আর আমার মেয়ে বসে আছে। ঘর কি মুরগি দাল বরাবর, ওরা হাততালি বাজাবে না। বাকি ফার্স্ট রোতে যারা আছেন বেশিরভাগই হয়তো ভিআইপি হবেন, আপনারাও হাততালি খুব একটা বাজান না। এবারে পুলিশ আছে, পুলিশ তো বাজাবে না অবভিয়াসলি। তা আপনারা বাকি সময়টা, এটা দিদি আমাকে যেদিন আমাদের অনুষ্ঠান শুরু হয়েছিল সেদিন উনি বলেছিলেন যে বাবুল তুমি এখানে এসে একদিন গান গেও। তো জাগো বাংলার মঞ্চে ওখানে আমাকে গান গাইবার কথা প্ল্যান হয়েছিল সমস্তটা। দোলা দিয়ে এখানে সামনে রয়েছে, দোলা দিয়ে একবার মঞ্চে যদি প্লিজ আসো, একবার প্লিজ আসো, অনেক খেটেছো। আসছেন দোলা সেন, ওনার নামটা বলতে খুব ভালো লাগে। আসছেন দোলা সেন, একটু জোরদার হাততালি দিন। আসছেন দোলা সেন। ত্রিশবাবু একবার আসুন, দাদা আপনি একবার আসুন। এটা লাস্ট ছবি, আমি প্রমিস করছি আর ছবি তুলব না। এটা ছবিটা খুব দরকার ছিল, কারণ জাগো বাংলার অনুষ্ঠানে দিদি ওনাকে দায়িত্ব দিয়েছিল, এবং তারপরে দিদিদা, দাদা সবাই মিলে ঠিক করেছে যে না, ওখানে না, অডিটোরিয়ামের মধ্যে আমরা ভালো করে গানটা গাইবো। আপনাদের সবাইকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ। ওই ব্যাগটা আমি দুবার পেয়েছি, সেদিনও পেয়েছিলাম, যদি আপনি চান আপনি ফেরত দিয়ে নিতে পারেন লাস্টে।
জাগো বাংলার মঞ্চের গানটাই বাবুল গিল্ডের এসবিআই অডিটোরিয়ামে গাইছে।
অ্যাবসলিউটলি, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ, থ্যাংক ইউ দিদিদা। মোরা ভোরের বেলা মোরা ভোরের বেলা ফুল তুলেছি, দুলেছি দোলায়। মোরা ভোরের বেলা ফুল তুলেছি, দুলেছি দোলায়। বাজিয়ে বাঁশি গান গেয়েছি বকুলের তলায়। আর মাঝে হলো ছাড়া ছাড়ি, গেলেন কে কোথায়? আর মাঝে হলো ছাড়া ছাড়ি, গেলেন কে কোথায়? আবার দেখা যদি হলো সখা, প্রাণের মাঝে পুরানো সেই দিনের কথা ভুলবি কি রে? আয় সে চোখের দেখা, প্রাণের কিবোর্ডের লাইনটাকে এসছে? এখনও অনেক ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট স্টেজে বাজছে না, একটু বেস গিটারের বেসটা একটু কেটে দেন দাদা, এখনও অনেক ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট বাজছে না স্টেজের উপরে। আর একটু ভয়েসটা যদি আমার এখানে দেন তাহলে ওরা শুনতে পাবে, না শুনে বাজাচ্ছে। এখানে একটু ভয়েসটা দেওয়া যাবে কি? পরের গান শুনুন, সমস্ত বাংলা গানই গাইব, হিন্দি আমি জানিও না, হিন্দি গান গাইও না। তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি একটু আগে থেকে ইনস্ট্রুমেন্টগুলো না লাগালে একটু অসুবিধা হয়, বাট আগে একটা প্রোগ্রাম চলছিল যার ফলে লাগাতে পারিনি। এখন বাজছে কিবোর্ডটা? বাজছে? সেটা তো আমি খালি গলায় অনেক গান ট্রেনেও গেয়েছি। গুরু না ভোজি মন সন্ধ্যা সকালে মন প্রাণ দিয়ারে, ফুরাইয়া গেল মন সাধেরি জনম, ফুরাইয়া গেল মন সাধেরি জনম, আপন কর্ম দোষে রে প্রাণের বান্ধব রে। কিছু দাও মা, যাও দেখা দয়া করে প্রাণের বান্ধব রে, দাও দেখা দয়া করে। 10 টাকা আছে। আসিতে হবে মোর বারে বারে এই না ভবের মাঝারে, আর না হবে মন বাবুল জনম, আর না হবে মন বাবুল জনম, আপন কর্ম দোষে রে প্রাণের বান্ধব রে, দাও দেখা দয়া করে প্রাণের বান্ধব রে, দাও দেখা দয়া করে। দেখুন আমি মজা করে গাইছি, আপনারা যদি হাততালি না দেন আমি 15 মিনিটে প্রোগ্রাম শেষ করে দেবো। আপনারা যদি সবাই হাতে মোবাইল নিয়ে রেকর্ড করেন আর হাতগুলো হাততালি বাজানোর জন্য সেটা যদি সবাই মোবাইল ধরে থাকেন তাহলে গান গাইবার ইন্সপিরেশন পাবো না কিন্তু। হ্যাঁ, মোবাইলগুলো ছেড়ে দিন, মোবাইলগুলো ছেড়ে দিন। হ্যাঁ, এইখানে আমার বাবা সুরটা দাও না, একটা কিছু পাওয়া যায় কর দাও একটা। হ্যাঁ, এখানে আমার বাবার কাকার সামনে বসে আছেন, আমি যখন স্ট্যান্ডার্ড চাকরি ছেড়েছিলাম চাকরি ছেড়েছিলাম তখন এই বাবার কাকা পাশে বসে দুজনে হাসি মুখে শুনছে। দুজনেই বলতেন যে এত ভালো চাকরি যাচ্ছিস, বম্বেতে কাউকে চিনিস না, খেতে পাবি না, খেতে পাবি না, বিক্রি করতে হবে রাস্তায়। তখন অ্যাকচুয়ালি ব্যান্ডেলের বাড়িতে আমাকে গিয়ে শোনাতে হয়েছিল যে যদি আমি ট্রেনেও গান গাই তাহলে আমি অনেক পয়সা পাবো, কারণ সবচেয়ে হিট গানগুলো ট্রেনে যেগুলো গাওয়া হয় সব কটা গান আমি তুলে নিয়েছি, কিন্তু ব্যাংকে চাকরি করবো না, যা চাই তাই করবো। সামনে বসে আছে, এখন হাসি হাসি মুখ করে শুনছে। তখন কিন্তু সবচেয়ে বড় मेरे जिंदगी में दीवार हो के यही 2 लोग खड़े थे, आज मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ, मेरे पास सब कुछ है, प्यार है लोगों का, बस एक चीज़ नहीं है, माँ नहीं। चलिए सुरदम। রাতে কি কথা বলছিলে মন জানে সব ভালো লাগছিল তুমি ছিলে তাই ছবি তুলছি মন ছিল মনেরই ছায়াতে সেই রাতে রাত ছিল পূর্ণিমা রং ছিল ফাল্গুনি হাওয়াতে সব ভালো লাগছিল চন্দ্রিমা খুব কাছে তোমাকে পাওয়াতে রাত আসে রাত চলে যায় দূরে সেই স্মৃতি ভুলতে কি আজ পারি পুরানো দিন আছে মন জুড়ে ভালোবাসা হয়েছে ভিখারি ধূপকাঠি মন জলে একা একা তাই চলো দুজনেই ফিমেল ফটোগ্রাফার ছোটবেলায় যখন বইমেলাতে আসতাম তখন অন্যরকম একটা দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি ছিল তো তোলো 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 এরপরে চুলটা খারাপ হয়ে যাবে তখন আর ভালো লাগবে না এখনই তুলে নেব সব ভালো লাগছিলে তুমি ছিলে তাই মন ছিল মনেরই ছায়াতে সেই রাতে রাত ছিল পূর্ণিমা রং ছিল ফাল্গুনি হাওয়াতে সব ভালো লাগছিল চন্দ্রিমা খুব কাছে তোমাকে পাওয়াতে দিদি আপনি আসুন শুনেছি রোববার চার্চে গিয়ে কনফেশন করলে পাপ কমে যায় ভগবান ক্ষমা করে দেয় আপনাকে বলে দিই যখন এখন তো বইমেলা অনেক বয়সে এসেছি একটু সুর দাও সুর দুঃখের কথা বলছি সুর দাও হ্যাঁ সুর বলছি যে যখন বইমেলা আগে আসতাম না কোন স্টলে ভালো বই আছে সেখানে যেতাম না বুঝতে পেরেছি বাকিটা আপনি বুঝে নেবেন তো ভেরি গুড কোন স্টলে ভালো বই আছে সে তো বড় হয়ে পড়বো তখন আমি কলেজে পড়তাম তখন তো কলেজে বই ছিল সিআরডি কেমিস্ট্রি ছিল ফিজিক্স ছিল জিওগ্রাফি ছিল ইকোনমিক্স ছিল স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্স ডাইনামিক্সও ছিল তো তখন তো বই দিত আমাদের কলেজ থেকে কিনতে হতো সিআরডিজি চিত্তরঞ্জন দাশগুপ্ত সব বই পড়তে হতো তাহলে কেন শুধু শুধু বইমেলা এসে বই পড়ব তো যে স্টলে আমরা যেতাম সেই স্টলে প্রজাপতি নম ভেরি গুড দিদিদা এতদিন সঙ্গে বইমেলায় ঘুরে ঘুরে ওনার মনটা যে উৎফুল্ল আছে প্রচুর প্রজাপতি বাট নেভার চেজ প্রজাপতিকে চেজ করলে না উড়ে চলে যায় চুপ করে এক জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে থাকলে ঠিক কাঁধে এসে বসে হ্যাঁ থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ কিন্তু বেশিক্ষণ পড়তে দেবেন না প্রচুর খরচা এটাও বলে দেবেন হ্যাঁ এবারে পরের গান যেটা গাইবো সেটা আপনারা শুনুন গানটা হয়তো শুনেছেন আগে এটা বাজবে তো এটা বাজছে জোর হবে এটাও তো মেয়ে ফটোগ্রাফার ছেলেগুলোর হলো কি বাঁ দিক থেকে তুলবে হ্যাঁ এদিকে চুলটা বেশি ভালো লোজটা কাটবে লোজটা কাটো। গুঁড়ো গুঁড়ো নীল রং পেন্সিল জোছনার জল, ঝুরো ঝুরো কাঁচ আগুন ছোঁয়াচ ঢেকেছে আচলা, ফুটপাত ভিড় জাহাজের ডাক ফিরে চলে যায়। আহা আহা, গুঁড়ো গুঁড়ো নীল রং পেন্সিল জোছনার জল, ঝুরো ঝুরো কাঁচ আগুন ছোঁয়াচ ঢেকেছে আচলা, ফুটপাত ভিড় জাহাজের ডাক ফিরে চলে যায়। কথা ছিল হেঁটে যাব ছায়া ফেরারি মন বেজে গেছে কখন সে টেলিফোন, চেনা শোনা মুখ জানা শোনা হাত ছুঁয়ে যায়, ফিরে ফিরে ঘুম ঘিরে ঘিরে গান রেগে যায়। আজও আছে গোপন ফেরারি মন, বেজে গেছে কখন সে টেলিফোন, চেনা শোনা মুখ জানা শোনা হাত ছুঁয়ে যায়, ফিরে ফিরে ঘুম ঘিরে ঘিরে গান রেগে যায়। আজও আছে গোপন ফেরারি মন, বেজে গেছে কখন সে টেলিফোন, আজও আছে গোপন ফেরারি মন, বেজে গেছে কখন সে টেলিফোন। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। এতক্ষণ পরে মনে হলো ফুচকা টুচকা খেয়ে রোল খেয়ে আপনারা হলে এসছেন, এবার একটু শোনা গেল আওয়াজটা। পরের গান अभी ना जाओ छोड़ कर कि दिल अभी भरा नहीं, কাকু চলে যাচ্ছেন? अभी ना जाओ छोड़ कर कि दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी अभी तो आए हो बाहर रह के खाए हो, हवा जरा महक तो ले, बाबुल जरा कुछ गा तो ले, ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा, ये दिल मचल तो ले जरा, मैं थोड़ी देर गा तो लूं, नशे के घूंट पी तो लूं, नशे के घूंट पी तो लूं, अभी तो कुछ हुआ नहीं तो फिर अभी जाना नहीं, अभी ना जाओ छोड़ कर के दिल। এখানে হাত না বাজালে আমার দম আটকে মারা যাবে, দয়া করে অন্তত একটু মানবিক হন। अभी আবার গাইছি, अभी ना जाओ छोड़ कर के दिल, তাড়াতাড়ি বাজিয়ে দিলেন তো, কারণ আমাকে আন্ডার এস্টিমেট করলেন। এবারে কিচ্ছু করতে হবে না, আমি বলবো কখন বাজাতে হবে। अभी ना जाओ छोड़ कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं। थैंक यू सो मच। চলে যাচ্ছেন দিদি? ট্রেন আছে না, আমি জানি। হ্যাঁ, না না না, আমি মজা করছি, নো প্রবলেম। আসলে চলে গেলে একটু দুঃখ হয় তো। আমার বউ অব্দি এখনো বসে আছে, আপনি চলে যাচ্ছেন। ও তো রোজ গান শোনে, তাও বসে আছে। যাই হোক, ঠিক আছে, বাজাও তাড়াতাড়ি তাড়াতাড়ি। চলো, রেডি। बॉम्बे का पिए अरे भारत नाचिए, अरे बॉम्बे का पिए भारत नाचिए এসেছি দেখো বই মেলাতে। বম্বে का पिए भारत নাচিয়ে এসেছি আমার বই মেলাতে। গানেতেই পরিচয় হয়েছে তবু বলা যায় মনটা আমার বাঙালি, মনটা আমার বাঙালি। বম্বে কাঁপিয়ে আরে ভারত নাচিয়ে, আরে বম্বে কাঁপিয়ে ভারত নাচিয়ে এসেছি আমার বাংলাতে। কহো না প্যার হ্যায় গানেতেই পরিচয় হয়েছে তবু বলা যায় মনটা আমার বাঙালি, আমরা সবাই বাঙালি। মনটা আমার বাঙালি, আমরা সবাই বাঙালি। দুপুর বেলায় খাওয়ার পরে ঘুমোতে ইচ্ছে করে, আড্ডায় বম্বেতে প্রাণটা পিয়ে মরে। দুপুর বেলায় করে খাওয়ার পরে ঘুমোতে ইচ্ছে করে, আড্ডায় বম্বেতে প্রাণটা পিয়ে মরে। বাইরে যতই হিন্দি বলি বাড়ি ফিরে ঠিক বুঝতে পারি মনটা আমার বাঙালি, আমরা সবাই বাঙালি। মনটা আমার বাঙালি, আমরা সবাই বাঙালি। বম্বে কাঁপিয়ে আরে ভারত নাচিয়ে, আরে বম্বে কাঁপিয়ে ভারত নাচিয়ে এসেছি আমার বই মেলাতে। পারবে না কেউ তোমার আমার মাঝে দেওয়াল তুলে দিতে, ভালোবাসার এক টোকাতেই পারবে তাকে কেড়ে নিতে। ওগো পারবে না কেউ তোমার আমার মাঝে দেওয়াল তুলে দিতে, ভালোবাসার এক টোকাতেই পারবে তাকে কেড়ে নিতে। ওগো পুরুত মশাই মন্ত্র পড়া শুরু করে দাও, বরণ করে বর পিড়িতে বসাও। তোমায় তুলে নিয়ে যাবো যখন ভালোবেসেছি, চাঁদ পানে বেঁধে নিয়ে যেতে এসেছি। তোমায় তুলে নিয়ে যাবো যখন ভালোবেসেছি, চাঁদ পানে বেঁধে নিয়ে যেতে এসেছি। চোখ তুলে দেখো না কে এসেছে, নতুন করে আবার বিয়ের ছানাই বেজেছে। চোখ তুলে দেখো না কে এসেছে, নতুন করে আবার বিয়ের ছানাই বেজেছে। তোমায় তুলে নিয়ে যাবো যখন ভালোবেসেছি, চাঁদ যখন ভালোবেসেছি সাত পাখি বেঁধে নিয়ে যেতে এসেছি চোখ তুলে দেখো না কে এসেছে নতুন করে আবার বিয়ের জানাই বেজেছে এ, এ, উত্তম কুমার শিলচর কুমার ছিলেন বাঙালি সাজা বুদ্ধিতে বাঙালি সারে গাছে আচ্ছা উত্তম কুমার গুরু কিশোর কুমার ছিলেন বাঙালি সাজা বুদ্ধিতে বাঙালি সারে গাছে আচ্ছা বাইরে যতই হিন্দি বলি বাড়ি ফিরে ঠিক বুঝতে পারি মনটা আমার বাঙালি মনটা আমার বাঙালি বম্বে কাঁপিয়ে আরে ভারত নাচিয়ে আরে বম্বে কাঁপিয়ে ভারত নাচিয়ে এসেছি আমার বাংলাতে কহো না প্যার গানেতে পরিচয় হয়েছে তবু বলা যায় মনটা আমার বাঙালি আমরা সবাই বাঙালি 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 থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ পরের গান প্রচুর ধোঁয়া হ্যাঁ পরের গান যেটা গাইবো সেটা আপনারা সবাই জানেন কিন্তু আমি একটুখানি ভাবছি অর্ডারটা অল্প একটু চেঞ্জ করব কারণ এই বইমেলাতে এই গানটা আমি খুব গাইতাম আর যখন এই হাত বাড়িয়ে বাড়িয়ে গাইছিলাম তখন ওই গানটা বিশেষ করে মনে পড়ছিল অনেকবার বারণ করেছিলাম যে দেখো বড় হলে আমার নাম হবে শোনেনি এখন SMS করে কিন্তু কোনো লাভ নেই এখন ওই দেখুন হ্যাঁ তখন বলেছিলাম যে আমাকে এভাবে এরকম করো না অনেক খরচা করে ফেলেছি তোমার উপর আমার বড় হলে নাম হবে চাকরি ছাড়লে এরকম হবে না দাদা আপনি গল্পটা শুনে যাচ্ছেন না পরে দুঃখ পাবেন চলে যান দেখুন আমি মঞ্চে যখন থাকি আমি একজন এন্টারটেনার সারাদিন অত্যন্ত মন দিয়ে নিষ্ঠার সঙ্গে কাজ করি আস্তে আস্তেও আমি আমাদের ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল গভর্নমেন্টের যে দিদিও এতটা চান যে ট্যুরিজমটা খুব পপুলার হোক তার যে মেন হোম পেজটা সেটা ডিজাইনটা ফাইনাল করতে করতে এসেছি আপনারা কদিনের মধ্যেই দেখতে পাবেন কাজে আমি খুব মন দিয়ে কাজ করি এবং স্টেজে যখন থাকি কোনো মন্ত্রিত্বের জ্যাকেট পরি না আমার যে গানটা ওপরওয়ালা দিয়েছেন তার সঙ্গে কোনো রকমের আমি অসততা বা বেইমানি করি না আমি অ্যাজ অ্যান এন্টারটেনার যদি কেউ আমার ভিডিও তুলে দেখায় যে আমি ডান্স করছি বা মজা করছি বা স্টলে গিয়ে প্রজাপতি দেখার কথা বলছি আমার ঘন্টা এসে যায় কিচ্ছু এসে যায় না বিকজ আই নো হোয়াট এক্স্যাক্টলি আই এম ডুইং অ্যান্ড ইফ আই ওয়ার্ক ওয়েল আই সিং ওয়েল ইটস এ সাইকেল ভালো কাজ করলে মন ভালো থাকে ভালো গান গাইলে কাজ ভালো হয় ইটস লাইক দ্যাট সো নো প্রবলেম তার মধ্যে যদি আবার এত ফিমেল ফটোগ্রাফার থাকে তো মন তো ভালো হয়ে যাওয়ারই কথা এটা তো আমার এক্সপেকটেশনের বাইরে কিন্তু তোমরা একটু বেছে বেছে ছবি তুলো হ্যাঁ আমার বউ ডান দিকে থাকলে নর্মালি আমার বাঁ দিকের চুলটা বেটার হয় এটা একটা কিউ ফর ফিউচার শোজ এই গানটা আমি গাইবই কারণ এটার সঙ্গে বইমেলার একটা স্মৃতি জড়িয়ে আছে এবং মান্নাবাবুর গান আমরা যখন আমার নিজের গান ছিল না তখন এইসব গানগুলো খুব গাইতাম যদি ভালো লাগে খুব ভালো কথা আর যদি ভালো না লাগে ত্রিদীপদা আপনি যেটা বলছিলেন সেটা একবার বলে দিন একবার আসুন সুর দাও সুর এমনি সুর দিতে থাকো হ্যাঁ ত্রিদীপদা আপনাদেরকে একটা অফার দিয়েছে যে যাদের গান ভালো লাগছে তাদের খুব ভালো কথা আপনারা এই দুদিকে রাস্তা আছে এই পেছনে এক্সিট ডোর আছে ওখান দিয়ে বেরিয়ে চলে যেতে পারবেন আস্তে আস্তে আর যাদের গান ভালো লাগবে না তারা এখানে ত্রিদীপদাদের যে অফিস আছে ওখানে আপনাদের একটি করে মেগান এবং আমাদের হ্যারি এবং মেগান মার্কেলের যে বইটা বেরিয়েছে স্পেয়ার বলে ওটার একটা স্পেয়ার পার্ট আপনাদেরকে দেওয়া হবে ফ্রিতে তো যাদের ভালো লাগছে না যদি আপনারা হাত তোলেন তাহলে স্পেয়ারের একটা করে কপি যেগুলো স্পেয়ার পড়ে আছে সেগুলো দেওয়া হবে এটা ত্রিদীপদার বিশেষ একটা ঘোষণা আমি করে দিলাম চলুন এটা গাওয়া যাক খুঁজে ফেলবো, দাঁড়ান একটু খুঁজছি। হ্যাঁ, ছোটবেলার গান তো, চলো। বাজছে না, ধ্যাৎ। জল পড়ে গেল মোবাইলের উপরে। ঠিক সময় বাজান না দাদা, এটা অন রাখুন। अपना अपना सीट बेल्ट बांध लीजिए, दिल में तूफान आने वाली है।
হয়তো তোমারই জন্য হয়েছি প্রেমে যে বন্য, জানি তুমি অনন্য, আশার হাত বাড়াই যদি কখনো একান্তে, চেয়েছি তোমায় জানতে শুরু থেকে শেষ প্রান্তে, ছুটে ছুটে গেছি তাই। হয়তো তোমারই জন্য হয়েছি প্রেমে যে বন্য, জানি তুমি অনন্য, আশার হাত বাড়াই যদি কখনো একান্তে, চেয়েছি তোমায় জানতে শুরু থেকে শেষ প্রান্তে, ছুটে ছুটে গেছি তাই। আমি যে নিজেই মত্ত, জানি না তোমার শর্ত, আমি যে নিজেই মত্ত, জানি না তোমার শর্ত, যদি বা ঘটে অনর্থ তবুও তোমাকে চাই। হয়তো তোমারই জন্য হয়েছি প্রেমে যে বন্য, জানি তুমি অনন্য, আশার হাত বাড়াই যদি কখনো একান্তে, চেয়েছি তোমায় জানতে শুরু থেকে শেষ প্রান্তে, ছুটে ছুটে গেছি তাই। আমি যে দুরন্ত, দু চোখে অনন্ত, ঝড়ের দিগন্ত জুড়ে স্বপ্ন ছড়াই। আমি যে দুরন্ত, দু চোখে অনন্ত, ঝড়ের দিগন্ত জুড়ে স্বপ্ন ছড়াই। তুমি তো বলনি মন্দ, তবু কেন প্রতিবন্ধ, তুমি তো বলনি মন্দ, তবু কেন প্রতিবন্ধ, দেখো না মনে দ্বন্দ্ব, সব ছেড়ে চলো যাই। হয়তো তোমারই জন্য হয়েছি প্রেমে যে বন্য, জানি তুমি অনন্য, আশার হাত বাড়াই যদি কখনো একান্তে, চেয়েছি তোমায় জানতে শুরু থেকে শেষ প্রান্তে, ছুটে ছুটে গেছি তাই। হয়তো তোমারই জন্য হয়েছি প্রেমে যে বন্য, জানি তুমি অনন্য, আশার হাত বাড়াই যদি কখনো একান্তে, চেয়েছি তোমায় জানতে শুরু থেকে শেষ প্রান্তে, ছুটে ছুটে গেছি তাই।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। আচ্ছা, আর বেশিক্ষণ গাইব না, 10-15 মিনিট, আবার ছেড়ে। আর ছবি তুলো না, এবার চুল খারাপ হয়ে গেছে, এখন আর ভালো আসবে না। হ্যাঁ, কি গান? হ্যাঁ, শুনতে পাচ্ছি। ছবি পেলে যাবে, ভালো ছবি হলে নিশ্চয়ই শোনো। এই গানটা খুব প্র্যাকটিক্যাল গান, যে প্রজাপতির কথা বলেছিলাম, বসলে খুব ভালো লাগে প্রথমে, তারপর প্রচুর খরচা হয়ে যায়। দিনে দিনে মূল্য বিনে সে যে আমায় নিল কিনে, দিনে দিন প্লিজ মাইকটা একটুখানি ইয়ে করুন। ভেতরে রাগ হচ্ছে এত প্রচন্ড, কিন্তু মুখে হাসি, এই অ্যাক্টিংটা আর পাচ্ছি না, ভীষণ কষ্ট হচ্ছে। একটুখানি প্লিজ এই হামিংটা যাতে না আসে সেটা একটু চেষ্টা করুন। এবার এটা নয়ন সরসী কেন ভরেছে জলে, কত কি রয়েছে লেখা কাজলে কাজলে, নয়ন সরসী কেন ভরেছে জলে, কত কি রয়েছে লেখা কাজলে কাজলে, নয়ন সরসী। বেদনার কলি তুমি দাও ভালোবেসে বধূ, বেদনার কলি তুমি দাও ভালোবেসে বধূ, ফুল ফোটানোর ছলে আমি ভরে দেব মধু, সারা মন কেন তুমি চোখে সাজালে, কত কি রয়েছে লেখা কাজলে কাজলে, নয়ন সরসী। জনম সফল হবে বধূ আর ঘরে, আজ শরমের আড়ালেতে দেখা যাবে ফুল সাজ, জনম সফল হবে বধূ আর ঘরে, আজ শরমের আড়ালেতে দেখা যাবে ফুল সাজ, নিশিরাতে বিরহের নিশিরাতে বিরহের বাঁশিও রেখে বাজায়, ভালোবেসে কেন বধূ আজ শুধু কেঁদে যায়, সেদে সেদে কেন কাজলে নয়ন সরসী কেন ভরেছে জলে কত কি রয়েছে লেখা কাজলে কাজলে নয়ন সরসী। যেটা আমি একটু জিভ ভাঙালাম না, ওই ছবিটা যদি স্পেশালি পাওয়া যায় একটু প্লিজ যদি ইমেল করে দেন, বিকজ ওই আমার পুচকেটা যে স্টেজে এসেছিল ওর কাছে বাবার ভালো ছবির কোনো মানে নেই। ড্যাডি ইউ লুক ভেরি ফানি, দ্যাট ইজ হোয়াট রিয়েলি intrigues her, and that's something that I really try to do in every show, which I can present it to her specially. যত রকমের ফানি ছবি আছে একটা ওর ঘরে একটা জায়গা বানানো হচ্ছে যেখানে ড্যাডির যত ফানি পচা ছবি সেগুলো সেখানে রাখা হবে না, বিকজ that's the real daddy, that's not the daddy which goes outside, that's the real daddy to her, my daughter. যাই হোক, পরের গান যেটা সেটা মনে আছে তো, উত্তম কুমার আর কিশোর কুমার বাপিদা সব মনে করে দিচ্ছি, সব মনে আছে তো দাদা? এই গানটা এটা চলে যান, কিন্তু আমি এই গানটা গাইবার আগে একটা জিনিস বলে দিয়ে যাচ্ছি। আপনি বাড়ি যাচ্ছেন তো, আপনি বাংলা বলবেন আর হিন্দি খাবেন। দাদা এই আওয়াজটা দেখুন তো আমাকে কখন থেকে, এটা মাইকগুলো বিজেপি মনে হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ যাই হোক, এটা এমনি মজা করে বললাম। হ্যাঁ চলো শুরু করুন। এক সেকেন্ড। অ্যালকোহল ইজ ইনজুরিয়াস টু হেলথ, ইট ক্যান কজ ক্যান্সার, এটা ডিসক্লেমার সাইডে থাকে। ধূমপান শরীরের পক্ষে ক্ষতিকর, এতে আপনার কর্কট রোগ হতে পারে। ছবিগুলো দেখাচ্ছি না, খালি বলে দিলাম। আর এটা গাইবার আগে একটা ডিসক্লেমার, একটা স্যুটটা দাও না, স্যুটটা কেন রাখবে না স্যুট? আর একটা জিনিস বলে দিলাম যে আমি যাই গাই না কেন আপনারা বাঙালি বাংলা বলবেন আর হিন্দি খাবেন। যদি হিন্দি বলেন তাহলে উল্টো হয়ে যাবে, সেটা যেন না হয়। এটা আমার একটা নিবেদন রইল। যারা সমাজদারকে নিয়ে ইশারা কাফিয়ে, যারা বোঝার বুঝে গেছেন, বাংলা বলবেন বাঙালি হিসেবে আর হিন্দি খাবেন। হিন্দি বলবেন আর উল্টোটা যেন না হয়, আমি গেয়েছি বলে ওটা যেন এক্সকিউজ না হয়। সুর দাও, সুর বুঝতে পারেননি, পরে বুঝিয়ে দেবো। এই তো জীবন, যাক না যেদিকে যেতে চায় প্রাণ, দিদিদা চালা ফোয়ারা ঝিনসেরি শ্যাম্পেন রাম। আমি কিন্তু টিটর লাই। এই তো জীবন, যাক না যেদিকে যেতে চায় প্রাণ, বেয়ারা চালাও ফোয়ারা ঝিনসেরি শ্যাম্পেন রাম। বুঝলে? খাও খাও মুদ হয়ে ডুবে যাও, দেখো চোখে চোখে সরষে ভুল করুক মাথা ঝিমঝিম। লোলা লুলু কেন তোমার বয়স হয় না 16, আমার 19। এই তো জীবন, যাক না যেদিকে যেতে চায় প্রাণ, বেড়া চালাও ফোয়ারা ঝিনসেরি শ্যাম্পেন রাম। যাবো বলে তো আসিনি আজকে, আজ হবেই হবে সর্বনাশ। বুঝেছ? স্বর্গ যদি না হয় সখী, হোক না তবে নরকবাস। স্ক্যান্ডেল চাই, বুঝলে? স্ক্যান্ডেল চাই ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডে, নইলে সমাজে পুরুষ বলে পাবে না মা। খাও খাও মুদ হয়ে ডুবে যাও, দেখো চোখে চোখে সরষে ভুল করুক মাথা ঝিমঝিম লোলা লুলু কেন তোমার বয়স হয় না 16 আমার 19 অসভ্য সাহেবরা সব চলে গেছে বুঝি স্বাধীন করে দেশটাকে আমরা ওদের ছাড়িনি গো ধরে আছি তো বুলেটটাকে মদ খাচ্ছি পার্টি দিচ্ছি স্যুট বুট পরে ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছি টপ টু বটম ওদের মতো সাজিয়ে নিচ্ছি গোটা সমাজ মদ্যপানের বিরুদ্ধে যারা তাদের মাথায় পড়ুক খাও খাও দুধ হয়ে ডুবে যাও দেখো চোখে চোখে সরষে ফুল কি ফুল দাদা শুনছেন আপনারা কি ফুল ভেরি গুড করুক মাথা ঝিমঝিম লোলা লুলু কেন তোমার বয়স হয় না 16 আমার 19 এই তো জীবন যাক না যেদিকে যেতে চাই প্রাণ বেয়ারা এই চালাও ফোয়ারা জিনিসেরই শ্যাম্পেন থ্যাংক ইউ আর দুটো গান গাইবো তার মধ্যে একটা গান খুব গাইতে ইচ্ছে করছে আমার ক্যারিয়ারের এটা খুব ভদ্র গান ওই জন্যে খুব ভালো গান ওই জন্যে হিন্দি গান হলেও এটা আমি গাইছি ত্রিদীপদা সব রকমের বই আপনারা ইয়ে করেন আমি অন্য কোনো হিন্দি গান গাইনি এই একটা গান আমার গাইতে খুব ইচ্ছে করছে কারণ খুব ভালো অডিয়েন্স আর কতক্ষণ 5 মিনিট আছে তো আরও পুলিশ কখন ধরবে কহনা পেয়ারায় তো দাদা এখানে বলা যাবে না কাল থেকে আপনি ভিড় সামলাতে পারবেন না তাহলে হ্যাঁ সামলাতে পারবেন না কহনা পেয়ারায় না দাদা আমি একটা জিনিস বলি আমি আজকে ভেবেই এসেছিলাম সব রকমের মজা করব ঠিক আছে কিন্তু হিন্দি গান আজকে গাইবো না আমি একটা হিন্দি গান গাইছি সেটা খুব ভালো গান আমার লাইফের একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট গান সেটা আপনাদের নিশ্চয়ই শোনাচ্ছি হ্যাঁ ভাই হ্যাঁ ফিরবে রাত তুই কোথায় থাকো তুই অ্যাড্রেসটা আমাকে লোকেশনটা পাঠিয়ে দিয়ে আমি গিয়ে একবার গিয়ে আসবো হ্যাঁ এমনিতেও খুব খিদে পেয়েছে ভাল লাগবে লোকেশন গুগল ম্যাপে পাঠিয়ে দিয়ে আমি চলে যাবো ভেরি গুড सांसों को सांसों में ढलने दो जरा धीमी सी धड़कन को बढ़ने दो जरा लम्हों की गुजारिश है ये पास आ जाए हम तुम हमको उतरने दो जरा शर्मो हया को मचलने दो जरा लम्हों की गुजारिश है ये पास आ जाए हम तुम हम तुम सांसों को सांसों में ढलने दो जरा सलवटे कहीं करवटे कहीं फैल जाए काजल बीते रात, नजरों में हो गुजरता हुआ ख्वाबों का कोई काफिला, जिस्मों और रूहों को जलने दो जरा, शर्मो हया को मचलने दो जरा, लम्हों की गुजारिश है पास आ जाए हम तुम हम तुम, सांसों को सांसों में ढलने दो जरा, धीमी सी धड़कन को बढ़ने दो जरा, लम्हों की गुजारिश है पास आ जाए हम तुम तुम हम Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. চিন্তা করবেন না, আমি হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আপনি চিন্তা করবেন না, আপনি কোথায় থাকেন? রুবি তো, আমি ড্রপ করে দেবো, বসুন। আমি মিথ্যে কথা বলি না, মিথ্যে কথা যা বলার সামনের রোতে বসে আছে ওকেই বলি। তারপরে আমি হাওড়ায় থাকি, গঙ্গা ক্রস করে আসি, পাপ ধুয়ে যায়, আবার সারাদিন এদিকে যাই, আপনাকে রুবিতে ড্রপ করে দেবো। আমার সরকারি গাড়ি, একটা গাড়ি আছে, ড্রপ করে দেবো, চিন্তা করবেন না। পুলিশ পুলিশ ধরবে না তো, পুলিশ গান শুনছে তো। হ্যাঁ একদম কারেক্ট। এই গানটাতে আচ্ছা আপনারা কারা কারা নাচতে পারেন একটু হাত তুলবেন? কারা কারা? আমি তো জিজ্ঞেস করছি না, আমি তো নেচে দেখাতে বলছি না, আপনারা সবাই হাত তুলুন না, কি অসুবিধা আছে? কে কে গিটার বাজাতে পারেন সবাই হাত তুলুন। আমি তো জিজ্ঞেস, কে কে শাহরুখ খানকে চেনেন? কার বাড়িতে শাহরুখ খান গেছে খাবার খেতে? হাত তুলুন না, কি অসুবিধা কি আছে? আমি কি জিজ্ঞেস করবো আপনাকে? ছবি দেখান। হ্যাঁ বুদ্ধি করে চলতে হয় তো। যাই হোক, বসো, ঠিক আছে, খুব ভালো করে। যারা যারা নাচ জানে নাচবেন না, এটা গিল্ডের চেয়ার, ভেঙে গেলে মুশকিল হয়ে যায়, আমার চেয়ার নড়ে যাবে। চলো বাজাও দাদা, দুটো গান। হ্যাঁ হাততালি হোক একটু, আইকনিক গান একটা। জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, সামনে যাবে কি জানি না, সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা, জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, সামনে যাবে জানি না, সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। যা যা সিনেমায় রায়ের মতো নাচতে পারেন নাচুন। তালিও জ্যোতিষ হারিয়ে দুটি হাত বাড়িয়ে হারাবার খুশিতে যাই শুধু হারিয়ে, জ্যোতিষ হারিয়ে দুটি হাত বাড়িয়ে হারাবার খুশিতে যাই শুধু হারিয়ে, চিনে নিতে যদি যাও একটু থামো না, করছো না জীবনে কি পাবো না ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা জীবনে কি পাবো না ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা अरे हम तो मोहब्बत करेगा दुनिया से नहीं डरेगा हम तो मोहब्बत करेगा दुनिया से नहीं डरेगा चाहिए जमाना कहे हमको दीवाना अजी हम तो मोहब्बत करेगा दुनिया से नहीं डरेगा चाहिए जमाना कहे हमको दीवाना अजी हम तो मोहब्बत करेगा ভালো আর মন্দের দ্বন্দ্ব জানি না কে ভালো কে মন্দ যে তার খবর রাখি না ভালো আর মন্দের দ্বন্দ্ব জানি না কে ভালো কে মন্দ যে তার খবর রাখি না কে তুমি নন্দিনী আগে তো দেখিনি চলেছো এই পথে চলেছো এই পথে রূপে যে রঙিনী চিনে নিতে যদি চাও একটু থামো না এই ভাই ক্যামেরাম্যান সুরটা দিয়ে রাখো না ও ক্যামেরাম্যান এই যে আমার বইয়ের নাম রচনা আমি নন্দিনীর কথা বলছি যাও ওদিকে যাও বোকা ছেলে ওটা তো আমার বউ তো ওটা তো বাড়িতেই থাকে ওদিকে যাও গঙ্গার ওদিকে যাও তুমি এগুলো রেখে ওদিকে যাও নন্দিনীর কথা বলছি তুমি রচনা গায়ে চলে যাচ্ছ আমি তোমাকে গরু নিয়ে রচনা লিখতে বলেছি চুপ করে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকো কে তুমি নন্দিনী আগে তো দেখিনি চলেছো এই পথে রূপে যে রঙিনী কে তুমি নন্দিনী আগে তো দেখিনি চলেছো এই পথে রূপে যে রঙিনী চিনে নিতে যদি যাও থামো না সামনে জানি না সে আসল কি নকল শোনা জীবনে কি পাবো না ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা জীবনে কি পাবো না ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা সামনে জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা সামনে জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা সামনে জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা সামনে জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ ত্রিদীপ দা 1 মিনিট আপনাকে একটা জিনিস বলে দিই আর একটা গান গাইবো যদিও আমি একটা বই লিখছি বুঝলেন এখন শেষ করবো না আরও 2-3 বছর লাগবে বইটার নাম হচ্ছে ট্রুথ দ্যাট লাইজ উইদিন এটা দুটো মানে আছে ট্রুথ দ্যাট লাইজ উইদিন মানে হচ্ছে সত্যি যেটা মিথ্যে কথা বলে ট্রুথ দ্যাট লাইজ উইদিন আরেকটা হচ্ছে ট্রুথ দ্যাট লাইজ উইদিন যেটা ভেতরে থাকে ট্রুথ দ্যাট ভেতরে আছে বাইরে বেরোয় না তো তেমনি ওই ট্রুথ দ্যাট লাইজ উইদিনে আমার লেখা থাকবে যে আমার একমাত্র জীবনে প্রেম হচ্ছে আমার বউ রচনা বাকিটা আপনারা বুঝে নিন যে মানেটা আমি যে বইটা যে কারণে লিখছি সেটা হচ্ছে ট্রুথ দ্যাট লাইজ উইদিন আমার জীবনে একমাত্র প্রেম হচ্ছে রচনা ভেরি গুড বাকিটা আপনি গরুর রচনা করে নেবেন হ্যাঁ ভেরি গুড থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ পরের গান এটা আপনার রিকোয়েস্টে একটুখানি গিয়ে দিচ্ছি যদি পুলিশ ধরে আপনার উপর চলো জি দিচ্ছ তো জি না জি স্যার আচ্ছা জি স্যার লা 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 হে ला 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 दिल ने दिल को पुकारा लो मैं आया मिलने दोबारा मंजिल प्यार तुम्हारा मैं हूँ बाबुल
तुम हो सहारा सितारों की महफिल में गूंजेगा तराना के होठों पे आया है दिल का फसाना सितारों की महफिल में गूंजेगा तराना के होठों पे आया है दिल का फसाना अरे दिल ने दिल को पुकारा हो लो मैं आया मिलने दोबारा मंजिल प्यार तुम्हारा मैं हूँ सागर तुम हो किनारा सितारों की महफिल में गूंजेगा तराना के होठों पे आया है दिल का फसाना दिल वालों दिल मेरा सुनने को बेकरार है कहो ना प्यार है कहो ना प्यार है ओ जागत से हम तुम हैं जागत से संसार है कहो ना प्यार है कहो ना प्यार है कि तुमसे प्यार है कहो ना प्यार है अजब शाम है ये प्यार की पहलू में सबके यार है अजब रात है जज्बात की दिल में प्यार ही प्यार है ये प्यार तुम्हारा ये प्यार हमारा बनेगा नजारा सारा जमाना कोई मैं लाके देना जमाना कहे फिर क्यों बुरा है दिल लगाना बुरा है दिल लगाना सारा जमाना ला 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 मेरी उम्र के नौजवानों दिल न लगाना ओ दीवानों मैंने प्यार करके चैन खोया नींद खोई झूठ तो कहते नहीं है रो कोई इस प्यार के ननी ननी नन्ना नन्ना ननोई तो गाओ ओ शांति ओ शांति शांति ओ शांति ओ शांति शांति ओ जानू मेरी जान मैं तेरे कुर्बान जानू मेरी जान मैं तेरे कुर्बान अरे मैं तेरा तू मेरा এখানেই সব কিছু শেষ নয়, এখানেই সব কিছু শেষ নয়, বেশ নয় যদি মনে হয় লিখে নিও গল্পের শেষটা, থাক না তবু রেশটা, থেকো না গোছে তুমি আনমনা চরণে, কোন ফুল ভুল করে তুললাম চললাম, এক গোছা রজনীগন্ধা হাতে নিয়ে বললাম चललाम। सच्चाई छुप नहीं सकती बनावट के असूलों से, के खुशबू आ नहीं सकती कभी सुबह की सूखा फूलों से। বেশ কিছু সময় তো থাকলাম, রাখলাম মন রাখলাম, দেখলাম দুটি চোখে বৃষ্টি বৃষ্টি ভেজা দৃষ্টি। মনে করো আমি এক মৃত কোন জোনাকি, সারা রাত আলো জেলে বললাম চললাম, এক গোছা রজনীগন্ধা হাতে নিয়ে বললাম চললাম চললাম চললাম। चलते चलते मेरे ये गीत याद रखना, कभी अलविदा ना कहना, कभी अलविदा ना कहना। रोते हंसते बस यूं ही तुम गुनगुनाते रहना, प्यार करते करते हम तुम कहीं खो जाएंगे, इन ही बहारों के आंचल में थक के सो जाएंगे। प्यार करते करते हम तुम कहीं खो जाएंगे, इन ही बहारों के आंचल में थक के सो जाएंगे। सपनों का फिर भी तुम यूं ही सजाते रहना। बाय 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 बाय।
ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার
বই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
চলো হারিয়ে যাই আজ বইয়ের মাঝে খুঁজে নতুন জগৎটাকে মুঠোয় করি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
এই বইয়ের মেলায় শুধু আঁকায় লেখায় যত স্বপ্ন ধরি
বই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন ছোট্ট কথায় ধরা এক পৃথিবী ভরা গল্প সবার বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
বই সবার সাথী বই সবার মনে এই বিশ্ব উঠুক ভরে বইয়ের গানে
আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
ও আজ কথায় ছবিতে সেই প্রাণের কথা বলা বই মেলা
বই ডাকছে বই যেন পাতায় পাতায় লেখা অনেক কথা শুধু তোমার আমার
ওই ডাকছে বই যেন নতুন গন্ধ মাখা দিন বদলের কথা শুনিয়ে আবার ওই ডাকছে বই